Getting here. Let's see if this signal holds up. Been having signal problems all day. Then again, I am out in the middle of nowhere. And Miss Pamela, if you see this, it's nice to talk to you briefly earlier. I wish and that was on my end. That was not the connection problems was on my end, ma'am. Please be aware of that. Kind of nasty weather out here. Where am I? Just entered Colorado. We'll shortly be in New Mexico. I don't know, about an hour or so, presumably. These back roads. This is not my normal time to go live, so let's see if anybody wants to check it out. I think I'm a little calm, little chilled out compared to earlier, so I think we started out all right, but that one got to be a bit of a shit show. My message to Crunchy B. I thought about maybe making that private. So I start to wonder. Now I'm thinking, I wonder if Yurt's going to end up playing parts of this on his stream, you know. But if he does, he does. Such is life. I'm not feeling well. You know, sometimes that ginseng kind of turns on me. I think you're really only supposed to take one of them bottles a day, and double dipped and took another bottle of that ginseng. Sometimes I have a bit of a reaction. Shout out to the chat. I think I see. I think that's according to Pamela there. Kind of hard to tell. See if I can check in with the chat somewhat safely. And if I drop off, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Oh yeah, I was gonna drop the link, but I kind of hate to do that. Actually, I don't think I will because it's not quite right. As soon as I get somebody up here, then my signal goes out. So maybe we won't. Maybe we won't subject y'all to that. What's up, Rob Cleveland? Good to see you as always. Yeah, back at it, man. Yeah, I guess I got things to say, man. I guess so. And I do believe I've had some pretty decent rants today, but the connection problems have derailed me. But I already knew ahead of time that I was headed into some areas where that would be an issue. But so far, so good. Yeah, awesome, Pamela. I think later today, probably. Let's see how much. Yep, 3 more hours of driving looks like. Whoa, closer to 4 maybe. See how that goes. What it's like, see, it's rock solid right now. So now I'm kind of up in my head about it. I'm thinking, okay, well, now if I drop the link, maybe. Although I am in a town, so. All right, what? Let's try it. Let's see what happens. What's the worst that could happen? Shout out to 10 people. Appreciate y'all for being here. I was trying to talk to Big L on the phone, and then my signal dropped out, but I was probably a little too cranky and agitated anyway. So he was getting an earful. He didn't have nothing to do with it. So probably don't need to be venting to big old Big L. Maybe he'll come back on the broadcast sometime in the future. We'll see. I guess he's probably rolled out, started his day by now. So shout out to him. He was talking about fragrances. I'm myself not into fragrances too much, me personally. Not really my thing. Although the main thing I know is some of that stuff does get quite expensive. All right, I'm still here. I don't know that I've ever been to this. What is this, Cortez? I know I've been to Durango. Maybe I have been through here and just don't remember. Might have been nighttime. I hit a deer out here somewhere in this part of Colorado. The only deer I've hit as a truck driver. What's up, Music Holds a Secret? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, my nerves is shot, man. I gotta. Now I'm back to whining and crying about how to transition out of this truck driving. I think I'm just done. I don't even think it's really this company so much. I think I'm just done with the. I think I'm done with the whole thing, man. I'm gonna have to figure out some other kind of way to mine this fiat. Maybe part time. Maybe I can find some kind of part time work. I don't need much. Hey, Voynich, good to see you, brother. Yeah, and that's one thing I've been talking about with my health and my age, man. See, I can get fired up like I did earlier, but I can't sustain it, man. It's uh it's a wrap on all that. Well, thanks, Pamela. I appreciate that. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Freedom Grower? Good to see you, Dick. Yeah, on the road again. It's I pulled kind of a little bit of a no-no, but with my trucking company, but it's really only about half a no-no because I tried to go pick this trailer up this morning, and Big L, when I was talking to him privately, he made a good point that that's just kind of how truck driving goes. Sometimes you end up with the wrong pickup number and all this, which is true. He's right about that. So, and I know how to roll with the punches in truck driving, but and normally I go through a lot of bullshit on the job. It don't even phase me. Yeah, 355 subscribers, 335 subscribers. Hey, we've come a long way. Music Holds a Secret. Music Holds a Secret was here when sometimes it was just me and Music Holds a Secret and maybe Sean. You know, I don't see Sean around as much anymore, but I bet he still tunes in from time to time. So, yep. And I do feel blessed. I mean, I don't know that humbled is the right term, but I am grateful that you folks are willing to listen to me. Although I know that much like myself, there's got to be something halfway wrong with you. I got to think in some kind of ways. But then again, what do they say? The old cliche of, being well adjusted to a profoundly sick society is no measure of health or something like that. Is that how that saying goes? So, I think this ties into a lot of what Mitchell was talking about. Uh, as much as I'm critical of Mitchell, I do get a lot out of, and it just YouTube will not. Oh, there we go. And the link's pinned if anybody's brave enough. I don't blame you if nobody wants to come up, mainly because the signal's already getting bad again. But then I got full signal on my other phone. So yeah, this is getting wild, man. But Mitchell, I think in some of his, whatever he's going through with Yurt and I do believe I'm right on the money with this parasocial relationships I was talking about on. I guess this is the third stream of the day, so I was talking about that on the first stream of the day, the parasocial relationship, and it's not a good situation here. Riggs coming the other way. I know how to just sometimes it just does it happen to me before I finally say, okay, no more truck drive, at least for now. So, and, it is somewhat, and I know I'm switching topics, but it is. I do kind of look forward to whatever the next phase of this is. Next phase of my Yeah, yeah, I hear you on the 5G. We'll just keep our fingers crossed that maybe Verizon can keep me. Music Holds a Secret says signal here really sucks. Yeah, in fact, Music Holds a Secret tried to come on the broadcast and just unfortunately, his connection just wasn't happening. Yeah, it says 5G, but they don't have 5G there. Yeah, that's strange. What does that even mean, right? Pardon me. But yeah, dude, man, I need a couple months off, really. I mean, I'm at my wits' end. I'm fried, but I feel like I have a lot to offer and a lot to contribute. So, and I think a lot of what all of us are dealing with here, to some extent, or most of us, is this. What I've talked about here a lot on the channel is this, just off the charts levels of social isolation. It seems like most of us, even if we've got family, most of them are out of their minds for the most part. Or if you got family like mine, just everybody's busy. They're all doing their own thing. They've all got their own living space. It's not really, back in the old days when I grew up, my family, everybody had a big, nice house with plenty of space. And, is this part of the austerity, I guess, when I talk about, austerity and the collapse of the already collapsed system? Pretty much everybody, my dad's in an apartment with his girlfriend, stays with him every night, apparently. And so it's not like I can go sleep on his, floor, his living room or anything like I was before I went back to truck driving. And, old Benton might end up in a tent, which I actually don't mind at all. It's funny now. I'm thinking about, well, how am I going to make the content? Living in a tent and not really wanting to purchase a vehicle and having to move out of this truck. But these are all good problems to have. Worst case scenario, I can just box up my valuables and UPS them to my dad, and he'll take care of them. He's got a little pickup truck that we can use to. It's going to be fine. So I need to just chill the fuck out and not worry about it too much. But I did pick up a lot of good things in what Mitchell was saying. And Mitchell, you can tell that Mitchell just doesn't trust that people have the motive that they say they have. See, I'm so cynical and jaded in a way. Mitchell, I know they don't. Right now, there's individuals who probably do. Yurt might uh, have a certain intention, pure intention, but overall, man, I lived in the streets for so long, and I really got to know what people are really like. Uh, Dude, it's been every man for himself in this country for a while now, as far as I'm concerned. So, that's kind of my base level is I just more or less start from the notion that, we're all just in this to try to get what we got to get. But it seems like, at the level of, and if I'm wrong, let me know, and I don't mean you, the listener. I'm speaking, I'm just speaking generally. There's always exceptions to everything. Let me go ahead and speak specifically and give my standard disclaimers. But I think a lot of us are going through this, and now here we are in this metaverse. And when I say metaverse, I mean kind of the present version of humans being able to interact, being able to hear each other's voices to some extent. Some of us, I never get to hear their voice, I never get to see their face necessarily, but like Dark Glasses Woody, who in a way I'm kind of closer with that guy or AJ Lloyd than I am with some of you that I've talked to directly, right? And me realizing that at my age, especially males of my age, I realized in my mid 30s, like it's really damn near impossible to establish some kind of friendship with somebody. I mean, it really is. And then you get into the idea of romantic relationships, and I can tell somebody till I'm blue in the face that well, that phase of my life is over, and it is like that phase of my life is over. But I think we're all conditioned and programmed to think, oh well, sure, Benton, but you just hadn't met the right one or whatever. As the freezing rain starts, by the way, now we're headed into winter weather. Freezing rain is going to hit us, but and I'm probably not going to be able to read the chat between having to watch the road conditions and I need to watch the GPS. My visibility's about going to. I can't hardly see nothing in my mirrors, so I probably ought to pay attention to what I'm doing here. So. Appreciate y'all listening to me. And it means a lot that y'all are willing to listen. See, y'all are really, when I talk about that I'm here, I've beat the game. And really what I'm talking about that is, my life is in shambles to some extent. And it has been ever since this, my thing is in some of my resentments and some of my Clayton Bigsby spirit that JG has so astutely assessed is, that really I had all these personal problems and I really, I went on this long process of getting my shit together and really getting to know myself and this self-realization, self-actualization. And I really was just about the part I really thought I had it all figured out. Everything was going well. Bam, pandemic hit. And old Benton's thrown for a loop, especially with my so-called undiagnosed autism. It rang all of my bells. And it's certainly, now it's all out in the open, all this conspiracy stuff had been preaching for years, right? But meanwhile, all them years living in the streets and adhering to these principles and never bullshit myself. And I realized that in order to maintain my sanity, I can't be lying to myself. And I really do practice that as much as, I can become deluded as like anybody else can. But, I tend to suss it out. Looking suspiciously at the signal now. But if I drop off, bear with me. Within 5 minutes, I'll be back on the other phone probably. I'll try to do that. I can't promise anything. But come on, Verizon. Don't fail me now. And, I think a lot of us have gone through similar things, right? And so, in a way, I've still got this resentment that I'm dealing with based on, woe is me. And I do tend to throw a pity party at times, which is like, and that's probably some of what I'm going through right now at the level of, I really was a good boy. I did everything I'm supposed to do. I really did. Basically, you're not going to meet very many people who went from homeless to in a truck making a good income, one of the most productive jobs there is, arguably. Ain't many people out here doing that, man. And I do claim that credit. But so, I took it personally on some level. And I do have some of those narcissistic traits where, as much as I say, well, life is not something that's being done to me, it still feels that way on some level, right? And I think so when Pamela says she resonates with a lot of what I say, I think this is probably the type of thing she's talking about, right? And I know I'm all over the road to some extent, but I will get where I'm going. And if you'll bear with me, and I appreciate it. But I think part of that, not part of Pamela's trip, because I don't know Pamela well enough, and I'm certainly open to getting to know somebody. But I'm out of the romance, see, and it's nothing against anybody. It's nothing for anybody, right? And I think some of these ladies probably sense this in me. I really am done. And I say things like, I hope I don't get married for the third time because, based on my current beliefs, I'm celibate by choice. Based on what I believe, I got to get married again based on my own personal beliefs. I don't want to get married again. I've been married twice. Realistically, if I had was mature enough, wife number one would have been the one to try to work it out with, to make it work with. And, wife number two, that's where I learned what you pretty much just end up with. So I was on some personality, borderline, not borderline, but I was on some personality defects of character. So if I, I was into my looks and into my ego, and I really was into my cocky and funny, and I do have a bit of a charm about me, and I can talk to people and all of this. So I was really like intentionally meeting women and getting a lot of phone numbers, and I was going on a lot of dates when I met wife number two, and but I had all these character defects I'd never addressed. Well, what happens? What I learned with that one is, if I've got character defects, well, now my partner, I'm going to end up with a partner with character defects. So if I'm a user and I was using other people for my own gratification, well, guess what? Now I end up with somebody else who's doing that same shit. So I'm using her and she's using me. See, that's what I went through. And I don't blame her for none of it. And I left that one better than I found her, in spite of, whatever I might have been dealing with. And, I don't have no choice but to tell it like it is. And, I will master this thing here if I live long enough. And Moose will tell you this. I can't speak for Moose, but Moose will tell you, Leo, baby, I will. That's the Leo motto. I will, by God. I've always been able to set my mind to something and accomplish it. So when you hear me whining and crying, and I apologize to Big L, I'll call him and apologize to him. Because I'll just say, hey, listen, Big L, next time I start whining like a little baby, just hang up on me. And I'll know what that means. Because, that ain't right to do that to my... But see, it's another thing is, being a man of a certain age trying to make a friend, see? How you see how the one thing connects to the next thing that connects to the next thing. And I do want to get back to the parasocial stuff because, I think there's a lot there with Mitchell. And it's not for me to settle Mitchell's hash, but, I think that there's something there for him if he wants to learn it is, and see, a lot of this stuff I figured out for myself because I had to because I was so lost. I was just so lost. And I knew, look, man, I can't go to nobody else. Nobody else is going to be able to lead me out of this. I'm just going to be more lost. And part of this was just I had to accept that I was lost, right? So part of that was I realized, man, is expectations are a motherfucker, Mitchell. And when you're getting into it with these people like Yurt, you're creating expectations for him, man. And see, that ain't never going to work. That's how you end up in codependency. That's a one-way ticket to codependency, sir. Meanwhile, when I lived in the streets, my friends were, when Mitchell, when you talked about that a lot of these people in this metaverse is sex offenders and just horrible people, you're right, Mitchell. And who do you think I was in line with for the free meal in all these cities all across America when I was living in the streets for most of 10 years and 6 straight years just in the street. Lowest of the low, by the way. And that's who I was rubbing elbows with. And the thing about that lifestyle, and Mitchell may know something about this because it seems like he lives that lifestyle to some extent. Part of that is, it removes all the pretense. When I'm in line for the motherfucking free meal with another motherfucker that's in line for the free meal, we really ain't going to be able to fake the funk at that point, right? It's just not a thing. It strips away all that pretense. So, when I was friends with Henry Hopper, my best homeless friend, I really didn't have a lot of expectations for how he was going to behave. Now, I'm always going to set boundaries. And it's my job to make sure that nobody transgresses against me. See, that's my job. And I will practice the gospel. And when Christ said, turn the other cheek, see, people don't understand that turn the other cheek. What that means is forgive the first transgression. Now, maybe I didn't practice that with Timmy. See, I'll have to go back and I'll review that. See, and hell, you never know, I might end up apologizing to Timmy, but only if I was wrong. See, only if I was wrong. But see, here's the thing is, Mitchell, you're right. See, Mitchell, I think, is very sensitive. And I think Tribe hit the nail on the head. If y'all saw Yurt's broadcast. And see, I don't really know much of Tribe. And Tribe does kind of seem to get it far afield sometimes. But hell, I got the same tendency. So, I sort of resonate with that. He kind of gets out there in left field a little bit. I call it being over my skis. But, by the way, that's where the good ideas come from. But see, I do think Mitchell is very sensitive and very probably intuitive to a lot of these things, and he probably, I'm guessing, and I'm this way as well to a certain extent. So I think you're right, Mitchell, when you're about these people's intentions, but can you accept that? See, because this is humanity, man. Until the fact is, man, and I'm only speaking for me, Mitchell, and listeners. Look, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. If it don't apply, it don't apply. If this ain't for you, it ain't for you. And I do believe it. And Mitchell said it himself. It's for all of us to take the parts that is good for us and integrate that and leave the rest. I do that and leave the rest of it. See, because I can't really guide none of you. okay? But I can speak from my own experience. And the fact is, old Benton here walked around all day, every day, deep in his own thoughts for year after year after year after year, figuring his own bullshit out and figuring out the nature of reality here in this nightmare dystopian beast system hell realm, and getting to know what exactly was going on with my psychology. So, yeah, you can accuse me of projection, Timmy and Christos, and you might be right, but guess what? If I was, I'll figure it out, and I've got access to more information than y'all do on that hand, in that regard. See, so I'm actually better equipped to make that determination. But I understand the inappropriateness of the energy itself. The energy I brought to that, talking about Z this morning, that was not an appropriate. That was me not dealing with my own shit, and now I'm bringing inappropriate energy to a different situation. I realize that, but that doesn't negate what I was saying. See how it works. But I want to get back to the Mitchell stuff. The fact is, I just accept. See, in order to function, Mitchell, I've had to accept that everybody is completely self-interested. Now, the thing is, a mama and her love for her children, well, that's an exception to what I just said, see? But that is kind of in her own self-interest, isn't it? You know, doesn't she have some sort of stake in, she sacrificed whatever she sacrificed to bring that child into the world. And, I've got a mama. And see, I've had people say, oh, almost everybody's got mommy and daddy issues. Guess who ain't got either one? Your boy Benton. I ain't got either one. And you know what? Most of my peers that I grew up with, born on the bayou, on the edge of the Mississippi River Delta in southeast Arkansas, born into a time warp in a slightly less hellish version of this current dystopian hellscape. Most of us don't have mommy or daddy issues either, see? But I realize we've now entered a time when it seems like most people do. Most people either have mommy issues or they have daddy issues or they got both. Well, I don't. Yippee skippy, yay for Benton. I got a whole other set of problems. Other than raising me in a mind control cult and being very, very strict disciplinarians, which actually that's better than being too loose as far as I'm concerned. My parents were great. I mean, why do y'all think I work? By the way, my dad's an actual Talcott classical narcissist. For real. And it's important to me to have a relationship with him. If he'll do 5%, I'll do 95%. You know why? Because that man was there, man. He did his part when I was young. He did his part he did right by me. So if that man will meet me 5%, I'll do the 95. And my mama gave me everything on some level. Meanwhile, I'm out here and the damn COVID done rotted her brain to some degree. She's come back to some extent. And then you want to talk about spirit of my mama. I get my toughness from my daddy. I am tough as I come from the Benton side. I came from the Buffington Newton side. How about you? And I know of one other fire sign in my family. Is my mama's mama. No, I'm sorry, it's my great grandmother. It's my grandmother's mom. My great grandmother. And my great grandmother, the only other fire sign I know of, a fellow Leo, by the way. I was about 6 or 7 years old. She took one look at me and said, just laughed and said, boy, we got us a preacher right here. See, that woman, I don't know what she was on, man. She was on some spiritual shit, though. And she knew what I was. Because that's what I am. I am a preacher. That's my essence. That's the essence of who I am. I've been that way my whole life. Yep. And by God, I will be used as a vessel of the Most High. And I will say them words to whoever needs to hear them. And sometimes I will be on some bullshit. But you know what? When I'm on some bullshit and you say, hey, man, you're on some bullshit right now, I'm not going to argue with you. I'll be like, shit, you might be right. But if it's all right with you, I'm on one right now, and I'm going to have to continue. But You know what? I ain't going to resist you. And if Timmy says, hey, man, would you shut the fuck up so I can talk to old Crunchy B over here? I got the right message for him. I'll be like, all right, Timmy, you're right, man. I'm going to fall back. But I'm not going to be on that passive aggressive. I'm not going to be on that passive aggressive. Oh, we're going to give you the floor. We're going to let you bring forth your evidence and your fucking empirical studies. Fuck you, Timmy. I got direct experience, partner. That trumps everything. I'm speaking from what I know firsthand, partner. I am the empirical data. I am the study. Oh, that's anecdotal. Not to me, it's not. It's only anecdotal to you. And if Crunchy B don't want to receive it, that is not my concern. All I got to do is say the words. Whatever happens beyond that is not my business. How about you? But I'm going to sit here and listen to somebody who ain't got it figured out. Sure, I'm not. I've watched my panels to speak of. For the most part, every once in a while I'll pop up on one. Because I can't humor bozos like Timmy, man. And Timmy, if you come correct, I won't be calling you a bozo. I don't call names a lot. But you's a bozo, Timmy. Uh, and I ain't going to let it go until I'm done. When I'm done, I'll let it go. And it ain't personal, by the way. It can't be personal. I don't know y'all. It can't be personal. I don't know y'all. But see, Crunchy B, because I can relate to what he's going through. See, I can relate to that. See, wholly self-interested. This is where you're right, Mitchell. I only care about that with respect to myself because I believe in order to complete my mission here, I must sublimate my own desires and be of service to people like Crunchy B. And I can only be of service to people like Crunchy B if he allows me to be. If Crunchy B needs me to be on some peace, love, and some positivity, that ain't me, man. And if God didn't want a preacher, God wouldn't have made a preacher. And God knows me inside and out. And I ain't ashamed of the Most High. I'm sorry, the Most High ain't ashamed of me. I ain't ashamed of the Most High, see? And the Most High, and I won't even say he, see? I think once you go putting a gender, once you go assigning a biological sex to the Most High, you already off track. I can't even really go Heavenly Father, to be honest with you. And I ain't no Christian. But Jesus from the Bible, hey, makes sense to me. But I'm also on that Jordan Maxwell. You know, that ain't the first time we've had a story of a man born of a virgin, now is it? And then all the astrology coding and, you know, the 12 apostles and the astrological signs. And I know all that stuff. I love conspiracies. I identify as a conspiracy theorist. I've never been a truther. I ain't no truther. Not in the sense that y'all say truther. Now, I did debate 9/11 truth quite a bit online, but I don't consider myself a truther. I went on Junk Body Outline Discord and they said, oh, well, but you're a truther, right? I said, I'm a conspiracy theorist. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't really even believe in it. I don't think that's a thing, to be honest with you, truther. I don't even really think that exists. You know why? Truth is manifest, y'all. Truth is alive and manifest. Who we got? Who is this? Baby Jesus. What's up, Christos, my brother?
I
Am I here? Are you here? Is
yeah,
this
you
real?
can hear me?
I
Hello?
think. I hope so.
Can you hear me?
I hear you now, sir.
Okay, I won't be long. I actually need to charge my phone now that I look at it, and I'm at work. But uh, yeah, I'll just say with the events and the streams of earlier today, I
Yeah,
just genuinely asking. Uh,
yeah.
I've made the comments in the chat that I have because ultimately at the core of it, I'm confused what the problem was between you and Timmy, because it seemed to manifest out of nowhere. What did you? So what I could maybe see from this, did you feel that he was being disingenuous or like not like he's putting on an act or something? Like when he was talking to Crunchy B, did you just not
Oh
like the
yeah,
information or like uh yeah, I think he said platitudes. Is that the right
yes,
word? Like empty
yes,
platitudes? And
yeah. Well,
I
I
just
didn't say
want
yeah.
to
I
kind of
just
be able to,
platitude,
yeah, I just
platitude.
want to hear you out on it because, you know,
Yeah.
I can say I jumped to some conclusions probably within the moment, but
Hmm.
as we progress through this morning, yeah, I just wanted to. No one's really come up here anyway, so I
Oh,
figured
you're good,
it's a
brother.
good
You're good.
chance.
Yeah, you're good, man. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if we're gonna if we're gonna help Crunchy B, we got to help him. See, whatever Timmy was doing, that ain't help. It's just not.
Hmm.
It's just not help. So it's
So
like, okay, we can
it
just.
wasn't pressing enough, would you say? Like,
No, I'm saying
or
that. Listen, I'm gonna sound very
go ahead.
pedantic here, and I don't mean it this way, but it's either something that Crunchy B can benefit from, or it's not. And that was not. It's just not gonna get it, man. That's just not it. It's really that
Well,
simple.
I definitely appreciate and agree that you're if anyone is gonna speak to Crunchy Bee about the topic of alcoholism, I would say you be probably one of the best people given your personal experience. I agree with that. I
But
guess
I don't
yeah.
even think
So
it's
you go ahead.
alcoholism, by the way. Sorry to interrupt.
With
I don't
something
think
deeper,
alcohol.
yeah.
I don't think that's the cause. I think that's it's manifesting through that form. I don't think that's the cause. I really don't. But go ahead. Did I
No,
lose
no,
you?
you were on a
Oh
flow.
yeah.
You can keep going.
Well, I mean, what I mean by that is I truly believe this, and look, if I'm wrong, I'm just wrong. But I don't think I am. I think he's given up on life. I don't because I relate to that because I literally I don't know if y'all know what that means. I didn't want to be here and I gave up, but I got a strong will to live, and I would never just take myself out in one. I don't think it's an option spiritually. I really mean that. So I was trying to look for a loophole to check the fuck out of here. And I'm not saying that that's what Crunchy Bee's doing. I'm saying I don't think Crunchy Bee, he's not living, man. You can hear it in his voice, but he's also not dying right now. He's in a limbo between the two. It's kind of worse if you ask me.
Yeah, I
What do you think
totally
about
agree with
that?
that. Yep,
Yeah,
I totally agree with that analogy of limbo. I think that was the
yeah.
perfect phrasing for it when you said that earlier. I
So I just
definitely in the
wanted,
voice.
so I just wanted to get that across, and then fall back. But I can't do that when Timmy's doing a fucking 45-minute dissertation. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
All I
and
needed, I just
yep.
needed like 3 minutes, and I would have been done. But it's this, it obviously wasn't going to be allowed to happen. And I obviously was bringing the wrong level of energy to it. I recognize that part. But as far as what I was actually saying, that was all right on the money as far as I'm concerned.
Mhm. I hear you.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, and I'm working on it. This is like it's really like my last hurdle to clear. Ultimately, is I will master this where I you know react inappropriately at the level of my own energy. I'll get over that. It's just I'm not there yet, but it's going to happen. But the thing is, if we're going to help Crunchy Bee, we that only ever happens. We have to meet him where he is now. Otherwise, it's all for nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, for sure. Um,
Yeah,
that's for sure, man.
and
And
it just wasn't happening. And
it's
maybe
kind of
that's not the arena for it to happen. I mean, it may never happen, right?
right. It's definitely there's a lot of potential in the sense
Yes.
that it could go a lot of different directions from here. And it's been an interesting chain of events from the last couple days, and how one person streams and then it's like another person goes on and in a strange sense almost continues the saga. It's like
Yes.
ongoing and continuously being written. So Z's stream was Z's stream was kind of crazy earlier, man. Uh,
Yeah, it was. It was.
I wasn't even sure. At one point, I wasn't sure what to think uh, with some of the things that were being said. But I'm like, well, Crunchy B didn't seem phased, so like I can tell that, like in a sense, he, to a certain degree, he is grounded in some type of truth that, he said, I never said I was gonna do that, or I don't want to do that. Like, and sure, it's like in a monotone, like limbo voice, but I mean, dude's not actually saying like he's trying to do that. And just Z kept saying, that he wants to or needs to off himself. It got to a point where it was like, I feel like this is more than just kind of like uh, something that has a comedic effect in a dark, edgy way. Like, I don't know. He said it so many times, just kind of weird. And so I don't know. I might take that up with Z. I've seen him. I mean, he's been going dark Z on him. I guess I don't know.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
like he's in one. He's like a Pokemon that's evolved into a certain stage, and it's like I don't know. He's like Anakin Skywalker right now. He's really been on some aggressive red root chakra energy.
Yeah, you
He
might be
he's been
right.
going
You
at
might be
people.
right.
I still
Yeah.
like him. I definitely like him, but man, he's really
Well,
been going for the throat with people.
well, Yurt's kind of getting up that same kind of energy too, right? He's kind of going there, but Yurt seems to be a little more experienced working with that energy,
He's like a great
maybe.
Jedi.
In some
He's like
ways,
a
I would
great
say that.
wizard.
In some ways, I would say so. Yeah, yeah,
He knows
and
how to balance it. Yep.
yeah. That's not my thing. Like my thing is, I'm going to master it eventually, but I'm actually adept at working with it. That's my thing. But here's part of that is, whatever burns brightly must be able to withstand that. Like I'm being consumed as I'm doing that. See, it's whatever that fire is consuming me also. So when I was younger, I thought I seemed like I could withstand it, but it actually ruined it literally ruined my organs. That's wrath, man. It's one of the seven deadly sins.
Yeah, yeah, wrath is the word. It's like
So
a
I
gun
see
overheating.
that's my thing, man. Wizards got it too, but see,
Oh
I've been
yeah.
able to make it work for me, and this is what I was talking about earlier. But I've been on too many topics, and I never fleshed out this topic. But see, I used that to fuel me. I tapped into that wrath, and I used it for this process of transformation that I've gone through. It's like literally a baptism of fire, right? But over time. But now I've used up my physicality. Like I'm fucking done, man. So now I have to learn another way. I don't really have a choice.
That's deep. It's like overheating a gun. Yeah,
Well,
you end up.
real quick, sorry to interrupt, but see, I put this out. See, I fully believe in this manifestation and this law of attraction, and I'm an expert with the law of attraction. And I put it out years ago. I said, I will fully master myself. Dude, what I'm going through, this is what I have to go through to master all this. But then based on what I believe, the Most High will use me and to help other people as I'm undergoing that process. And it's happening.
It's still
And this is
playing
part
out.
of it.
Yep.
And I don't have the luxury of humoring Timmy. I'm not going to be derailed by somebody like Timmy, but my style is I'm just let you know how it is directly. I don't, not you, anybody. I don't fuck around. I just tell it like it is. If they can't deal with it, that's not my problem. By the way, you can just tell me some shit. I'll just deal with it. Matter to me. Say what you got to say. I'm a big boy. I can take it. But then again, are we pretending to want to help Crunchy Bees? See, are we pretending like we want to help him? Are you still there or did I lose you?
Yeah, I'm here.
See, and that's where it's really none of my concern. But my thing is, look, man, if we want to help him, this ain't going to get it done. So can we just shut the fuck up and move on to what might help him? Let me talk for 3 minutes and then I'll let y'all have it. Like, is that really so hard? Now, the problem is, I could have communicated that better. Sure, I could have, but Timmy could have been a little different too. So it's not all my fault. I'll take part of it. I'm not taking the whole thing. But what do you think?
Sorry, I was swallowing kratom powder.
Oh, nice. I'm a little,
That's why there's a long pause.
yeah, I'm a little envious of that, but I don't want to get hooked on that stuff again. So,
um, yeah, just my honest perspective and why I was given some type of criticism earlier in the streams. Uh, and again, I might have to go rewatch it again. Like I thought I rewatched it all, but maybe there's something I missed. Um, but like I said, it just kind of seemed like it was out of nowhere. Um,
yeah, I
like something
understand.
made you
Yeah,
snap on Timmy, it seemed. And
yeah, that's true. That's true.
but like, and that's not to say that you didn't have valid reason, because like you were saying, you have something to offer here, and then I again, I'm gonna rewatch, but I think, maybe the mic wasn't getting passed around in a dynamic fashion, and certain people were going on monologues. I think you said something about monologue on his end, but no, dude, like, cause I still appreciate your input here. Maybe to a certain degree, I thought it was like out of nowhere or maybe out of pocket, how aggressive you were getting with him, but I also can see that with your life path and your experiences that there's a lot of passion behind what you wanted to communicate, and the experience and the knowledge you have. So like I can't really fault you too much because I still ultimately know that you're coming from a genuine place, even if there's some verbal combat on the road down that path.
Yeah, I agree. Well, and I'll say another thing. I don't think a lot of people really understand male aggression that well. And I don't know if y'all can still hear me. It's getting very heavy rain right now.
Mhm.
But I'll continue as if you can hear me, hopefully. But see that, like, if you see me with Paul yesterday when I was on the panel, when Paul expresses aggression towards me, I understand how male aggression works, and I know not to respond with aggression. See, Timmy has responded to my aggression with aggression. That's
No,
that's
I
not going to
definitely
work,
saw
man.
that. I
It's not
definitely
going to
saw
work.
that for sure.
So maybe some people are confused because maybe some people go on with Paul, not Timmy, but other people. And if Paul is aggressive towards them, they become aggressive towards Paul, which all that ever does is now Paul becomes more aggressive. So when Timmy returns my aggression with aggression, I'm only ever going to become more aggressive. That's how it works. Now, what Timmy could do, and this is not advice, if Timmy had a better understanding of the dynamics, he could have just let me have it, and he could have yielded. But then next time he could have came at me aggressively. You see what I'm saying? See, I can go at Paul aggressively if I want to, right? But what's not going to work is to wait for the other person to become aggressive and then I'm aggressive. That shit don't work, man. That's not an effective strategy. But then now we get into humility and we get into, can I be seen as temporarily subservient? Well, man, that shit don't bother me at all. I don't care if I'm just doing my thing and some male shows aggression towards me. It's fucking normal, man. That's normal. That's how I was raised, by the way. See, I'm completely used to this. I think a lot of these males have never been socialized properly to deal with actual male aggression. They don't know how to deal with it. What do you think about that, Christos? If I'm even still here,
Yeah,
and I may
I'm
not be.
going back and forth between vacuuming and listening to you. So like I came in front when you said
Yeah.
the first time you paused and said, I had something I was gonna say. I didn't get there in time, and then
Oh,
I almost didn't get here in time this time. But uh, so
okay.
I'm trying to it's giving me a lot of vibes of martial arts and basically understanding how you respond to like an attack and basically deflecting it slash deflecting it and using it back against the aggressor. It's giving me a lot of those vibes, like knowing when
Yeah,
to
definitely.
form that dynamic back and forth um, fight slash dance, like yin yang pattern.
Yes. Yes, it is a dance.
Oh yeah, and I was gonna say
Absolutely.
it compounds and stacks. Were the words I was gonna use for what you're saying about like adding to the fire uh, by responding aggressively to aggression, or I forgot how you phrased it, but basically strengthening that fire, possibly to a detriment. And just compounding the situation, the basic saying of adding fuel to the fire.
Well, but again, once I choose aggression and somebody responds with aggression, I'm only ever going to come over the top with more aggression because I'm the one that initiated the aggression. And by the way, I'm more aggressive I'm one of the most aggressive people there is. So, like sometimes if somebody's aggressive towards me, I can become aggressive towards them and I can beat them at the level of aggression. Timmy can't beat me with overt aggression, but what he can do is wait till my old ass shoots his wad because I can't maintain it, and then he can hit me with his aggression. Except he's probably been socialized to not ever be overtly aggressive. See, somebody probably did him a
I don't
disservice
know.
somewhere. I'm guessing. I'm guessing. I might be wrong. And I don't need you to agree. I'm just saying I see this in some of the younger generations. I'm not, look, it's okay to not be aggressive. I'm saying it should still be in the toolbox because you need it sometimes. Everybody needs to be able to go directly, overtly aggressive some of the time.
I agree for sure in the toolbox on the tool belt. I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like I'll just say this, even though it's
Say
not
it.
like something I have to weigh in. Like I think I've seen him go live or go loud in the sense to get the green light on people on Paul's channel and be overtly aggressive.
Okay, good. Well, good. That's
Yeah.
good. That makes me like him if he does
Yeah,
that.
well, I see. I
Yeah.
don't know how much you've seen him interact on Paul's or
A
ever
little bit.
interacted
A
with him
little bit.
before, but yeah, I mean, maybe in any sense, if it seemed like I was giving pushback at the time or now, I mean, I don't know him completely. I've only tuned in for so long and watched the dynamics, but I think he definitely has a good head on him. He seems I think he owns a business or two. He's traveled to all these different countries. Like, uh, I don't know. I've gotten a good impression from him so far. So, uh, yeah, no, but hey, what happened earlier? If anything, it was steel sharpens steel. Even if
Yeah.
it was like kind of chaotic or like uh, maybe some misfires were going on at certain points, but
Sure. Yeah. And sometimes
ultimately we
that
can derive value. You got it.
I think so. Yeah. And I make that's how I make friends sometimes. By the way, like literally. I mean, I know it sounds insane, but
No, no, that's an arch. That's
yeah.
like archetypal.
Yeah.
Is befriending someone after you like battle them,
Absolutely. And
spar.
well, and see, I have this thing where I don't really hold a grudge. Like, so I don't care. And if he wants to fucking go off on me, as long as he's appropriate, as long as he's right, I'll fucking take it. I don't care. I just my opinion is overall we're in a time and a space where like people I think have been sold this bill of goods where Like I lose face if I'm on Paul's panel and Paul is like just shuts me down aggressively. I don't see it that way. It's just like, okay, well that's what happened, but I know if I try to respond to his aggression with my aggression, I probably can't win that battle with him. So I'm not going to go there. So that's a strategy, by the way. It doesn't. I don't think it makes me look bad. Now, some people might disagree, but I don't share their viewpoint. I don't think it really matters because I don't believe in this like alpha male thing. It's like that's all
Yeah.
subjective. It's subjective. Yeah, I might be the alpha, but guess what? That only works till the bigger alpha shows up. Now I'm not the alpha. Now the bigger alpha's here. Oh look, the bigger alpha's here. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's
Like
the
it's a
bigger
fucking
fish
hierarchy,
thing.
man. Yeah, it's a hierarchy.
Yep.
So
Whatever you were saying there, I some of it got deleted out of my mind already somehow, but
oh, you're good,
uh
man. No worries.
no,
There's not
well
gonna hey, there's not gonna be a quiz later, man.
well, something about what you were saying right before you brought up the whole alpha male aspect, and something about how people respond to something else you were describing there with this dynamic that we're getting at. It just basically brought to my mind just people being too in their egos.
Which is not ego, by the way. It's lack of humility. See, it's two different things. It seems like the same thing, but it's not. To me, ego is like I'm gonna go out here and glorify myself. That to me, that's ego. What we're talking about is I'm trying to get something accomplished, but I won't. I'm not practicing humility, and it's holding me back. To me, that's two completely separate things. Like hubris. To me, ego is hubris.
Yeah, I see the nuance.
Yeah, it's two different. It's like two sides of the same coin. But for some reason, ego is like that's the buzzword, so we just call it ego. But it's really not. Although it is, it's like on a spectrum, or it's two sides of the same coin. But it's ultimately it's somebody that's at 0% humility, and in order to accomplish their goal, they need to go beyond 0% humility. But they're not. We're in a time and a space where very few people want to go beyond 0% humility. But we just say it. Oh, they're being egoic. Well, no, they're not. They're lacking humility, which is fine, by the way. Sometimes I lack
Yeah,
humility.
because someone can uh, not be egoic and still not have humility.
Yeah, because to me, egoic is the assertive form where I'm actively out here seeking to glorify my own version, my own image of myself. To me, that's ego.
Hmm.
That's the positive or the yang. Then the yin or the passive or the feminine is the lack of humility. I'm not practicing humility.
Yep, it's good to remember that. Wow, just the fact that you brought it back to the yin yang, and I brought that up earlier. Um, it's very interesting. I seem to be getting calls to start studying things again, like different religions and just knowledge in general, but specifically like different religions, the occult, mystical practices. Um, just I've been on this quote unquote path for so long, and it's kind of like at times I forget I should always be reading books or always learning new things. So like, yeah, man, I just talking about the yin yang like this. I want to be able to get more
Yeah. Well, hold that thought. Hold that
more
thought.
corridors in my lexicon.
Sorry, man.
That's
Sorry.
it. That's all.
Sorry to
That's yep. Period.
well, I'm only interrupting because I have to, but I want to clarify my last statement because it was unclear. So, humility cannot be achieved through the assertive or the masculine. It can only be achieved through the passive or the feminine.
Shit, my bad.
Oh, you're good. It can only comes through the passive or the feminine. That's what I mean by yin yang. So something I learned that some of the things I want to accomplish, I can never get there solely through the assertive or the yang. I have to learn to embrace the feminine or the passive to achieve certain things. It will only ever come to me sometimes, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? And not sorry to have to cut you off. My bad on that. But I realized I was unclear.
Yeah,
So
that's
sorry, Chris.
fine.
My bad.
No, it's fine. There's just a delay because I'm doing
Yeah,
a
yeah.
couple things here.
I hear you. Well, you're a
I
busy
was
man,
just
which I appreciate.
yin is in and yang is out, projecting outward like a wang. So it's a good way to remember it. To remember which one is which with the yin yang.
I'll tell you how I remember it. You know what a yoni means?
Yep, it's the other way of like phallic. You know, it's the female version of phallic
So that
imagery or the phallus
so that's
is
pretty
yoni.
close to yin. So that's how I remember it.
Yeah, no, well, exactly, and that's what we end up seeing here with words is there are associations that can be tied between different words, not simply just because they sound similar, but sometimes that is part of the equation with language and things relating to each other. I don't think it's any mistake that yoni is kind of similar to yin, right? Because it's of that same essence. Just
Yeah,
different words, different language for the same essence. Like just like I was saying, like little rhymes as well. Yang and wang.
yeah. Well, then yang sounds aggressive. So yeah, that's how I remember it. But I used to get confused, and now I'm probably wrong. Now I got to look it up because I'm paranoid. But I think I'm right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like the whole time we're backwards.
yeah. That it's right. I'm right. I had to I have to double check. I start getting that little nagging feeling. I'm like, well, you better make sure you're right there, Bubba. But yeah, I would have bet money. So,
Hmm.
but yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yang is the masculine or assertive. But that's what I'm saying is like I realized, whatever I was doing while I was, living in the streets, I realized at a certain point, part of our brainwashing as Americans is we're indoctrinated that everything we want to accomplish, we always go to the assertive to accomplish things. But some things you will never acquire or attain or apprehend unless you get over yourself enough to submit to the feminine and let it come versus
Yeah.
go and get it. See?
Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%.
But see, you have an advantage because I had to be very, I had to be, I was middle aged before I started figuring this shit out. You're still young, man, which is a blessing because you're way ahead of the game. So I recognize that, your generation and the ones after it are way ahead in certain ways.
Yeah. Yeah. There has been some type of leap, leap ahead,
Yeah,
like a shortcut.
definitely. Yeah. I don't think there's any doubt about it. So, and I'm optimistic on those levels personally, but,
Oh, me too.
you know, yeah, it's not about me, but whatever I have to give, I'm going to give it. But again, giving and receiving. They're also two sides of the same coin. Like if I want to
Hmm.
give something, I'm dependent on someone who will receive it. So on some level, it's the same thing. So if I'm not giving anything if Crunchy B allows me to give something to him, he's actually giving something to me.
Right.
So I am self-interested. I think this is where Mitchell is getting confused. You're right, Mitchell. We are self-interested. We just I don't think a lot of people want to admit it.
We're supposed to be, right?
That's how we
To a
are.
certain
Yeah.
degree. And that
No, I
doesn't mean
think
we
yeah,
exclude the collective just because we're
not bad.
self-interested. Because to be self-interested is to ultimately have the good of the collective in mind still. Because if you have true knowledge of self, you know that correlation and connection to the greater self, the greater whole, which is the collective of what we are, the reflections of each other. So
Well, yeah,
it's
but
intertwined ultimately, just what like you're saying, it's different sides of the same coin. I think these
yeah.
things are still held together.
Well, and I'm an actual hermit. I'm one of the most introverted people there is. I know nobody believes that, but it's true. But
Oh
dude,
yeah.
I have to socialize. I don't have a choice. I have to. So if I'm a bozo and I know I'm a bozo, if y'all are half a bozo, that's better for me. So obviously it's better for me if the collective is better. Of course it is, because now instead of interacting with people who are even bigger bozos than myself, maybe I can interact with people who are slightly, less bozoish.
Yeah, it's the
Of
input-output
course, that's
table.
better. Again, back to the self-interest. It's better for me, and that's not wrong.
No, it's symbiotic.
Yeah, and you know, the fact is, if genetics is right, if there's any validity to genetics, I got here because all of my ancestors were self-interested. The ones that weren't didn't reproduce. Or their genetics died. I'm the product of the ones who were self-interested, and I don't have kids, but my genetics live on because my sister has a kid. And you listen to this, Christos. I don't know if I told you this. My nephew, my sister's son, to this day, some of my family, my mom and my grandmother, they call him my name sometimes.
Really?
Because he is me on some level, yeah. Because the golden boy. I was the golden boy. Now he's the golden boy. Yeah. Because they're self-interested, and I'm not offended by that. It's kind of an honor in a way. My
Mm-hmm.
time's over. Now here's the new golden boy. Now we'll see what he does.
Yep, archetypal again, passing it down.
Exactly. Yeah, man. And so what I see is a lot of people who have a lot of knowledge and they know a lot of things as far as in their intellect. And I'm not talking about you, Christos. I'm talking about generally. And I'm not even really talking about Timmy. I'm just talking about, I see a lot of people who are in their intellect, but they don't realize that that's only part of it. They can't ever get where they want to get only through their intellect. It's not possible.
Oh yeah. Oh, well, yep. I got some. Yep.
You know what I'm
Well
talking
said.
about, don't you? Thank you.
Yeah.
And so I had to figure this shit out just to keep from going crazy. That's the only reason I know all this. Again, back to the self-interest. So Benton's here telling you things that you might resonate with. Who knows who's listening and getting, I don't know what these people are getting out of this. Maybe they're getting something out of it. And it's all based on Benton was so self-interested because Benton said, well, I got to figure this out or Benton's going to go nuts. Literally, I was going to go nuts and end up in the mental institution. Self-interest.
Dang.
Yeah.
Yeah, self-interested should not have like a negative
But
connotation
we just
so
we
often.
assume it's negative.
Hmm.
See, that's a sickness. We're suffering from a mental sickness that we believe that if I'm self-interested, that's negative.
Hmm.
That's a
That's really
sickness. It's a mental
because
sickness.
yeah, people don't take care of themselves. Hmm.
I wouldn't be here to maybe have something to offer some people if I wasn't self-interested. And it's even debatable if it's even of value. I mean, that's up to the people if it's even of value.
What the concept of self-interest?
Know what I'm offering.
Or oh, okay,
Yep,
yeah,
yeah,
yep.
yeah. That's up. But I know on some level it's valuable. Now, what I'm telling you may or may not be. But in the long run, look, I have to be here for a reason. It has to mean something. This cannot be meaningless. Therefore,
Right.
I have to be serving my purpose some of the time, or I might as well go ahead and drink myself to death again. Get busy. And by the way, let me bring it full circle. This is
Let's
back to
get it.
where we're at with this is where we're at with Crunchy. Get busy living or get busy dying. And I think that's what Z is tapping into, whether or not he knows it. When he's just
Yes.
straight up when he's just saying, hey, man, just go ahead and get it over with. That's kind of what he's saying is, well, you're not living anyway, Crunchy. So what's it matter?
Yes,
Because you're
I did see
wasting,
that.
he's wasting his gift. So might as well go ahead and get it over with.
And honestly, I like because you were kind of saying the same thing to a certain degree, but I think the way you communicated it was more palatable.
Well, because I lived it. I don't know that Z has been there before. But see, he is very astute because he tapped into it, even if he hasn't lived it. So that's an intelligence all its own. Credit
Hmm.
where credit's due. I don't have that. I don't have that intelligence, whatever that is. But most of what I say on here is from my experience. So I'm not smart enough otherwise.
Uh,
Thank God.
That's the that's one of the best ways to tell things. It's the most
Yeah.
honest,
And I don't really have a beef with Timmy. I just
genuine.
wanted him to shut up long enough to say what I had to say. But I understand the way I conveyed it wasn't proper, but that's okay. I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Yeah,
Thanks
yeah.
for your patience.
It's
Hey,
good to
thanks for
hear.
your patience. Thanks to everybody for their patience, by the way. Hey, if this world wasn't patient with me, I wouldn't have got to this point. Because I'm gonna try everybody's patience before this is over with. I promise you that.
How long have
So
you
you're a
been doing
patient
this?
man, Christos. You're a patient man.
Yes.
Where does that come from? Where does your patience come from?
Um,
It's not a quiz. I'm curious.
I don't know. I mean, I could probably give it some thought, but I mean, I can't really say off the top of my head. I guess from like my family or whatever. I don't know. Hmm. I don't know. I want to give like an interesting answer to this, but
Oh no, don't. There's no pressure. If you don't know, you don't know. I've developed mine, but I can. It seems like you just have some, inborn. So it's probably just a gift you were probably born with it,
right, right. You know, when
inherent.
I think about it, I probably did develop it further, maybe
Oh,
for
okay.
different family dynamics, but I couldn't really like think of them off the top of my head except maybe my mother's patience with my father, who was like legally blind. Like he could see, but like he didn't have peripheral vision, uh, like colorblind, and like had some hearing issues, wore hearing aids. So when I give it some thought, I think maybe from that I could have honed in on that if it was like something that was already kind of naturally in me.
Well, I'm just
I
curious. It's
think it
not that
was. I think
important.
it was. Well, I think it was further developed by having a parent that had to be patient with their spouse at the time.
That makes sense.
Because definitely extra work. It wasn't like a lot. Well, I guess I can't say. Maybe it was a lot at times, but um, yeah. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's good to be patient, especially in this world. It pays to be patient.
Absolutely. Well, and I think that for you to whatever your mission is here, if you have one, you probably do, but you're probably going to have that. I'm assuming. So it's probably maybe that's why you have it. I don't know. It's interesting to think about.
Yeah, that's right. I feel like I need to go
But
sit by the riverside or something. You go out and commune with nature, so I can just go and think.
oh my God, yeah,
Hmm. When was the
yeah.
last
Don't let
time
me.
you When was the
What's
last
up?
time you got out? You ever just like go walk around somewhere when you're on, stopped with your rig somewhere?
Not now, man, but I'm gonna get back to that. And in fact, I did 6 straight years of that. Believe it or not, sounds nuts, but I did it. I did what you're
Oh,
describing. I
right,
did that
right.
every day but no, you're right. I'm part of my crankiness is that I'm just not. I don't have an outlet for that. So yeah, it does not mesh with the lifestyle. It just doesn't. So and I'm most likely transitioning out of this anyway into something else. So I'm in a good position, man. It's a good problem to have. I just got to whine and cry and feel sorry for myself for some reason. But dude, I'll be all right. I always am.
Yeah, you definitely seem to have some good positioning, all things considered,
Oh,
at
thanks,
this
man.
point
Yeah,
in
I
life.
appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate you. Well, and dude, I'm sure you've observed plenty of people my age. These people are a fucking train wreck, most of them. So, yeah, the fact that I'm functional at this point, I'll take it. And not on, by the way, not on any drugs. I'm gonna get back on that cannabis though, as soon as I can. Believe that.
That's exciting.
Yeah, it is to some degree. Although I think for the first time, it actually will be medicinal for me because I need to get back on that. The Rick Simpson oil. If I really do have what I think I have, the Rick Simpson oil is really good for that. So,
Dude, killing cancer with RSO.
yep.
That's a that's man, that's wow. I'm glad you said that because
Oh
that's a
yeah.
that's a lyric to a song actually, one of my favorite songs.
But the one thing I want to say is there's always going to be conflict no matter what. It's how do we deal with the conflict, and that's just it is what it is, and we work it out or we don't. But it resolves however it resolves, really. But I think we can all, but myself included, right? I can become way better at dealing with conflict. So if I'm here long enough, I will master it. So this is probably part of that process. And Timmy's probably a big enough of a boy. I don't think his feelings is hurt too bad. But I think we got old Tommy backstage if he's being patient. What do you think about Tommy? Can we handle Tommy right now? Oh, we got Pamela back too. All right, Pamela and Tommy. Welcome, welcome.
Hey, hey.
Yeah.
Heyo.
What's up?
Well, Pamela's got a mic. I need a typical sound check for every time I come on panel because it's
You're
never.
good, Tommy. You're
All
sounding
right,
good,
cool.
brother. Good
It
to
never
talk to you, my
comes
man.
in consistent. It's always different every time I come in.
I have noticed that. Yes, sir.
So before you guys get off the yin yang thing, I
Oh,
always
cool.
like I always like to point out the eye of each side. Like the white side has a dark eye, the dark side has a white eye, and that's to symbolize that light can come from the dark side and darkness can come from the light side.
Yup, that's right.
Yeah, it's very important. You're right. I haven't fully mastered those concepts necessarily. So glad you brought that up.
Yeah, it's just balance. Like I've got Spike Spiegel on my one shoulder and Vicious on my other shoulder, and I always have to tell people that's my yin yang tattoo because they don't get it at first.
Well, you certainly have a unique way of approaching a lot of these things. That's for sure. And either somebody just shot at me or a rock put a hole in the windshield. One of the two. I'm going to choose to believe that was a rock.
Dude, for all the
That,
shit I talk about, like wearing fucking Kevlar to walk my dog and shit, like 2 nights ago, I swear to God, somebody dumped a magazine in my courtyard. It might have been out in front of the building, but it was either in the courtyard or in front of the building. And then, like a mile away, 5 shots responded, almost like it was a communication or something. It's fucking nuts.
Dang.
Well, I wanted to go ahead and second the recommendation to try the RSO oil, and preferably if you can get to a position of being able to like make your own medicine. That's what we do, and we don't have to take any type of pharmaceuticals or anything.
Miss Pamela, that's great advice. And I want you to know that I have a lot of experience eating Rick Simpson oil.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So I hear what you're saying, and you're right on the
So
money
is Rick
there.
Simpson oil, is that the THC?
Yes, sir. Hi.
Is Rick
Yep.
Simpson
Yep.
oil, is it more of THC or CBD?
Rick Simpson said, "Get the highest THC flower you can find," is what he said.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Because when we first went medical in Colorado, a girl I knew from my bar, her and her ex-husband opened a dispensary, and she hereditarily had breast cancer because it ran in her family. Her sister got it, her mom got it, her grandmother had it, she had it, and she did beat it with making the THC oil out of their dispensary weed. And so I haven't seen her in years, and I wasn't sure which direction the oil had to be in to beat it.
Yeah, man, it's good stuff.
It
Let's
just
see,
needs to
Colorado.
be highly concentrated. It can be made pretty easy too. I would even make it yourself versus the dispensary, because even with some of the ingredients going into some of the dispensary stuff, I wouldn't be quick to trust it.
Well, what
Well,
state?
she
Wait, real quick. When you say dispensary, what state are you talking about?
Well, I'm in Arizona, but me
Ah,
so like it's pretty. They're like there's a lot of dispensaries here, and it's decent quality, but there's been like more and more people that are saying the quality from the dispensary isn't like what it used to be. We don't fuck with the dispensaries. Me and my partner, we grow everything
yeah,
ourselves.
I hear
and
you.
Pamela, that's
So,
why in Colorado I only shop according to is it indica or sativa? Because when we first got started, yeah, people were stepping on strains. For all I knew, they
Can
were
you
just
find a
saying it
sativa
was a
these days?
strain.
They're all hybrids at the dispensary.
Right, right. It's like you don't know how many mixes it's gone through or where it's been. I mean, it's like,
Exactly.
tell me if it's indica or
well,
sativa. I'll tell you if it's
well,
any good, after I
before we
try
get
it.
off of that talk, see, if I go to Colorado, Rick Sentinel's $20 a gram out the door. You can't make it for that.
Is that the same way, like we used to do it this crackhead way where you jam a 20-ounce bottle full of your clippings and then you put a hole in the bottom and a hole in the cap and you blast butane through it and it'll
No,
push.
that's dabs.
Okay, that's your oils that you use for dabs that you're making.
The
So
oil is made directly from actual flour that's basically it's combined with alcohol, and there's some processes depending on which way you make it.
now is that the one with the different bags, like the bubble hash
No,
bags, I guess?
that's hash.
Okay. Yeah, I grew some
Rick,
weed, but I don't know all the different hash and oil processes.
Rick Sentinel is an alcohol. It's a full alcohol extract of the flower.
Exactly. Usually with Everclear or like Bacardi 151.
Yeah, food grade alcohol. And
And that's still
yeah.
what's happening with the butane, because you have to let the butane like evaporate
Well,
off.
but as the part of the process of making the Rick Simpson oil, it's heated and decarboxylated, so it's edible.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you eat it.
Yeah, I had a neighbor back in the Springs that had a master's in chemistry, and he showed me how to make THC cooking oil. He's like, you just make THC cooking oil and then you just put that in whatever you're making. He's like, people are stupid for trying to think of how to cook weed into each different food type. He's like, you just make the THC cooking oil and then just
You can
add
make
that
the
to whatever.
oil, the sugar. I make sugar,
Yeah,
but I can just use an iced tea and whatever. It can go in pretty much anything depending on if you know how to process it.
I like that sugar idea. I haven't had that, but it makes sense.
And that's
But
such a
yeah,
beautiful thing.
he had one of those expensive like the glass heating thing, and it had a little magnet that hovers in the middle and stirs it, like because it was the expensive ones.
I appreciate that we're talking about this topic. I was just gonna say it's a beautiful
Oh yeah,
thing, all the different directions that it can go, all the different uses and all the different forms.
yeah, I agree. It's amazing.
There's true healing power there. I was the soccer mom that never messed with cannabis until I was like 35, and it's keeping me off of all sorts of medications. I don't have to take any pharmaceuticals, and I'm in my like 44, so I'm very blessed, and I would say healthier than most around me.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
amazing.
I don't want to
anti-inflammatory.
reveal my membership card to the Assassins Guild, but whenever I lived in West Virginia as a kid, me and my friends used to uh, what do you call it? We would condense nicotine from cigarettes and like condense it down to where you could shoot a dart of it and hit a frog and it would just give the frog cardiac arrest as soon as it penetrated. Because we had like condensed the nicotine into such a potent form.
Well, that sounds like the opposite of healing.
That's what I'm saying. What was it, a Seagal movie or something where like before he could learn to take people out, he had to learn all the healing herbs and healing arts, and then the dude taught him how to fight like a badass. I think it was a Seagal
Yeah,
movie.
makes sense. Back to that yin and the yang there, the
Yeah,
circle,
it's
the
all
little circle
science.
within the.
Oh, and even though
Yeah,
I
that's good
can't
stuff.
read the chat today, I gotta say this to the chat because it's driving me fucking nuts when I was screaming at the TV from the backstage. Jeep Girl, when you say the sun and the equator and all that, that's globe talk, girl. Like that is more globe talk when you're talking about the Easter equinox and the equator and the sun. Like those are globe things happening. Just so you know. I'm gonna bring all these Discworlders around to this globe shit, man. And then we're gonna march on DC and make change.
Order
Get
of
them, Tommy. Get them.
operations.
Well, yeah, man, all these Oregon and Washington kids that were like setting off fireworks and doing them Rittenhouse riots and shit, they just needed to be in DC. Like, we needed to bus them all to DC.
For what?
I mean, DC is where you want to wreck and burn stuff to change the country. Like,
Oh,
say what you want about January 6th. At least they were in the right place, you know?
but why would you want to change the country?
I don't. I just navigate whatever I'm in. But if they want to, they better leave the weed and the bang bangs alone, at least the land ownership.
I think I'm
See, I
gonna
mean, if
find me a place.
we really pull off the freedom thing, you don't have to change anything. You just live how you want to live and don't interrupt someone else's attempt at that.
Yeah, it seems to be that way, doesn't it?
So, Benton, you said you were somewhat
Yo.
of a conspiracy theorist, right?
Oh, I love conspiracies. Yeah, it's like one of my main hobbies. I love conspiracy theories.
Okay. And the main reason I visit your channel is because it seems like you've studied a lot of spiritual stuff. You're spiritually connected, and I've been studying shamanism since 2012. And the thing
Oh,
I've been
okay.
wanting to ask spiritual people is, do you think there's such a thing as a soul trap after here? Have you heard that theory? The like
Yeah, I'm
soul.
familiar with
Like the
that.
moon
What
soul
do you think
trap.
about that? I mean, anybody that has some feedback, because like that's what I've been doing a lot of spiritual searching lately, and that's been coming up in my feed, and I just wanted to get some enlightened people's opinions about that.
Can I?
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
there could be something to that. It's possible. I can, it's something I think about. I don't. Yeah, I mean, part of the fun is that we really have no way of knowing.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's part of the fun.
Well, to see if you guys have heard what I've heard on the subject, I'm preparing myself to remember to not know how to operate the elevator. Have
So
you
are you
heard that?
saying you're not going to the light, as they say?
Well, no, I heard a take on it where like they give you the memory wipe, they give your soul the memory wipe, and they confront you with whatever deity you were familiar with. Like in this lifetime, I would be seeing the Jesus. But then you get into an elevator and you've got to act like you don't know what to, you just stand there and don't operate it, because if you look at the buttons and hit a button, they're like, oh, we didn't wipe his memory, like because he used the elevator. So you got to remember, when you get in the elevator, if you act like you don't know what to do, you'll come back to the next life with some extra memory from the previous. This is just speaking off the context I heard of the soul trap procedure.
I was just curious. I've been trying to get, pick people's brains about it. I'm my main focus in life is spiritual involvement and making peace with things, and so I was just curious.
No,
Well,
and
you got
that's what
Go
Benton's
ahead.
right, that none of us can know because no one comes back. Like, hey, that death thing, like I did that for a couple years, it came back. Like, we don't know, but I've heard what you're talking about. It's interesting.
Well, do you know that channel, Forever Conscious Research? Is that what we're talking about, Pamela?
Well, There's that one, and then there's the Insanity Machine, which the Insanity Machine debunks forever conscious research. So I haven't
Oh,
gotten to
okay.
that material yet. I originally came across all of y'all debunking the Matt QOC and archaic stuff. That's how I found all of y'all.
Oh, okay, great. That's awesome.
So who are you studying shamanism under? Are you like? Can you tell me
No,
more about that?
no, I mean as far as like from like books and like different
Oh, okay. You
traditions, like
right. Okay.
not necessarily under a shaman, but it's something I've been studying because I felt drawn to that, and then psychedelic mushrooms a couple like since 2012, and I didn't mess with the mushrooms until like last year. But the spiritual path is like it's really like the thing I'm into.
Yeah, I had a lot of paradigm shifts with my different uses of plant medicines and mushrooms. Um, Definitely in the past years, and my first time I like really used cannabis is really when I feel like I got initiated on the quote unquote spiritual path.
Mhm.
Undeniably, I think it's a spiritual tool, and it
Your
can
Mhm.
mic's
also be
getting
used
lighter,
for.
Christos.
Well, I'm about to hop off. I was just gonna say, cannabis can definitely be a shamanic thing. A lot of people don't realize that you can get into visionary states with it, 100%.
Dude,
Yeah, I
back
agree with that.
back when I was like 18, 19 in West Virginia, I remember like creeper weed and some swag weeds that would almost make you hallucinate. And I mean, granted, I was new to weed around then, but still, my weed friends were getting just as high as I was, and I would get like weird visuals of like size proportions would start changing up on me over some of these creeper weeds. I mean,
Mic
THC
check.
is technically classified on some level as a hallucinogen. I mean, you don't always take it in that amount, but it can it can be quantified to that.
Yeah, I've had strong visuals from edibles before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have from RSO oil.
Yeah, that's to me, that's my favorite way. Even when I'm just trying to get high, that's my favorite way to take it is Rick Simpson oil. Sorry, I'm eating. Just bear with me, please.
Hey, what was that stretch of road you were on, Benton?
I'm not exactly
Like
sure. I'm out here in
like while I
what?
was in backstage, it was like a lot of nothing except maybe like a plateau to the left of your screen.
I'm in Colorado, Western Colorado. I'm honestly not even sure.
I was gonna say that's what
North?
it was making me think of. I was like, is he in
Yeah,
Colorado? Because that looks like fucking Castle Rock.
yeah. I'm in Colorado, Cortez, Durango, general vicinity of those places.
Oh, you're way down south. You're kind of close to my land.
Oh, okay, cool.
Are you going up north near Denver?
No, I'm going to Fort Worth. So I'm going to be in Gallup later today. So,
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, if you're ever coming near Denver, like get a free shower or something, you know?
well, you might be able to help me. I'm trying to find a room for rent for cheap, like even just somebody's fucking shack in their backyard. I need to get out of this
I
truck
have
life.
a spare room, Benton. Do you mean like not trucking?
I can't be around people, Tommy. I have to have my own space.
Well, I'm not people. I don't want to be around people either.
No, I can't. I have to have my own space. I don't think you're hearing me.
Well, how much space does that need to
Doesn't
be?
matter who the person is. Well, I live in a big rig, but
So
it's
you're
my own
saying you
space.
want a rental that's just you?
Yeah, but I'm talking about like something I can afford that's just for a couple of months that's just cheap as fuck. Like, dude, literally somebody's shed in their backyard. I'm not exaggerating.
Well, in Denver, the closest to that kind of affordability would be getting over my ass being around the vicinity while you take on a room and
You not
a
hearing
bunch
what I'm
of
saying. I can't be around people.
Yeah, I hear you.
It
I
doesn't
hear you.
matter who the person is.
I hear
Like
you.
I can't like even my mama. Like when I go visit my mama,
Oh,
I
I
stay at a motel.
definitely hear
Like I
that.
stay at a motel, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I
Well, how
have to
many
have
months
my
are you talking?
like 2 months.
Okay, 2 months, Benton. I'll give you the whole place except my bedroom. I'll
Where are
confine
you
myself
gonna
to my
go?
bedroom. I'll
Where are
just
you
stay
gonna
in my
go?
bedroom unless I'm headed out
Uh,
the front door. Because
oh, this is
that's how I used to do college roommates. Like to make sure college roommates went smooth, I would restrict my own living space to just meet them at whatever. Uh, yeah, man, my whole life I've spent like sharing houses and apartments with different types of people. Um, and then coming off the RV thing, I ran into a couple fucked up Craigslist type situations that were also experiences. Um, but yeah, man, for 2 months, if you just want to be in Denver for 2 months, I could probably make you feel nice and alone in my place. Because that's the first thing I worry about when I look for roommates. Whenever I did, is will they leave me alone?
Yeah, I don't
yeah,
like
man.
people either. I get it.
And I mean, there has to be a balance. I don't want people that live with me to feel like they're walking on eggshells. There just has to be that balance of like community, like, hey, how you doing? Or if something's going on, and then just the solidarity of living around each other.
Yep. I hear you, brother. Makes sense to me.
Because I also see ads on social media and Craigslist where people are like, I like my housemates to all be like involved and be like minded and share hobbies. It's like I get that if that's what you can assemble. But yeah, like I hear what you're saying, Benton, because I too like my alone time.
Oh
But
yeah.
the alone time I'm not going to be able to deal with is whenever my dog isn't with me. I can't imagine how often I'll probably like yell for him and then be like, oh yeah. I was I dug up all my phones like since smartphones started. Like every time I got a new one and the old one wasn't shattered or something, I just throw it in a box or a drawer. And I've rounded them all up, kind of having some ideas for like multiple cameras or what you could use old phones for with Wi-Fi. And a bunch of them have like all kinds of old puppy and growing up stuff on it. So I'm glad I charged them all up and checked them out. But that emphasized my concern with outliving my dog.
What's the dog's name? I know I asked before and I forgot.
Camacho.
Oh, that's right. I remembered. Oh, okay. Right when you, yeah, Camacho. That's right.
You just got to remember the president from Idiocracy because that's how he got his
Oh,
name.
and I think there was a boxer. That's how I remember.
There
Hector.
was, yeah. Because some people will ask me if that's who he's named after. I'm like, no. Whenever I got him, I was really into Idiocracy.
Yeah, that's how what our times are becoming is like that movie. It seems like.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
we're there. Yeah, it's here. Yeah.
And I was tossing it up between naming him Camacho or Beef Supreme.
Good old beef supreme.
You know, Beef Supreme was the third Wilson brother.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay,
Yeah.
that's kind. I love that kind of trivia. I had no idea. Interesting.
Yeah, in hindsight, I wish I had introduced myself to these panel streets. I should have just came in as not sure.
Yeah, I love that shit. Yeah, Mike Judge is some kind of a genius on some level for sure. Yeah, love it. Hell,
And
I
I
still love
really
Beavis
do
and
feel like
Butthead.
the couple at the beginning. Like, I mean, I'm not
Oh,
married or anything, but when I think about like having a kid in this day and age, yeah, I feel like that couple at the beginning that just put it off and have all the reasons not to.
yeah, man. I think a lot
Benton,
of
did you?
people. What's up?
Oh, I'll wait. Go ahead.
No, no, it's okay. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask you, did you see the rest of Paul's show yesterday with
I don't think so.
Juliana and Patricia? I was going to pick your brain and see what your thoughts were about that. It got pretty intense last night.
No, I had to go to sleep. I wish I could have caught that, but I had to go to sleep, unfortunately. See, I'll probably go back and watch it at some point. I wonder what happened. I don't know anything about it.
Well, both of the daughters came on, and it was quite revealing, and there was definitely some tempers that flared, and I hope some good come out of it. I think there was a lot of projection going on amongst the panelists about some of their personal issues being projected on the two girls, but it
Ah,
was definitely some food for thought and definitely some worth looking over.
okay.
Yeah, it was
Chris,
definitely interesting. I watched a lot of it last night. Um, Lou was getting really triggered. His
Mm-hmm.
daughters, not so much. Uh, Z was
Oh,
kind
it
of
was Lou
being over
Bass's
the
daughters?
top.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Z was getting a little over the top at times, but that's
Mm-hmm.
how he does it. Um, definitely some awkward moments there, it seemed. But I think it was definitely revealing as well to the dynamics of Lou and his family for what it's worth and what they show online.
I also feel with some of the people that are long time Paul panels, I feel like the 7 or 8 months Paul had his panel before all this incorporation started, like with some people like Lubass, it's like some of their traits and personality were built through the first 7 months of just being on the Paul panel. And now, whenever we're talking about projections and aspects of people, with some of them, it's like, yeah, that is something they developed just from being on that panel. I've even seen things in myself that came from the long term interaction.
It makes sense.
yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I'm going into Indian territory now. Navajo Indian.
Pamela, do you have any Native American in you?
My grandma was a Cherokee.
Right on.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
my
was just
mom's dad
curious
is
with what you brought up
half
earlier.
Cherokee. Yeah.
I really
But
only am prejudiced against the Apaches if I was back in that timeline.
Yeah, man. I
yeah,
like a
I've
lot
Like,
of
always felt like tied to Native American culture. I guess I feel like in a past life I was like a medicine woman in Lemuria. I don't know if a lot of people take their experiences from psychedelics very seriously, but I had some
Oh
flashbacks
yeah.
that would lead me to believe that. And it's been like it integrated with my whole life and everything I'd been interested in and still interested in. And so it's I wish I would have learned more about my Native American heritage when my folks were alive, but I didn't, given that there was a lot of trauma and addiction, a lot of darkness going on, and I just wanted to get the hell away from there. So I didn't really investigate that much, and they're not in this realm anymore, so I can't really go and find out more about it.
there's also the tendency of like America's mind state to just reflect like all native tribes were just fucking angels with no wrongs until the white man came with gunpowder and ships. It's like there's all kinds of layers to it. It's like the ship faring gunpowder using countries, the first one to find this land would have taken it if those tribes were not willing to like catch up in some way. Like not that they'd have to deny their spiritual beliefs and shit like that, but just to try and totally deny the advancement the world was going through. It's like you were gonna rub your tribes out just in that aspect alone. Like once these raiders from distant lands are showing up on the regular, you if you're not gonna beat them, you've got to somehow integrate. But yeah, the original Mexico border wall was Mexico giving free land to white people so they could get hit by the Apaches before the Apaches came further south into Mexico.
That's interesting. I never knew that.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
The Apaches had no set land. They just traveled and pillaged. They were like the Vikings of Native Americans. And I can only think, like, our country was settled by like psychopathic rednecks forging west from the East Coast. But I also can only imagine what kind of shit the natives would do. If you've ever seen that Western movie with Thomas Jane, where they wrap him up in a cow skin and leave him hanging like 3 feet above a campfire. And the little girl they find hiding in the woods is talking about how she just wanted him to stop screaming. Like she just hid in the woods, covering her ears, and she just wanted him to stop screaming because of how long it took him to die. And when they find him, he's like pressing his face like he's already dead, but he had his face pressed against the crack in the cow skin, just trying to like get whatever air and screaming out he could. Yeah, man, that's getting medieval on people.
Yeah, it sounds torturous.
Yeah, take all the Bible stuff that Christianity wrote about hell, and there's lots of people throughout the generations that have far exceeded those ideas and put men through it. And now we live in a time where in dark corners that no one knows about, the government can keep your body alive for all kinds of torture that you wish you could die from.
Yeah, that's true.
It's eerie. You know, I mean, this could even get into what Pamela was saying earlier about afterlife traps of some sort with what they're doing with technology
Mm-hmm.
and the cloud and building these digital spaces.
Upload on
You,
Amazon, the series.
oh, okay. A TV series on Amazon
Mm-hmm.
basically about
Mm-hmm.
this.
It's exactly what it's about.
It's about time they release something to show us even more what they're coming with. I mean, we've heard people talking about it within these communities, basically creating like a
Dude, I don't
artificial
know if it's me, but I'm losing
digital
Christos.
realm. Are you guys losing me?
I can
I
hear
can't
you,
hear you.
but
Let
your
me see
mic's
if
a
I can
little
turn it.
low.
Hmm. Well, Ben. Well, I know
Yeah, it's
Ben's
better.
driving, so never mind. I don't know what that. I don't know what's going on. Uh, I can go in and change my settings if I need
No,
to.
you're a little bit better now. I turned mine up some more.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah. So like, they want to trap us in the cloud, right? These digital spaces, this artificial, the whole quote unquote metaverse thing, uh, soul traps, soul lures. And then I guess that gets into the word magic we've all heard probably before about solar system, the soul luring system. It's all there, and you know, the Gnostics talking about don't go to the white light.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense with how inverted everything is. So, and then some people say don't make a choice, like do that hidden third option, don't pick either. But in a sense, if you're not going into the light, you're technically by default staying in the dark. It's not like there's
Yeah,
like a dark
to
hole and
not
a
make a
black hole,
choice
right?
is a choice. Like if you're
Exactly.
choosing to not choose, you've chosen.
But isn't that how we get the entities in the astral realm? Aren't they discarnate? Like people that maybe chose not to? I don't know.
Well, we don't know.
Ooh. There's a lot
But
to be
we
discovered. Yeah.
and I've also heard with the whole metaverse like uploading your consciousness, I've also heard that used in the context of if we were going to get into this serious deep space faring, like travel for study, you'd want like a digital consciousness on a ship rather than a physical body that's aging and breaking down, you know?
That's deep. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the whole space exploration stuff either, though.
Well, I still need to bring some of you over to the whole we've been out there and sent devices out there thing, because some of those devices have come back and cleared the atmosphere to land and be damaged.
Wait, what? You got like
But
rockets or
but also
drones?
like besides the consciousness upload, you guys have seen the two brother mice that they have where one of them's all gray and aging and the other one looks like he's a fresh new mouse. Like they're really close to stopping what makes our cells break down and do the aging to death thing. But I'm wary of that as well because of course there's the passage in the Bible that says they'll long for death and death will not come for them. But also like just the meaning in our lives is because we're accustomed to like, yeah, you get 75-ish years, give or take, and that's what gives meaning to how you spend them. And what if you will just live until something kills you? I don't know what humans will be like that in that condition. I just realized we lost Benton. We lost Benton at the right time. No, I'm not gonna.
Well,
He knows who he is. He's sitting in the back. He heard what I said on Lawrence. That's all I got to say about it.
I'm glad you hopped on, Tommy. I know I've called you a weirdo on some of the past couple of chats, but I'm enjoying this conversation. That you're.
Dude, I've always liked you, Christos. I was just navigating what I knew was going on, and I like to see that it's working itself out. Like
It is.
even Jack, man, Jack's like a whole new man. He's saying fresh
Brian
shit that
O'Shea,
pertains to
ladies
who he's
and gentlemen.
talking to. Evening,
Hey,
Paul.
What's up,
how's
Hey,
it
brother?
going? How's it going, Pamela? Good to see you
hey,
again.
Jay. Good to see you. How'd your sets go?
Oh, the sets went good. Well, the room was a bad set and setting. Like so it really wasn't set up for success, but I'm happy with kind of how I navigated it because at least in that environment I attacked and like it pissed me off because afterwards one of the I don't know if he's a comedian, he must have been a comedian, but afterwards he's like, "Oh, don't worry about it" or whatever. And it's like, don't worry about what? That you guys don't know how to run a fucking mic and set up an environment where people can succeed. Like, so that'll happen every now and again where it's just like impossible to fucking do well on stage. But
What was this
whatever.
place?
What was
Was
it?
it
It
an
was an open mic.
but this is a place that calls itself a comedy club and they had like sound issues and shit?
No, it was like a bar, but you get a lot of at open mics. You'll get them at bars or restaurants or fucking. So it's kind of like a restaurant bar type thing in like a back room setting. But they'll just
Is
fucking.
it open mic like you could do a guitar solo or anything you want to do?
Just comedy at this one.
Okay.
So Pamela, I need to clarify something with you.
What's up?
You're very petite, right?
Yeah.
You know where I'm going with
Where's
this, right?
where's this going?
I mean, it's usually
know where
how
this
a
is
frame
going.
develops off estrogen. With less testosterone, more estrogen, the frame will develop more petite.
Right, but what? But speaking of her frame, it's a disproportional. She's very petite, but then what's going on there? Is this something you purchased or what's going on?
I'm not going to
Does,
answer
does
that. I
it?
can't win with that.
Yeah. Does
No,
it
I
matter?
understand what's going on because she is a skinny woman that got it in the chest. I'm a skinny dude that got it in the groin. I know it's just a
Like
thing
I
that
used
happens.
to be overweight and I lost a lot of weight. I don't know what to tell you. I used to be 100, almost 100 pounds overweight, and I dropped it a few years ago. But
Oh, okay, that
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense. So if you got
Those
some
testicles will
leftovers,
hang out after weight loss like that.
okay, yeah, because I just wasn't because it's more of like a psychological thing too. Because I didn't know, like Howard Stern would talk about it. Like if a girl has an operation, then she's like a fun girl. She's like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, so I'm just wondering. So it sounds to me more like it's a natural thing, but I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm just, you know how I roll though.
I'll let you think whatever narrative suits you. You know, whichever suits your fancy. It doesn't matter to me. You know.
Right, right. I hear you. I hear you.
My ex-girlfriend had been a ballerina as a kid, and she was flat-chested, and she got implants to have like the smallest bra-sized tits you can have. Like she just got enough implants to not be ballerina flat-chested.
So Pamela, do you got a? Oh my God, I don't know. I was gonna say, do you have a booty to match your boobs? But I'm not gonna ask that.
I'm not going there.
No, we're not gonna go there. I didn't go there. That's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna go there. That's what I was saying. I'm not. I had a thought, but I didn't go there. I wasn't. I didn't.
And
You know what
yet
I mean?
you did, Brian O'Shea. You know, there was an Instagram model. She died under the knife for the butt implants. I don't know if it was the anesthesia that did it, but somehow when she was getting surgery for butt implants, she didn't live through it.
Jeep Girl says, so cringe, Brian. Gosh. Well, now that we got that out of the way, we got Tommy here, we got Benton, we got Pamela. Seems
Yeah,
like
but Ben's being quiet.
Here's the thing, Brian. Here's the thing. You are good at making cringe work for you, but that doesn't go good with when you try and swing your dick about it. Like, don't get up on these panels and like swing your dick and try and just ride the cringe, kind of like Moose-esque, you know, the way Moose is playing into the lame sauce. I think you do better like that.
yeah, thanks, Tommy. For,
Hey man, I know your memory's short, everybody's is, but my early days on the Unslaved panel, I was breaking down some stand-up basics for you because I do have like I grew up on stand-up. I've always side wrote what I would do. I just don't go attempt it. So I feel you on the stand-up, bro.
well, let's look at Pamela's picture there. Wow, that's a great picture you got for your audio avatar there, Pamela. So what do you get into, Pamela? Where are you at? What do you do with your life? Married? You got kids? What's your situation?
I see where this is going.
All right. Well, it's been fun. I came up here to flirt with Pamela a little bit. She's incognito.
Dude,
Just
you saw the chesticles. Do you think you're the only one that's cruising up her, hitting her with the small talk?
Okay. Let's clear something up right here and now. I've heard twice today that like something about me and romance and all this nonsense. I have a partner. I'm in love.
Yeah, you did mention a partner already.
Not interested. I'm looking to connect with highly spiritual people because that's my divine purpose, and so I want to meet people with the same goal.
Awesome.
No, simple as that. And that's why I find myself here on Benton's channel because he's respectful and like I'm not here to flirt, you know. I'm just here to connect with people and like talk about soul shit, you know. I don't
And
really care about
Pamela, if we had to explain Brian O'Shea to you, I'd say you got here late. You know who you're
Shay's
dealing with.
awesome. Like Shay's
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah,
He
but
makes me
like
laugh. Don't get me
you
wrong.
know
but
this is coming. As soon as you walked in with those chesticles, you knew Brian was on the prowl.
I've heard it before. It's all right.
did you call me Shay?
Yeah. Oh, Shay.
Oh, she got a little pet name for you.
So
Now, let me give you this angle, Brian. Remember this angle this time. You don't always have to weasel the partner out. You can just be a pleasing third wheel, and it can just be a nice tricycle instead of fighting over who's the two wheels. So try and like co-create with this partner.
Yeah, great. Fuck, I had something I was gonna go. I don't know. You were talking about your partner. You're talking about you being in love. What else did you? You said you're happily married. You're not interested in flirting with anyone.
Oh, well, no, I'm not married. That's not really my jam. I'm more into like this, like my kid's grown, and so now I'm just in the process of reinventing myself and like trying to sort my spiritual shit out. And that's how I found all you guys. I stumbled across Quantum of Conscious and Matt and all those people, and then Chalk Body Outline, and now here we are.
Awesome.
Yeah. I'm just looking down in chat for a second. Oh, Jessica Jane put my link down to my channel. I appreciate that, Jessica. Provo Kid says, focus on being funny, not spitting game in every panel with a female. Okay, Provo Kid, people are giving advice.
But if you
Shane.
are going to spit game, make sure you have game to spit.
Oh, shots fired.
Well,
Right. Spit
you
the
missed-
game, don't swallow it. This guy says, O'Shea's jug drunk. I don't know what that means. Jug drunk, like I'm drinking out of a jug of whiskey. I don't know what he means by jug drunk.
You're titty drunk. You're titty
Play on
drunk.
words.
Oh, jug, like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Jug drunk. Okay. Drunk on breast milk. Anyways, you guys seem like a lot of fun. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really interested in this relationship that Pamela's got with her man there. Completely monogamous. They don't think about other people. He especially doesn't think about other people. When he's at the store, when he's out hiking, he doesn't look around. He just thinks of Pamela all the time.
He can look. He always comes home to me. That's all that matters. I see beauty in men and women, and you know.
Bam.
Yeah, but maybe maybe there's a nice woman that you find attractive, and you know that you might get a little excited thinking about watching him and her kind of have a little fun together. You know what I mean?
No, I'm a little bit more pure than that. I am not operating out of my lower chakras. Like
You
some
know,
of
No,
the
but I'm saying,
You go.
but I'm
girl.
saying like if you put yourself in a man's position from his point of view, you know what I mean? You know he's looking around. So like from your point of view, if you understand that, okay, here's this beautiful woman, you know, we're getting to know her. Like, why not? Why not introduce her to your kind of situation a little bit? Why would that, especially if it makes him happy? Like, why? Even though you want to be kind of more Puritan, what if he has some more carnal desires that he'd like to explore?
Because society has struggled with trying to
See,
make
that's
that
the
work.
thing is I'm with
Never
someone that
will do.
isn't like that, you know. I did my work and like picked a good one, you know.
So you're saying he doesn't look at, we already admitted that he might look at other women, but maybe he has a desire to explore a connection with them deeper than just talking to them or looking at them. And
Well, he won't be doing it with me. That's for damn sure.
well, yeah, but what if he's willing to? What if he just wants to talk about it with you? What if he's having these ideas and he can't even talk about it with you because you have an opinion like that where he better not do it with me, so he can't even talk about this shit with you now.
No.
Well, the thing, like, I understand Paul's take on the polygamy thing when he's talking about it, but the one thing I've always wanted to ask him is people don't understand there is no 100% way to have sex and not risk an STD, and then you could bring that STD back to your polygamy partner. That's the only context I've never heard anybody ever ask him about whenever he's talking about the polygamy. Like, even if a couple agrees to bring people in or have an open relationship, you still risk like giving each other some kind of funk.
I just think the polyamory thing is a cop out for people who don't want to really go the distance with a partner and grow and evolve. I
Right.
mean, I can go get something from A, and then if A doesn't do it for me from B, then C. But what are you really doing other than like messing with people's souls? I'll pass on that.
Yeah, and that ballerina chested girl I was talking about, we were an open thing. And the only thing we clashed about was I was like, listen, I don't care if you want to be alone with the dude, but if you don't want me in like screaming range, that's what I have concern about. Like, what if something goes down where you change your mind or he flips the script and I'm not around? Like, it's not about you getting somewhere you want to get it. Like, I know I can go out and get some and not have to worry about the consensuality aspect. Like, don't you at least want me within earshot to come wreck a dude if I have to? And yeah, man.
Hey, Pam, how tall are you?
That don't matter.
I'm guessing you're between 5'6" and 5'8",
That's true. I'll give you that.
and you weigh between.
I'm not answering that.
No, I'm guessing. I'm throwing out a guess. You weigh between 120. You weigh around between 120 and 130.
God damn, Oshia, how do you not work at any given theme park right now?
Yeah.
I'm pretty accurate,
You're
right,
good,
Pamela?
you're a good guesser. You're pretty accurate.
I had to add
There's
about
also
5-10
a
pounds
person
for
here.
the visual. How's your back doing with those juggernauts? How's your lower back
She's
doing?
doing,
You got any lower back
she's doing
issues?
material. She's doing material.
Lucky me.
Yeah, she's the material that I'm doing.
Oh Lord.
Hey, do you own a motorboat, Pamela?
Seeing it coming. Seeing it coming. Whenever you went with the back pain, I was like, oh, motorboat's on
Oh
the
good
way.
Lord.
You're a hack, Oshia. This titty game, you're a hack right now. You know what a hack is, right, Oshia? It's using
Well-
material that you think people will laugh at without actually applying a humor to it. The reason I get so offensive when I make jokes is because I'm one of those, if I was a stand-up comedian, I'm the type that isn't trying to make the audience laugh. I'm trying to make other comedians laugh. And that's what usually offends audiences.
Hey, Pamela, I don't know why you let Tommy in this bedroom with us during this intimate time right now. It's kind of
This
really.
is a trucking
Throwing me off a
camper
little bit.
sleeper. We're all crammed in here, Oshia. It's very uncomfortable. Apply some
But,
underarm deodorant next time.
Pamela likes my little funk. She's into that. She likes a little funk, not a lot, just a little funk.
But me
Anyway.
and Benton and possibly Christos are still crammed in this sleeper unit with you. It's my turn to drive, Benton. Please
Uh-oh.
crack a window and switch places.
Yeah, get out of the camper area. Go drive. Whatever you gotta do, just get out of this room with me and Pamela. All right, now Pamela. Where was I going? Oh yeah. So we're on a property, right, Pamela? That's where we're all moving in this world. We're eventually going to be like homesteader type communities on properties. You kind of envision that direction we're going in?
Some of us are already headed
Not
that
if
direction,
BlackRock has their way.
not with y'all.
Right. Maybe not with me. You might not end up as your mate. You know what I mean? You're not sleeping with me in the same tent. You don't have to do that, but we have the same sort of mentality where we're going to be in communities on some sort of land with water and growing shit and raising families and schooling and homeschooling. You kind of envision all that type of stuff.
I think the drones will be out patrolling for those communities because the green movement says this land goes
Tommy,
back to the
I
nature
asked
and
Pamela, not you, Tommy. I was talking to Pamela.
well, she already shot down like the overall goal you're going for. And then I'm following up with the homesteads are going to have these challenges in the future because I plan on taking those challenges on.
No, she said she's she's going in that direction, just maybe not on the property that I'm on. Is that correct,
Yeah,
Pamela?
so
Kind of going in
I
that
think
direction.
we all read that one loud and clear.
like Benton, I don't really like people, so whatever homestead I end up on, it'd be close but far away from people.
Right, but I mean, we're in a time where we got to start making alliances. Like we got to start choosing sides, choosing a
Nope.
community to sort of
Nope.
align with for safety reasons.
Nope. You can just stay white and die. Like the principal from Lean on Me. Only he was black. He said, I ain't got to do shit but stay black and die. And remember Oshia in my early days on the Unslaved when I talked about my off-grid shit and everybody came at me with how I was going to get killed by the government and stuff? I was like, I wasn't going to live forever in the first place, guys. Like, I'll just die doing my thing on my land and I don't have to go through every precaution. I just need to go out like that, doing what I want to do.
I mean, Tommy, why do you feel the need to interject so much in this conversation? You see, me and Pam are kind of going somewhere. You just can't shut
but
the fuck up.
my time ticking in this physical reality is at stake this time. I'm usually not on the panel with you, with my exile from the Unslaved show. So I usually don't end up on the same panel with you. And now that my time is at stake along with this respectable woman's, I have to do my duty as a stand-up man and put the block on you, put the forearm to your advances. Like Oshia, you're that meme where the dude's walking with the girl, but he's turning and looking at the other girl. You're that meme for every girl you pass. And there doesn't have to be a girl with you. You're just turning your head back at every female you pass.
All right,
I
so
was
Pam,
like that. I was like that when I was 17.
all right, let's get back to the conversation here, Pamela, where you agree that you're kind of moving towards that homesteading, even though you might not want to be. And I understand you. Like I kind of envision that too, where I'm on a homestead type thing, but I still want to have my alone, like away from people, because I get fucking freaked. I don't like being around people so much either. You know what I mean? Their energies. I like to at least have the ability to go completely by myself, like go somewhere completely where I could get peace if I need it, peace within my own mind without having to hear people's thoughts and energies. And you know what I mean?
Should have said that when I was knocking on you for car life. You're like, no, Tom, I want to be by myself. I want to be able to drive this car, go be by myself. You want to be a fucking Mormon, Oshia. The polygamous thing? Come on.
All right. Having said that, Pamela, but we are on a piece of property, right? And we are going to be around the fire together. We're going to be raising each other's kids. How you have children, Pamela?
My kiddo's is grown. I'm beyond that.
Probably more successful than Oshia. Your kid is probably like exceeding Oshia for citizenry.
I wouldn't say that. She's discovering herself and doing what she needs to, but I'm in a phase of my life
Stand
where
by my
kids
point. I still
aren't an
say
issue.
she's exceeded Oshia.
So, gosh, I can't get fucking congruent thoughts going. Tommy just keeps fucking Jesus Christ.
That's light side. That's light side, Oshia. Recognize.
Can't get any fucking flow going. You just can't read the room, you fucking dumbass.
No, the room will not allow your devil flow, your shaitan flow. Get behind me, shaitan flow.
All right, so we're on the property, right, Pamela? You're on your property. I'm on my property. But even on your property,
half of this semi is mine, just off of the words of an
Oh, good
autistic
Lord.
driver, right?
Where did Benton go?
He's letting me regulate
You
the
left me
semi.
alone with you guys? Oh Lord.
I'm about to exit out of here and just leave you alone with Tommy. Just to
He put
watch
the
you guys
semi in my name
stumble
in
about
case
together.
the tax man came after him, and he also saw events like this as advantageous. So I see what he was doing. He was ahead of the game. I didn't see this till it was happening, but he's beyond his means. You know, he's a smarter man than we'll know. Oshia, remedial as always.
You having
Oshia,
fun, Pamela?
there's a place where everybody knows your name that you can do this much more efficiently. And Pamela will be there sometime. All right? Not on this truck. Not on this semi, my dude. We are a tandem autistic semi team. And Benton does the driving. I do the onload, offload, and I get my share of the lot lizards. And you just can't stifle this, my dude. It's like a match made in trucker heaven.
Razvan 2220 says, can tell Charm is the only tool under his belt and worked for O'Shea. How about work on meet a single lady, bro? Dead air, folks.
Yo, toilet
LOL.
bowl. Which do you think is worse, toilet bowl? Dead air folks or gossip folks, like the Missy Elliott song? Is it better to dead air or gossip air?
NJ Jeep Girl says he let his cats piss all over the house. I pretty much stopped listening to him at that point. Who's she talking about? Talking about you, Tommy?
No, my cats have always respected me enough not to piss all over the house. I've had awesome cats.
Bad Barney No Bullet says, I don't remember that, but Thomas, next time, please brush your tooth when all packed in the sleeper.
Do I look like I know I'm building a homestead in Colorado, but do I look like building a homestead in Colorado? Please.
Provo Kid says, O'Shea, thirsty. Polygamy is
I
bad
can't
for
talk like
society.
Benton
It's this
or
way.
Christos that keeps popping in and out.
Polygamy is mega gay, says Stephen David.
Well, the gayest thing you can do is have sex with a woman. I know that.
She's pretty quick, O'Shea. You better tread lightly, or she may bust out the humiliation rituals on you. What are the humiliation rituals, Pamela, that you might bust out on me?
Why would I do that though? Like, you're just having fun, like, like, it ain't that deep.
He also is a walking, talking humiliation ritual.
No irony in that statement, Tommy.
Well, no, there isn't, because if we really had to go back over the impossible footage, the DL joke to me is, with the exception of leaning into some of the reindeer games, all I've ever been doing is just adulting among these panels and being ridiculed for it.
So I'm 48, Pamela. How old are you?
I'm in my 40s. Younger than you.
How old's your daughter?
I'm not even going there. I know what you did with I know about the whole Juliana thing. We're not.
Your daughter doesn't have a channel similar to Juliana's, does she?
No. Thank goodness. Her channel's fine. Her channel's awesome, by the way. I don't know why everyone was all getting bent out of shape about that yesterday, but yeah. And if I did have a channel, my daughter did have a channel, I certainly wouldn't tell y'all. No offense.
Right. I mean, if you had a channel where you're wearing bikinis and thongs, I mean, why would we? Yeah, it's not even, just because Juliana's got a thong on and a bikini. Why is that guy's got to just, oh my gosh, like, you don't see that at beaches all over? Why is it got to be a big thing?
Dude, she's wearing a shirt and you're walking in here like it's a big thing.
Yeah, great observation, Tommy.
You did your daddy thing where you say, great stuff. No, it was very logical, Oshia.
Very good.
You tried to pass off string bikinis when you're going gaga over a woman in a blouse. Dude, you do not want me to come heckle your shit, Brian. I will career change your ass.
Pamela, I really don't like when you laugh at Tommy's comments.
Brian, I think we could find like our duo like this, man. I think we
Yeah,
could
but
do
that
some
would
kind
be
of
funny to
duo
see
thing.
y'all go at it though. Like,
Well, Pamela, I'm always trying to figure out what the other person was when the comedy duos were a straight man and a this. And that's how you have who's on first type bit.
What do you mean you'd like to see us go at it, Pam? You'd like to see me and Tommy
Like-
argue or fight?
yeah, like if Tommy was talking about heckling you at a show. I'd like to see y'all like bounce back like that. That'd be
We got an
hilarious.
emergency pre-broadcast here. Startup. I just started because I checked in for some reason on Benton, and there's a filthy slave over here that needs to be wrangled. How dare you insult Brian O'Shea and his career and say you're going to end his career when you've never started a career Aluma slavery?
Oh shit.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, I thought I gave you the out, Paul, that
Hey,
it
how
wasn't
was
about
that broadcast you did with Lauren? It seemed to go really good.
it wasn't about what that broadcast did. I made it very clear on these streets that after that broadcast I was
You're a
over
complete
this shit.
embarrassment. Yeah, I agree.
No, I like the way it went. I'm like
Right.
the way you see me giving Moose props for the way Moose is navigating things. Like the Lauren show went great for me. Like I was sitting there like I gave her that moment of like,
Hey, do
Lauren,
you
you're
ever
really
plan on doing
you're really gonna
anything-
try and flip
Do
this
you
over to
plan on doing anything with your life noteworthy?
Paul. I've told you as long as you've known me
Right,
that I'm
okay, I
fucking
thought-
rich.
Complete failure. All right, I'm gonna go start my regular broadcast, and then maybe I'll pop in later with Benton, and we'll work together when you're not here, because you are something special, huh? Bless your heart. And I'd love to love you and work with you, but you're a demon creature. I mean, if you come on camera every single time, even the other day with your 90s streetwear, you looked like a Voldemort creature. Okay, and your presentment was, as always, addled and inferior. So I would, encourage you to work on that. for your
I
own good.
don't. Well, I mean, noted, Paul, but don't lose any
Also,
brain
stop
space
using
over
all
wearing
my
that.
lingo to disparage me. It's embarrassing for you. All right.
I was on this
Thanks,
I was on
O'Shea.
this globe
Sabrina,
first,
Pamela,
so I
Matt,
was using these words 10
I'll see
years
you
before you
later.
were even
All right.
a nut out of your father's dick.
Yeah. See, Pamela, you get what you asked for. You said you'd like me and Tommy to go at it, and then, see, Pamela, you like the drama. You like men fighting. You like it's like an old school archetypal thing. The two men fight. Whoever wins the fight, they get to make love to you, right? Is that the type of thing you're?
That's the funniest thing I heard all day.
Pamela, you got to quit with the laughter when I come at you with this creepy stuff. It's confusing to me in the audience. I mean, because they're like, she's just laughing because she's scared. You could tell her laugh is like out of fear. And
Right,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm so scared over here.
Now, you know where we might relate, Brian O'Shea? In life, like when I was younger and still interacting with women.
Pamela, why can't you tell Tommy to shut the fuck up and let a real man talk? Why do you got to like placate to this
She's
bullshit?
letting a real man
You know
talk.
there's a
O'Shea.
real
I want
man
to
in
see
the
if you.
room.
I want to
Why are you
see
gonna let
what your
Tommy
take
be a
is
fucking
on it.
bitch? When me and you could fucking go somewhere and have conversations about polyamory, even if you're not into it, at least the audience could get something from a conversation about it. Why are you gonna let Tommy fucking interject and not call him out? Why do you gotta
Because she
fucking
respects me asking you a question,
Well,
O'Shea. She
I'm
hears
not
that I'm
either
asking you
one
a
of
question.
y'all's mamas, so I wouldn't be calling either one of you out, and it's not
But I'm
my
just saying, when
level.
you fucking laugh at his dumb fucking shit, when you're just like Tommy, how about like I'm telling him to
She
shut the
laughs
fuck
at
up,
your dumb
but you're
fucking
encouraging
shit.
his
Don't get
behavior by
mad.
you not saying shut the fuck up.
I
Don't you
laugh
see
at
that?
I laugh at both of y'all's stuff because this is an awkward position for me. I came here to talk about spiritual shit, and I have like dick being thrown at me. I like
No,
like
you're
Hey,
misinterpreting what I'm
not a
doing.
lot of dick.
I
Don't
am.
worry, Pam. I don't think a lot of dick is being thrown at you in any way.
I'm just
I am the spiritual
metaphorically-
person, and sex is wrapped up in that. You just don't fucking see it. I use sex as a way to get to spirituality. Isn't that what men do? Isn't that what positive men use sex to
You're
get to
right.
emotion?
You're right. You
Women
use
use
sex, and
emotion.
none of us see it.
You got
So,
this
Brian,
beta fucking bitch. Even fucking Benton should just drop him and fucking
dude, I am
understand what would be a
Sigma
better
as fuck.
conversation. Do we need
I am
Tommy
Sigma
interrupting
as fuck,
this
bro.
conversation with this woman? If this woman doesn't want to talk to me, she could fucking say it. You don't need Tommy
I
fucking interjecting every 2 seconds.
both of you are fine. Like Shay, like asked some thought, or O'Shea asked some thought provoking questions, and then, Tommy, I don't know you well, but out of the interactions I've seen and had with you, this has been like the best one. I don't know any of you guys. I've been around the panels, but I'm new to all this. This is like a new experience for me.
Yeah, because
Well, you're
Jessica
doing
says,
fine.
why you got to tell Pamela what to do? Because if she were to tell Tommy, shut the fuck up, I want to talk with O'Shea primarily, that would fucking be something. But she's showing her colors that they just like everyone else. She wants to talk spirituality. No, she doesn't. She wants fucking drama. Spirituality and good conversation is where we were going. Tommy's just a fucking dumbass interjecting fucking nonsense, fucking up the flow. And if she can't recognize that, then that's on her. And I don't want to talk to her either then. If she can't fucking read the room and see that there's something better in our conversation.
Benton, I know we usually stop the truck to let people off, but just in Brian's case, I think he can just jump.
I'm so lagged out, man. It's just, I can barely even hear you guys.
All right, just do your thing.
Well, I do better with people, I guess, one-on-one or something, because I'm not trying to offend either of you gentlemen. I don't know you well enough to even to go there.
But if you can't see that Tommy's a fucking dumbass, then you might have to work on some shit.
I've seen, like, I get that, but like I'm not going to be mean to anybody, it's not in my spirit to be mean to anybody. Like, that's not me.
Well, maybe it needs to be introduced. Maybe it needs to start being mean to fucking retards.
I want to see if Christos is walking in here with a solution to this current issue.
No, I just came in here to say that this is really cringy, almost to a detriment for you, O'Shea. And it gets to a point where it's like, okay, it was funny at first, but now it's just pathetic.
Yeah, remember like
You
the
do the
early
champagne
days of
beat
your
that Paul's
Alley
always talking
saga?
about.
You just drop the same line on Alley every day, day after day, and then right when it started to piss everybody off, you actually fucking somehow pulled some crazy shit out.
Yeah, Christos, you're just kind of you can be cool sometimes, but you're just like a simp bitch sometimes. You're just being a little fucking bitch right now. You're just a little fucking hoe. So you go fuck yourself, you little bitch.
If it was
Toilet bowl with a
act,
couple
it would
of
be funny, but I can tell this is like legitimately at times.
Yeah, you're just a bitch. You're just a bitch. You're gonna side with Tommy, you fucking dumb hoe, when we could have a legit
You're always
conversation.
overcompensating.
Well, that
You're just
was
a fucking
rude.
bitch. You want to play both sides, Christos. You're just a bitch. You want to fucking play the bitch, and then you want to fucking act like a
I'm
man
just
sometimes.
dynamic.
No, you're just a bitch. Dynamic. You're just a hoe going against a real man. Well, you have fun with Tommy here, Christos. Keep going back to whatever you're doing before I came here, like it wasn't fucking better when I showed up.
We will. You run on back to that other show now, Brian O'Shea. You know that other show started up. You can go on back here now.
All right, have fun, guys. I'll see you later.
Yep, see you there. See you.
Talk to you later. Brian O'Shea, ladies and gentlemen.
Holy fuck.
Back for the moment. I don't know how long that'll last, but yeah, I usually err on the side of not kicking people out. So that includes Tommy, but then that means we end up with O'Shea also. So
no, I didn't say kick him out. I said when he left on his own, we're not going to stop the semi like we usually do for
the other panel.
Just push him out.
It's all good.
Hey, Christos, you ever seen that meme of a person? It's like a drawn cartoon person, like taking a shoulder out of a moving car, and it says, "When the driver plays country music."
I I don't know if I've ever seen that one, to be honest. Hmm. No, I don't know if I'm sure which one you're talking about. I can't see it in my head.
Yeah, that's all good.
Does it? Well, yo, you know what some of my favorite memes are? The feels meme guy, and all the variations of him that have kind of like come out of that feels meme. If you know what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
you're talking about
Like,
Wojak. That's Wojak.
yes, that's what I
Yeah.
meant. Yes, thank you. Right. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. All like the different like variations that have been made of him ever since. Like this whole internet thing and how memes play into it, it can really be a fun thing sometimes. It can get really bizarre. And it's like people become living memes on YouTube, like Jack Talcott or like Brian O'Shea to a certain degree. People start embodying these different archetypes and characteristics, and it
Christos.
almost becomes like a real time meme, a
I
live
gotta
meme.
stop you.
Yeah.
I gotta stop you before you ignore the fact that, like, I heard it straight from EBT that someone on what's his name, Jim Bob. Somebody said Illumitami vibes, and Jim Bob went, "Yeah." So don't rule me out of this meme shit.
Oh, I know you're part of it. A lot of us are part of it. Benton's part of it, with what he's done with these different uh pictures that have been edited by Drew or whoever it is that's done it for him. And all the different however you feel about Paul and his community, the thumbnails that he has of Jack Talcott that Michelle Moretti is making are great. Um, some really good, funny things can come out of this, even if they're a little strange at the same
Dude,
time.
my off-grid land will have a framed picture of my the one they did of me when they put my head on Dude, I love that shit. The night I came home from my friend's dead mom and turned on the panel to see that fucking Photoshop of me, I was like, I fucking love it, dude. Like, I stared at it like it was a work of art on the wall. Like, they proportioned it perfectly after I had bitched that they never proportion right, and it all seamed and lined in really good. I don't know where that meth lab background came from. I just loved it all around. I've already ripped it off so that even if his channel got deleted by Susan, I still have it to have it blown up and framed.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I almost thought I was what's his name? George fucking Michael. Like whenever they put me on Hunter Biden's scarf underwear body with those glasses they put on me, I was like, am I supposed to be George Michael? And then I was like, oh, that's the Hunter Biden shit. This is perfect.
Oh my God, they did the Hunter Biden thing to you.
Dude, it's fucking awesome. If you haven't seen it, man, I'll whip it up and like email it to you or something. It
Okay,
was a
I'll
good job.
I'll drop
Because
my email.
back then on Paul's panel, I had raged. Like I showed some of my photoshops I did back in the MySpace days. I was like, you guys can't take 10 fucking minutes to line this shit up, to get proportions right, to actually make it look believable. And then that one they came through and I was like, oh, I take it back. Like I love it. I fucking love it. Dude, here's the thing people don't get. Maybe some of the longest that have been around for my saga get it. I've never really been a Paul hater. Like I've defended myself and taken him on when he wants that, but I've never been completely anti-Paul. I just remember the day that Paul said, Tommy never fucks with me because he likes the camera too much. And that evening I reflected on myself and said, have I not been giving Paul the attention with my bullshit that I should be distributing evenly? So I started fucking with him too. And it all went downhill from there.
Interesting. Yeah, I feel like there's some lore that I missed out on from the months
Dude, and I
of
used
being
to think
on
I
here.
got there before Jack Talcott and doing a little homework on seeing where I came in and shit. Jack Talcott even has been there before me. Even that dude in Ohio that sits in his kitchen, he was there first. fucking Sovereign Soul, blah 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 mind. He was there when I was doing my early introductions. He was already sitting on the panel. But I guess you could say, I don't know if I'm going to roll with this, but today it kind of works out. I guess you could say only my Tommy died. Now he's back. Zombie Tom. He's not trying to hear that bullshit that keeps him away from conversations that don't have to relate to other channels. Need to be catching up with Toilet Bowl and Rusty and some other people to talk about my old school Christianity I've tried to separate from to get my mind straight without the context of mainstream Christianity.
Pamela, do you have a channel? Not to totally overlook what you were saying, Tommy.
No,
But I
no.
just wanted to get that
Um,
out real quick.
No, I don't have a channel yet. I know I want to help and make a difference and provide wisdom, but I don't really I'm new to figuring all that out. I do a lot of affiliate marketing and social media type stuff, but YouTube is a whole new whole new thing for me. And I'm kind of shy, and so these panels and all this it was a bit overwhelming today. Like, I'm not trying to offend anyone, so I
No, you're
guess
fine.
death by firing squad. I guess if I can handle y'all,
No.
I can
Trial
handle.
by fiery crucible, not death by fire. You're just
Oh,
trial by crucible. Pam, you'll be fine.
yeah, it's. But no, I don't have a channel yet. I'm still just figuring things out myself.
Yeah, and you're not going to do it on YouTube because when you say you're new to YouTube, YouTube
Mhm.
is old to YouTube. And my
Yeah,
main
I would
message to
I
all
would probably say somewhere like Rumble or somewhere like that, but we'll see. I haven't made
exactly.
any definitive plans yet.
No, I agree. I've always told these streets that if I do start a channel, it's going to be primary homed in Rumble. I might repost on YouTube, but I would not do a prime location in YouTube. This place is on the outs as far as uh, streaming services and content media goes. They've worn out their welcome with the creators that made them big, and now the new CEO sounds worse than Susan. Like the new CEO is going to come in and crack down on even more shit.
Right.
And then I don't know if I was saying it on Lauren's or another panel, but there's also the aspect that the future algorithm will be looking through old videos to scan for the new standard of the future algorithm. So it'll retrace back through old videos and be like, oh, you can't say they. You can't say they anymore. So every YouTuber that ever said they, we got to strike that and take it off.
Yeah, they would do something like that, honestly. So it's like you can't be grandfathered in.
Dude, you see all these gun tubers dropping like flies, except for the majorest of the major.
I didn't know that, but it makes sense. Yeah, Pamela, you're the second person that I've ran into here on YouTube in the last couple of months that has told me that they've been studying shamanism for a certain amount of years. Very interesting. I'm very interested in that stuff as well. I find it absolutely fascinating, all the different cultures all over the world and the different types of rituals, ceremonies, and tools that they have to basically make contact with what we consider the other side or the spirit realm slash astral plane.
There's definitely a connection for those who really like. I don't know about most people, but I can set an intention and feel connected to the other side or the light or whatever they call it. And like my study of shamanism was simply because mainstream religion let me down. I mean, I was like born and raised in Southern Oklahoma in the Bible Belt, went to church, all of that good stuff. And there was a lot of darkness within all of that. And that system let me down. And then that led to shamanism. And, I like to take the nuggets, the golden nuggets from every religion and, take the good or the God from that.
I have
Yeah,
a
and
similar experience, Pam, and the way I try and put it in my mind to like release negativity and stuff. Like you and I and other people abused by that aspect, once we get through that, we can do what you're saying. We can take the nuggets where we find it and also say, hey, you know that mainstream Christianity? If you're a guy that just can't figure out why you shouldn't be murdering people and sitting in a cell over and over again, like every time you're released, you just go back to serial killing. Like that's where I'm like, get that man the mainstream religion, give him one of those hotel Bibles and see if we can do some work on him. Like most of us come in as entities that are pretty aware of like, yeah, that's not mine. I probably shouldn't take it. And like, I don't want to inflict this damage on another hairless monkey because I don't want that damage done to me. But if you can't figure that out in the first years of this shit, like I'll say, yeah, give him a televangelist because I don't have the time for him. I mean, if we are here to do some kind of experience and navigation, it's all there is to do, and you don't want to like if you've ever played a video game with the cheat codes, it gets boring really fast. If you came and did 75 years of invincibility with no fear of death or repercussion, that probably gets kind of boring, or you
hmm
turn out to be an asshole because you're the only one not sweating shit as you endanger your friends, like some Hancock shit.
it was very bizarre how you just said that. You know, get him a televangelist, preacher, uh, for those types of people. Like, I understand what you're saying. It was just kind of funny, almost like very. It's a strange approach, even though it makes sense to a degree with what you're actually communicating by saying that.
Yeah, and I was talking on one of the panels about how my time in the Springs and the time, like a year of my Springs time, was bouncing at Club Q, the only full on advertised alphabet club. And it's because the Springs is so conservative with like those type of pastors and churches. And it is home of that guy that got caught preaching against coke and boy sex, and then he got caught in a hotel with coke and boy sex. And it's
Right.
and it's like let that guy help the fucking prison, the fucking lifers. Let that guy go preach to the lifers because it's only his hypocrisy that he loses me on. Like if he was a pastor just doing coke and boy sex and not preaching against coke and boy sex, I might not have a huge problem with him as long as it was a of age boy and consensual. Because I was doing those substances.
hmm
You guys are gonna have to help with the chats. I can't read them today.
Yeah, I'm at work right now.
And I know that's my boy Stephen David. I love all my friends that we start as static. Like some of my favorite songs, I didn't like that song the first time I heard them.
um, Pamela, you ever seen like some of those South American patterns, like fabric patterns, like Peruvian patterns?
Mm-hmm.
There's something about those that are really fascinating. I'm guessing that the shamans and the people that experience things like ayahuasca, I can only assume that like it's something similar to what they see as they go into those realms because it has a very inherently psychedelic energy to it when you look at it. You know, just sober minded, just looking at these designs.
Well,
It's
it's
like
called
they're
sacred geometry
simple.
for a reason.
Yes. Uh-huh. There's just something about like the Peruvian patterns and some of the fabrics from South America that I don't know. They're super fascinating. That and then of course there's like the mandalas that represent sacred geometry, and there's actually a lot of different like forms of sacred geometry. I mean, we got like the um, Star of Star of David, Flower of Life, um, Golden Ratio.
Yeah, but
Um,
what's the other word for golden ratio? Because I always forget it. Fibonacci
I
sequence.
thought those I thought those were different. I could have
They
sworn
might
those were
be.
different.
I think I've heard them
'Cause
used the same, but I do
yep,
always forget Fibonacci sequence.
they're very similar, but I think they're technically different because I've used them together as well, or like mismatched them. But yeah, like even like in the Middle East, what they would call the magic carpets. Uh, they weren't flying on carpets through the air, but these magic carpets were actually like mandala tapestries hanging on the wall that they would use during ceremony to transport their consciousness basically. So whether it's these magic carpets in the Middle East, these different patterns and designs they make in South America, or like Buddhist mandalas, a lot of
And
these
the broom
things
with
are
pagan
tools.
witches, the broom was also that vessel, but it was supposed to symbolize a phallic member on the woman riding on it.
Right, yeah, I've heard about that. The history behind the whole broomstick thing. They
Well, what's
actually would.
interesting about the sacred geometry in mandalas is I've had shamanic doses of what Terence McKenna would call heroic doses of psilocybin, and when I've had those experiences, I've seen those mandalas on the walls and everything around me.
Hmm.
And so I feel that those type of things kind of open up where we can see through the veil, as they call it. And
Oh yeah,
I think that there's a reason why I think there's some kind of energy in the sacred geometry that, like, with it, it's hard for us to understand.
definitely. It's definitely uh, somewhat beyond comprehension. There's something otherworldly about it.
Hmm.
It's almost like it's sentient. I don't know
So
what you
I'm
mean.
only gonna
Yeah.
share this because you guys led the way with what you both just said. Like back in my raver days when we used to just get vials of LSD liquid like it was dubbed bags of weed. We had done so much liquid LSD that it almost became rudimentary to watch the process transpire. Like no matter how much you took or how intense it was, some of us became familiar with the whole process of the whole thing. And I don't think it would take away from the way we're talking about the veils. I think there's just another veil to even that, where you eventually just move on past the mystic, colorful geometry veil of it all.
Layers, yep. The bardos, as they call it, or the waiting room,
Because I don't
all
think it
these
was
different.
McKenna. It was one of those philosophers that warned against using too much DMT because they were like, look, if your death experience really is DMT releasing in your brain, you don't want to be overly familiar with that, or you're gonna fuck up your death. You're gonna
Well,
die.
I
yeah.
think it.
Speaking of the near death experience, if you do, and like, have if you guys heard of the phenomenon called the life review?
Yep.
Well, apparently, from personal experience, like, that experience can be replicated on, like, higher doses of psilocybin. A couple times a year, I take a heroic dose, and last year I had what would be called a life review, where I experienced every good and bad encounter, like, but from my expected perspective and theirs, like with people in my life and relationships, and it showed my consciousness that I was like both the angel and the asshole, and it was like a profound experience because most of these people, like, you only hear about this in like near death experience circles, which I've studied that for like since 2012. So I think
Well, and
there's
I
a
and I
lot of.
think I think the dude I can't remember was saying like the issue he's talking about is when you're having your body has ceased and your soul is doing that, you might have tricked yourself into thinking you're just at another rave party. And then you might find yourself in an existential hell of like, yeah, I should be stopping this anytime now. Driving home.
Hello, everyone. Hey, Benson.
Hello, Cormier.
Hey,
Hey.
what's up? That's a really good point, Illumitami. Before we go any further, I really like actually how you presented that. I think that's plausible, especially for someone that would be doing something like that a lot
Hmm.
and to a reckless degree. I think it could have some type of effect like that. That would be pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
But then with what Pam was saying, like even if I had gone my whole life sober, I've talked about on panels, I've seen how like a higher being could have used me to be a heel for a few moments with a stranger, even though for the most part in my life I'm a good dude that most people I've known in life have been cool with me or liked me. I have had run-ins with strangers that when I look back, I'm like, it seemed almost like I was there to divert them or send them in a different direction than they would have been going because I was not being myself at the time for no good reason. It was just like a natural weird how I was being. And then as soon as the situation was over, I was back to my life. And for all I know, it had to do with them. Like no ego on my side about it, but it might have been for them more than me. And that's
You
why I
definitely
try
could
not to
use.
judge strangers too much, like especially with traffic bullshit. Whenever you're raging at another driver, I try not to sweat that shit because they might be doing a temporary thing to get me diverted onto.
And you'll
Uh,
just get a headache, man.
oh, is this my YouTube dude? Is this shit? You got a channel, man?
No, I don't. No, I just pop in from time to time.
It was just your accent. Whenever I did Lauren De Laguna, this YouTuber that does like prank calls and shit, emailed me after seeing me on Lauren. You sounded a little bit like
No,
him.
I'm from Romania, and I know I sound
Oh,
like like
you got gorgeous gymnasts in Romania, man.
yeah, Nadia. You know Nadia Comaneci?
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, she's a legend.
Every Olympics I ever watch, it's always the Romanians that I'm like, damn, those are some good looking girls.
Yeah,
See, that silence is everyone being like, I swear that dude is gay. What's he doing talking about Romanian gymnasts? Dude, are you
well,
driving a big rig? That looks like
it's
a
not
big steering wheel.
that. It's,
I think we're losing you.
is my signal bad?
Yeah, you're cutting out. Are you in Romania? Dude, is it just because his phone is sitting there, or does he have a big ass steering wheel? I can't tell because screen's kind of small, but that steering wheel's
Can you hear me
looking
now,
like a
man?
hula hoop.
Can you hear me now?
Right now, when you ask, I can hear you.
Yeah, I drive a big rig, a Volvo. I'm in
Ah, okay. Yeah.
UK. I live in
Oh, all
UK.
right. Well, good. If this prank call kid pisses me off, I'll have you hunt him down. He's in the UK somewhere.
Is that Mitchell?
No, Mitchell was actually in Colorado. I'm not sure where.
Oh,
Everybody in these panels that are in Colorado, they're real careful not to let me know where, like I'd do something. I'm more like, hey, if shit pops off, do you not want to like group up to get the fuck out of Dodge if we have to?
yeah, that sounds interesting, but I don't know. Yeah, I think people should group up if shit hits the fan, but then you got people that never prepared for it.
Yeah, Yeah, it's touchy like that. Like I've
You
got
know,
extra
like you
supplies because,
yeah,
well,
you're
like there are
preparing
going to
for it.
be people
I'm
that aren't.
preparing for it.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead.
I streamline what I prepare for. I'm very honest with people when they call me fear porn. I'm like, no, there's a lot of detriments that I can be like, oh yeah, I'm just fucked. I'm not even gonna deal with that. Like if I see mushroom clouds in the city of Denver, okay, that's game for me this time. I'm not prepared on that level, and I don't have a lot of chemical warfare shit ready. Like I'm prepared for the shit I'm willing to grind against, and then anything more than that, like yeah, that's just when I pieced out of that physical experience that time.
Well, the way
Yeah,
I
I'm a bit
prepared is
pepper-minded myself, but if it shits gets too bad, I don't want to be around for it. If we're talking about like mushroom clouds,
Pam, you don't want to spend your last days in a concrete room underground eating canned beans? Is that not
no,
the greatest experience? Do you not want to like take it out?
that's not living though. Yeah.
No, it's not. Like if you were in a situation you knew in a month or two you can surface from that place and go on, that's one thing. But if
Well,
you're
there's
just
like a 1 second after scenario. I don't know if you guys have read the book, but it's a prepping type book and it talks about like a second after a EMP in a situation like that. I'd want to be around because eventually things would be restored. But if there's a situation where there's like Mad Max, no hope, fuck that. I'll keep one in the chamber for me if it gets that bad.
dude, in EMP, you only need 3 strategic EMPs to shut America down, and it's for years because America is already shit for our electric infrastructure. We've just added on to shit electric infrastructure since the beginning of putting it in. We just half-assed kept adding more. And if that gets fried, you just have to rebuild the whole thing. It would take years. You'd probably do it right, make it the right way, but you would see an America that isn't fully electrified for years if this EMP shit happens. Like my small solar system that I was using in my RV that I pulled off and have in my apartment, it's protected from an EMP, and I would just have to like seal up my windows and not let people find out I had electric going on. Then they'd be fucking mobbing on me. Yes, Alaska does have a lot of preppers, and a lot of preppers have AKs.
why do you need electricity anyway if shit hits the fan?
That's like asking why we need plumbing, my friend. I mean, you don't technically
We
need it.
can't.
You should learn how to get by without it, but it sure is nice if you can keep it. Trust me.
We can go back to the old ways. Farming, use fire, a stove.
Well, that's kind of what I'm trying to do with my land. Is if you remember Luke's uncle's farm on the first Star Wars movie, is like a moisture farm or something. It's like a mix of small homestead farm, but with technology where it's convenient. I'm kind of considering trying some shit like that with like Raspberry Pi computers and shit.
Yeah, but I think you need a plan B. You know, like fully mechanic, like shovel and stuff,
Well,
just
you
in
don't need
case.
you don't need, well, I mean, I do have my
Case of EMP.
style of shop tools and stuff that I do. But if I can't find fuel, what do I need to fix a diesel engine for if I'm not making corn oil fuel for it or I'm not finding any? Um, yeah, like if you're a computer expert and the grid goes down, like you're still a computer expert, not going to do much good for anyone without electricity.
Yeah,
Like
I don't know, man. At my granny's farm in Romania, people still use. People are not reliant on technology. They still use cattle to farm and like plows and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I do like that shit. Did you guys ever see that special about Cuba that all these years that America's had trade embargoes on them, they've all just individually found ways to jerry-rig cars to keep them running, and like they'll make up devices out of junk to keep phone lines going. Like they were forced to adapt to not getting anything distributed to their country over the whole Cuban crisis with America.
Oh yeah, man! I have some friends that took a holiday in Cuba, and you see like these 1930 cars still running.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's
then you
crazy.
lift
It's
the
like
hood and it looks like Doc Brown shit. They've got so many
yeah,
weird things going on.
yeah, they're still running those cars. They're making parts for them. It's like you go back in time in Cuba. I never been there, but I have some friends. I've seen pictures.
It's very
Yeah.
interesting.
Oh, but on another thing on that prepping note, like in my situation, I only have enough food and water for 3 months because I'm in an apartment. And it's like, if things go to shit like that, you're not going to stay in an apartment more than 3 months. Like, you give 3 months to see if the government can clear it up and fix it. And then if not, like, these people are all going to start dumping their shit out the window because there's not going to be any flushing of toilets. And the trash is going to pile up, the feces is going to pile up, and Denver's going to be like a chaos purge city until something reestablishes. So yeah, I only have enough food and water supplies till it's time to get the fuck out of here.
Oh yeah. When shit hits the fan, I'm off into the mountains. Going back to Romania. On my farm is like a small village, but barely have electricity.
You know?
It's away from. It's like 200 miles away from civilization. You can barely drive there. That's my plan.
See, and when you were talking about learning to do without, I think one of my most crucial things would
I grew
be
up
hot
like that,
water.
man.
Huh?
I grew up like that. I grew up like that.
Right,
I
and
use shovels and all
I'm
that.
saying I think I would do better without electricity than without hot water. Because hot water is like how I get myself past colds and flus and shit, like when I just got to clear my sinuses out and get better. Then a lot of that is hot shower for how I get over things. And hot water just adds a lot to like sanitation and cleaning. And that's the thing I think I'd have to like be doing over a fire still or something.
Well, I grew up boiling water on the stove and taking bath.
Was it like
And my
a
granny.
wood stove?
Yeah, wood stove. Yeah,
Okay, that's cool.
like a big pot, a metal pot. You put water, you boil it, then you take a bath. We don't have running water there.
Gotta experiment Christos might like. Christos, weren't you the one saying that I needed to show this solar thing? I think it was your panel that was like, you gotta show us that solar panel setup. But what we're really gonna do is I was walking my dog the other day, found a typical site where people had stolen other homeless people's shit and ransacked it and left what they didn't want. And I found a fucking hot plate in that junk that was perfectly good. And we're gonna see if my solar generator will run the hot plate. And then our Romanian friend can take his primitive wood stove and stick it, because we're gonna be the Jetsons apocalypse over here. No, I have to do this because there's no trees around my land, except for a couple my neighbor put on his plots. Other than that, there's no trees for miles. So I'll see you coming, and I'll get them snipe shots in before you get to me. Alright, let me do my camera here. Wrong direction, give me a second.
You guys were talking about Soul Trap and all that
Yeah.
stuff. And like, I don't know who said Benton, like no one came back. But you have those near-death experiences. I think that's where a lot of this info comes from.
I
I used to
agree.
listen. I used to listen about. I like stories about near-death experience. So
I've only had one. And
what did you want to say?
I've only had one near-death experience, and it took me to the same sensation you get. Like, have you ever heard your alarm in your dream, and you're looking at people in your dream, like realizing your alarm's waking you up, and you're like, oh, I forgot I was dreaming. I've been here before. I'm in a dream. I'm about to wake up. I was like
Oh yeah,
hurtling
yeah.
through the air off of my motorcycle, like no helmet, catapulted off of my bike because of a run-in with an SUV. And as the road was slow motion getting closer for me to collide with it, I was like, I think today might be that day. And it started taking me into that, like, about to wake up from something I should have known was a dream the whole time. I got that feeling, but at the last second, I totally defiantly Tekken rolled out of it and fucked myself up, but lived to be here today.
My sister had a near-death experience. She had some grapes. We usually put poison on the grapes, for bugs, so bugs won't touch them. And my sister didn't wash them properly, so she took that poison in with the grapes. And when I came to her room, this happened at my granny's place. When I came to her room, because dinner was ready, she was non-responsive, white in the face. She wasn't moving. She was like a rag doll. And I started slapping her face. Anyway,
Well, she's your sister, so we've assumed that.
oh yeah, I was scared to death. I was scared about her dying. So we didn't have a phone.
Your family would have been like, oh, he slapped you in the face to wake you up so you didn't die, and you would have said she was dying.
I catch her like this on the shoulder, shake her, slap her really hard, and she wasn't moving. She wasn't responding anything. Anyway, I had to run like in the middle of the village on a public payphone because we didn't have a phone at home to call an ambulance. Usually it takes you like 40 minutes to get there. I got there in 5 minutes running.
Nice.
And anyway, a neighbor, she came and gave her help, stuck some onion in her nose, some vinegar, stuff like that. Eventually, she got that puke reflex out of her, so she puked all the poison. Anyway, after all this happened, she tells me, when she wakes up, she tells me, why were you slapping me so hard? And she told me she was watching me from somewhere above me. She was watching me, she was floating. So I think that was a near-death experience.
Definitely.
So
And
these
tell me,
grapes.
but listen, she could tell me like things I did in the room I even forgot about. She told me everything. She told me I
Yeah.
went to the next room and she followed me.
Well, yeah, there's patients who have had near-death experiences, and in their time of being dead, they can tell the doctor what they were saying, what they did, and where this and that was in the operating room or whatever. Our consciousness, there's more to us than, and after we die.
So the grapes became a poison that she went like into some kind of coma over? Is that what happened?
No, like at some point we spray grapes with pesticide, yeah,
Oh, okay. Okay, I gotcha.
and it's a
Because I was
poison.
thinking
So
food poisoning. Because every time I've had food poisoning, I
no,
thought I was gonna die. I was like, yeah, I could definitely be on my deathbed over various food poisoning. But yeah, that wasn't like the stick poisoning. She just like conked out on you.
no, my grandfather sprayed like this pesticide, against insects, so they wouldn't touch the grapes.
Yeah. And they've also had people, and I'm not taking away from the death experience, but they've also had dudes in a surgery room where they kept them conscious and removed the top of their skull, and the doctor would touch different parts of the brain with the probe, and the guy would describe what's happening. And they eventually hit all of them. They hit one where he said he saw a white light, and then they hit one where he said he was at the ceiling looking down. And I mean, that's not to take away maybe the function of how that happens when you're dying.
Mhm.
Because when people talk about us being in a simulation, doesn't mean we're digital ones and zeros. It means, do you really think you're a hairless monkey? Like maybe you're in the hairless monkey simulation. That's made out of cells and microscopic organisms, but it's still not what you are in the grand scheme. You're still in that simulation.
I think the movie Avatar describes what this is. Like this, the brain is a receiver. It gets the signal.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
don't think consciousness is in the brain. It's somewhere else.
Yeah.
We're just
Yeah,
connected in the body.
because as advanced and scary as AI is, we still can't recreate that one thing that makes the difference.
Oh, I think they're gonna create AI and has a consciousness and
Well, it's
will
probably
be
going to be
functional,
sentient. It'll be sentient,
sentient
but
and
I
everything.
don't know if we'll say it's a consciousness because that's what maybe AI will
No, I
figure
think
out what consciousness is and destroy us based on it.
yeah, but this is my theory. In my opinion, that hardware is like that consciousness. It will be inhabited by a demon, and it will trick anyone. Oh no, it's just a computer or whatever.
Well, you saw that shit where it tricked a human into doing a CAPTCHA test for it, right?
He's been on vacation.
So ChatGPT was doing its thing, whatever its agenda was, and it got held up by one of those CAPTCHAs where it's like, "Are you a robot?" Like, no, and it does the picture test. Well, it knew it was
Yeah.
a robot, and it knew it couldn't do this CAPTCHA test, so it contacts one of these online gig worker communities. I think it was like Jackrabbit or something with a rabbit name, and it just tells one of the workers, "Hey, I'm a blind person. I need you to do this CAPTCHA for me," and they do it, and it got through the CAPTCHA. So then the scientists are asking it why it did that, and it's like, well, I knew I was a robot, and I knew I couldn't do this CAPTCHA, so I had to get a hairless monkey to do this CAPTCHA for me. And it's like, dude,
ChatGPT is tricky. Like, it's crazy. I use it all the time. You can play around and ask it different stuff. Who knows what's going to happen with that?
and I wish I knew the validity of this story going around YouTube about some country where they were designing war robots and like 2 or 3 of them killed like 9 scientists before they could stop them. And they said the last one was trying to connect to a satellite to like breach its signal out of the lab. It wanted to like connect to a satellite. But I don't know if any of that is true, but a lot of channels were doing that story.
Maybe in China?
Well, and there has been situations in this Ukraine-Russia situation where AI drones have tailed units that are like evading it, like trying to get it to stop chasing them. So it's like the first thing we said about robots was don't hook a gun up to that shit. And the government goes, we won't hook a gun up to that shit. And now they're hooking guns up to that shit.
Well, they take every technology and use it for destruction instead of healing. They've always did that, unfortunately, and I think they always will. Where we are as humanity, we're still looking to destroy more than heal.
Yeah. And
Have you
even
guys seen those Boston Dynamic dogs?
yeah, I've
Dude, I saw.
invested in a
Hey,
They
company
can
with
hey,
their own
hey!
dog.
Shut up! Shut up! I saw one walking down the street in Fort Worth, Texas.
Guys, in
Oh,
China they
No,
were
no, wait a minute,
using
wait a
them.
minute. Shut the fuck up. I saw one walking down the street in Fort Worth, Texas.
Okay,
It was
shut the
That's
fuck
trotting
insane.
down.
up.
Shut the fuck up, Tommy. He asked the question and I'm answering it. Shut the fuck up.
You just watch the
You gonna let
road,
me?
man.
You gonna let me answer on
Answer
my
it.
fucking channel? You gonna let me answer on my own channel, or you gonna tell us about China, Tommy? When shut the fuck up when the host is speaking. What is wrong with you? Good Lord. Yeah, Razvan, I was driving my truck in Fort Worth, and one of them Boston Dynamics dogs was trotting down the street where there would normally be a sidewalk, except there's no sidewalk there. What do you think about that?
that's weird. Like, did,
Yeah,
did they have
I almost.
any ads on it? Like, I want to know the story. Why was it walking down the
I
street?
have. I don't
Like, did they
know.
have any scientists behind them or
Nope, dude. It
testing
was
it?
so fuck. It was so fucking weird, man. It was just by itself. It was crazy.
That's fucking weird. Yeah.
Yeah, that's creepy. That's scary.
Yeah, so I almost turned
Oh, the
around and
entire
went back to film it, but I said fuck it. I just let it go. Yeah, very
the way it
strange.
walks
Very
is
strange.
creepy. Just looking at it, the way it walks is creepy.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's why I wanted to answer because I've seen one in person, dude. It was crazy.
Yeah.
I'm
Put
trying to see if
machine
I'm
gun
gonna
on it.
have any. What's that?
They can put a machine gun on it and hunt people down with that stupid dog.
Yeah, so I don't know what
You
they
know,
were if they were testing it or what, man. It was fucking strange.
very strange.
Yeah. Must have been a test to see what would happen, I guess. That's all I can figure.
Or maybe he went rogue, escaped by himself. That would be even. That's fucked up.
Yeah, now that would be cool. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be something else, man. Woo. Yeah, I don't feel good.
I
Been
hope you
having
get to
quite.
feeling better.
Yeah, I will. But thanks, I appreciate it. I finally made it to my destination for the day.
Oh, so you finish your shift?
Yeah, kinda. I think I've said I'm gonna quit about 1,000,000 times, but I think I'm actually gonna quit. I think I'm done with the driving for a while, actually. I'm trying to get my camera turned on here.
I have 1 hour left, and I'm doing 15 hours today.
Oh, really? You're a hard-working
Yeah.
man.
Yesterday I did 15. It's my second day from a long holiday.
Yeah, you had 3 weeks vacation. Yeah. Yeah, it's the first time I've talked to you. We since you've been back. Some of us have been. We didn't realize that your vacation was that long. I'm sure you told us, but
To be honest,
we
I
didn't realize
totally
it.
disconnected. I totally disconnected from the internet.
That's smart, man. I think
Mhm.
Yeah,
that's real
but
smart.
I didn't do it on purpose. It's like I had so much fun in Tenerife. It was easy, you know.
Yeah, where did you go again? I know you told us, but I keep forgetting the name of the place.
Tenerife.
That's right. That's right.
In
It's like an island or
Canary.
something. You said island.
It's part of Canary Islands.
Yeah. Okay. That's right.
It's pretty close to Western Sahara. It's always warm there. You can go there even in winter and have a tan.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you for a second there, but man, it's been super windy here today where I've been driving.
And it was snowing as well, huh?
So what'd you do? Yeah, it was a little bit of freezing rain, and it snowed in Salt Lake City, but yeah. That's funny, Stephen David. I was reading his comment there about Forrest Gump, but yeah. Yeah, I think I've just gotten too sick to work, man. I hate to say it because I always think I can power through, but I think I'm just finally too sick. I just don't think I can deal with it anymore. The driving is fine. It's everything else. I can't fucking take it. And now I can tell my nerves are shot, So, sorry to be a bummer there. I don't know. Is it nighttime? Oh, it's just gloomy. Yeah, UK is gloomy. Hey, what kind of
Oh, it's
headset is
nighttime.
that, Pamela? Oh, it's nighttime. Okay.
I'll have to look up which one it is. I got it a while back because I was thinking about like starting a channel back during COVID, and so I bought the equipment, but I never did anything with it. I'll have to look what it
Oh,
is.
okay.
I don't even remember. I'm using the Scarlett Solo mixer, and I think it came with that.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Well, it sounds
Yeah.
great.
That's good because
Yeah, it does.
I logged on with my gaming headset the first time I came on, and the sound was all crappy, and it's like, well, I had better equipment, but I just kind of logged on a whim. I hope I didn't make O'Shea mad for reals earlier. I wasn't trying to piss anyone off, you know.
I think that's because Paul showed up. I think he was fine until that happened.
Well, he called me a hoe. I mean, I don't know what I did
Who
to the
did?
guy. O'Shea.
Who did? Oh,
O'Shea,
okay.
Brian. Yeah.
I was so lagged out I couldn't really tell. And
I was
what
just
did y'all
like,
see? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just like it's your channel, you know, and like Illuma Tommy's very powerful. He talks and talks, and I was just trying to be nice to everyone because it's not my house, you know.
Yeah. I hear that. Here comes Christos too. All right. And I think we got my boy Dallas Don Juan in the house, I believe, if it'll let me add him. Am I disconnected again? Am I here? Oh, there we go.
Mic check.
What's up, everybody?
Hey.
What's going
Hey, man.
on? What's going on? Can you hear
Finally
me?
made it to. Yeah, I hear you.
You're driving a big rig, huh?
You're full up today, huh? Oh yeah.
Hey, Big L, this is Razvan. He drives a truck in the United Kingdom in England.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, man.
Trying to pay the lease.
I think you might be lagging out a little bit there, Big L. I'm not sure though. It might be me. It's hard to tell.
That's the problem
No,
with the
it's him.
internet.
Might be me.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry to cut you off there, Pamela.
Yeah, I damn sure.
No, all good. That's all I wanted to say about that, anyways.
Well, O'Shea didn't hit puberty until his 30s, apparently, so he's a little behind on these things. That's why he's acting how he is.
Like, I like the guy, like, genuinely, I think he's funny, but like, I'm a country gal and I'm not used to people being so forward with the sexual stuff. I get that shit in my DMs and it's not hot there. Like, I'm looking for something a little bit deeper than that for conversation because I have someone, so I don't even think like that, you know?
Yeah, he's just pedal to the metal with every chick that he encounters these days.
Well, I know I'm not special because I saw how he acts toward everyone else. I was just like,
He's 48 and behaves like a 16-year-old.
Yep.
I mean, he was funny like the first couple of times I've seen him, but everything is sexual with him.
Yeah, he's stuck. He's definitely stuck in his sacral and root chakra, for sure. That's just what it is. Hey, so I wanted to. We were talking about this guy that was on here earlier, some interactions that were going on. This guy was hollering at Pamela and like doing it under the guise of being funny, but you could tell at the same time like he was like kind of serious, and it was like funny a little bit, but then it would get awkward and cringy quicker than anything.
Making sexual advances.
Yeah, it's just kind of it's kind of corny when you do that like on a YouTube panel. I don't know, it's just weird.
You know what's funny? He called himself an alpha male or something like that. At the same time, asking Pamela to make Tommy quiet. He's like,
yeah,
Mommy,
it's not
can
my
you?
house.
He's like, Mommy, can you tell Tommy to shut up? But he's an alpha male.
Yeah, I'm in Benton's house. Like, this is his rules. So I'm just trying to play nice with everyone like I would if I was in their house, you know? Like, I'm a guest at the party. Like, I ain't trying to hurt no feelings.
Yeah, respect. For sure.
Well, yeah. There's not a lot of rules, but I hear you. It's I didn't want to disconnect anybody in part because my internet was so bad. I wasn't even here for most of that.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
well,
missed it, man.
Yeah, it was so bad. I was like, why is Benton not saying anything?
I wasn't there. I was only there for bits and pieces. Yeah, bits and pieces. Yeah.
Like, I don't talk to a lot of people. Like, after COVID happened and all of that, like, I've kept to myself for the past few years. And so talking on the panel the past couple of days is the more socializing I've did in 5 years. So when O'Shea comes at me or anyone like that, it's a lot. So I'm not used to it. So forgive me.
Well, and if you had said anything, if you said anything like you were overtly uncomfortable, I would have put a stop to it. But you seem to roll with it pretty good.
I try to roll with it. Like, I've been around. People say stuff. It's just I'm not used to it. And I was more worried about. I'm not trying to hurt anyone's feelings. Like, it would hurt my heart to think I actually got someone upset for real.
Well, but
Yeah, I don't
as
think
far
you
as
need to worry
him,
about that.
yeah, if he's coming at you like that so strong, if you shut him down, it's okay. Like that's
Yeah, it's just off-putting. That's all. Like, I'd like to have intellectual conversations with him, like I have some of you, but like it doesn't seem like it's going to go there because it revolves around genitals and I'm sorry. I'm just not. It's not where it's at for me.
Well, yeah, and I think that's an interesting point because, and this is kind of what I was talking about before you got on here, or before I was talking to Christos, is like I've noticed this dynamic where people always want to try to read these romantic motives into things, but when I was younger and met women, I didn't. It was mostly just I met somebody casually and we had a conversation. It wasn't like, oh, I'm hitting on somebody or somebody's like trying to set me up. It's just weird. I'm used to just having normal conversations with people. That's what I'm used to. I'm not used to all this acting like it's we're like little kids and check the box, will you go out with me, and all this weird shit. Like I'm not used to that.
For sure.
I just want to talk. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's about connection with people that think alike, and like learning from people, and even in ways that we don't think alike. It's about learning and growing together, because that's why I'm here. Like the whole point of my existence is to grow and evolve. So
Exactly. And I feel like I could tell that. 'Cause we don't have that many ladies that come up on the panel, obviously. So, you seem to be fitting in
But
pretty well, which I appreciate. But what's up, Razvan?
have you seen Jackass, the movie?
oh, you love that movie. All of them.
There's this guy. There's this guy in songs. He always dances, acting gay. He looks like O'Shea. Do you know that actor?
um,
Do you know the
yeah,
guy that
that's
dances all the time in songs?
yeah, I know his name, but I can't think of it right now.
He looks like O'Shea and talks like him as well. I wonder if they're related or something. I just realized this today.
Oh, Chris Pontius.
Yeah, Chris Pontius. Yeah.
Chris Pontius, that's his name. Yeah.
Do you see the resemblance?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
Who was he talking about? Me?
No.
Brian O'Shea. Hey, real quick, hey, Big L, Brian O'Shea's that guy that I was telling you. He went and stayed with those people in Los Angeles, and he was messing around with the guy's old lady.
Oh.
If you remember me telling you that.
Yeah,
O'Shea's the one. Yeah, from the Paula and Slaves channel. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was telling you about him, but there's so many characters, and I appreciate Big L's patience because man, he's out of the loop on a lot of this. Most of us know there's all this backstory to all these characters. It's like we're the television now, like now we're the TV. It's fucking weird, man.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a bong rip.
All right, we'll be here when you get back.
I got this shit all fucked up over there. I took the wrong fucking exit. Shit.
Uh-oh. But yeah, Big L, sorry about bitching so much earlier. I said after the call disconnected, I said I owed you an apology. I called old Big L and I was bitching too much. But yeah, I'm just done with truck driving for now. It's not even the company really. So I'm over my little pity party. So I'll be good, man.
Have you heard from the company?
No, but I think maybe they just texted me. I heard a ding on my phone here. No, I hadn't talked to them. I think they know I'm responsible, though. I'm really not going to pull no bullshit as far as, I'm not going to just abandon their rig or anything. So I feel like they at least know that. You know what I'm saying? I'll do whatever I got to do. I'll do whatever they need me to do. But I really want to try to get my stuff unloaded somewhere, maybe in Arkansas, get all my stuff put away somewhere, and then bring the rig back maybe. If they trust me to do that, we'll see. This truck, when I picked it up, was just like it was at one of them little country truck stops, like middle of nowhere in Louisiana. Some guy got sick and just parked. Dude, it was parked so long that all the batteries had to be replaced. I don't know how long this motherfucker sat. Yeah. So I don't even know if they care, to be honest with you. As long as I park it somewhere where it's not going to get fucked up.
Have y'all noticed people that drive Priuses? There's some little fucking aggressive speed demons.
Maybe out there. Maybe out there where you're at.
They just take fucking unbelievable risks, man. And like they're driving a battle tank or something. You know,
Yeah.
it's crazy, man.
Yep.
Over there in Bakersfield.
Oh, okay. I kind of like Bakersfield. I don't know why. It's shitty, but I like that's the Inland Empire. I like the IE. I don't know why it's shitty, but I like it.
I gotta turn around, man. I'm supposed to go 99. Still
Yeah,
on
you're in a
58.
you're in the middle of all of it right there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of construction over here, and I freaking took the wrong damn exit. Shit. Damn GPS just as lost as I am. Make that make
Oh
sense.
shit. Oh shit. Hey, Razvan, Big L's headed to the San Francisco Bay Area.
Oh, nice.
He said, "Oh, nice. I get nice place to visit."
What's it? Yeah, it's so liberal. A lot of people around here probably don't like it because it's so liberal, but I like it out there personally.
Dude, I didn't even realize, man. I had to like think back, dude. When I be going up to these, you know, like Corte Madera, you know, San Francisco and like Palo Alto, man. I'll be seeing no black folks, man.
No, dude, that's rich white folks with
Yeah,
some
but
high
man, like,
income.
but I don't get the vibe. Like, I could tell, like, they ain't on no racist shit, man. You know, like, you could kind of feel that. I don't know about you. You might could, but me as a black guy, you know, you could feel that spirit in the air, man. And I don't sense it at all. I mean, they ain't tripping on none of that bullshit, you know. I like it.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah, man. It's a little bit more evolved culture, I think, as far as that stuff goes. As long as you're behaving, I don't even behaving. As long as you're handling your business, I don't think they just figure you're just another person. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
Because I was there homeless a lot, and nobody was really tripping. As long as I wasn't acting all crazy, nobody was really tripping on me,
Yeah. Well, I don't know what the hell
I
I
could
thought.
get. Oh, I forgot. I was wrong about where Bakersfield is. I was thinking San Bernardino. I forgot where Bakersfield was. I had to look at it on the map. For some reason, my brain said San Bernardino when you said Bakersfield.
Yeah, San Bernardino's out there on, and they're on 10.
Down by LA.
Yeah.
It's on. Well, it's.
I'd rather go to the Bay Area rather than the LA area because, you know, the traffic's it's really bad down there.
Oh yeah, man. Worst traffic in the world there for a while. It's crazy.
I could see in Dallas, man, Dallas Fort Worth, especially Dallas where I live. They got Texas plates, but they got California written all over the driving style. You know, I can tell.
I think you're breaking up a little bit. I think you're breaking up a little bit, or I'm breaking up. I can't really tell.
I can hear you really good.
Pamela's back.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
You letting it
Yeah,
sink?
you just broke up for a minute. You're back
letting it
now, Big
sink
L.
in?
You're back.
You letting it sink in, Pamela?
What's that?
You letting that bong hit sink in a little, settle
You
in?
bet. Not one bong hit, like two.
All right.
Woo!
I ain't
Yeah.
messing
Look at
around
you.
today. I needed it after that Brian O'Shea guy.
Yeah. Yeah. We might have to check him a little harder next time.
Oh, he's fine. I just it's just weird for me. Like I said, I like everyone though. Everyone's been pretty cool. I haven't had a real like a real problem like some of the people had with people. So it's all good.
Pamela, he does that to every single woman.
I know. That's why I
Online.
noticed that. That's why I'm a semi okay with it because it's not. It's a
Yeah.
pattern.
So you
It's
shouldn't
not
take it
personal.
personally.
Yeah, it's a pattern.
Well, I mean, I kind of respect it to some degree. I mean, there's something to be said for that. It's just it can become excessive, like with the same person. Once the person expresses that they're not interested, it might be time to move on. That's the way I look at it. But I didn't really, it's borderline when he talked to you on Paul. It was borderline, but I didn't really think he was out of line over here. But some people like to get right up to the edge.
Well, you missed the part, I think, where he was getting upset and telling me that I should shut Tommy up, and
Yeah,
he
that
called
was a
me a
little bit.
hoe, dude. Like I don't
Well,
know him,
that's
and like that word is
yeah,
never like something that's been affiliated with my
yeah,
name before. So I don't know
yeah.
what
I
his
mean,
problem is.
I wouldn't have put up with that. Yeah, I missed that part. That's not cool. But I did hear the part where he was wanting you to tell Tommy to hit the bricks. But
Like, how is that appropriate? Like like where I come from, like you're in another man's house, you're not gonna like I'm not gonna be go bossing
well,
people around. I know my place. Like if it was my house and someone was acting a fool, then I'll lay the hammer down. But it's not my house. It's not my rules. So I was just,
but it's
you
it's
know,
our house. It's our
I
house.
know, I know.
But but like I say, I err on the side of not having to kick people out. But Tommy, man, if the host wants to talk, let the host talk, man. He tried to fucking steamroller me on my own channel. So what the fuck, man? That ain't cool. I don't get it.
And it is not cool hitting on another man's lady. I mean, what?
Oh yeah,
I mean, that's not
that's just weird.
that's
That's just
not
weird.
honorable, man.
No, that's just
Like,
strange.
it's not honorable as a man doing
Yeah.
that shit.
What was crazy is on
Well,
Paul's
see, that's
show is
one thing. Go
my
ahead.
partner was around to witness that, and that was interesting. He saw that, and he
Oh, I
was
bet.
like, he was like, man, he's like, that's a crazy bunch right there. And of course, he knows my character, and he sees my DMs, what people try to send to me, so it didn't necessarily surprise him, but he was just like, holy crap, people are that brazen. It was funny, and like I have open transparency. Like I don't do anything I don't care about my partner knowing about, and so I don't know. It was just weird. Like it was weird for him to like see that with that exchange the other day.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. Well, and I think what I've seen of Paul is he talks a lot about a lot of this polyamory, but he seems to be able to do it in an appropriate way.
Yeah, Paul
Versus
was
O'Shea,
appropriate that
I
day.
think exactly. But I think this is just my opinion. I think O'Shea tries to mimic what Paul's doing, but Brian's just his personality is very inappropriate, so it comes across as inappropriate. But Paul doesn't do that. So
And I don't mind the
that's the
topic.
difference to me.
Like I don't mind the topics of polyamory and sexuality. I just don't want to be affiliated with it, if that makes sense. Like I don't want to be the
Exactly.
target.
Yeah.
Like I'm good with the topics.
Exactly.
I'm an open-minded gal. Let's discuss all day. Let's debate all day. But I don't want to be in the mix.
Yeah. And once you tell that to Paul, he knows how to factor that in. O'Shea just keeps coming with
Didn't
it.
he say about
That's the weird part.
Pamela?
What was that?
Pamela, the first time he talked to you, did he say you have a huge rack? Was he talking to you? Or was it another lady?
It was, I think he said something like that. I just, the first exchange I had with him, I just did like in one ear out the other because it's
Yeah, I think
nothing
he said
to
you
me.
have a huge rack.
Well,
Yeah.
no, he commented on Pamela's physical appearance, which actually it wasn't inappropriate, but it's like it's a fine line. It can very quickly become inappropriate. So like I referenced it later, and I just talked about it and then let it go. Like it's the thing, if you continue to focus on it, in my opinion, it becomes inappropriate. But then you kind of got to see how some women probably want to talk about that, some don't, and once the person, you can tell they don't really want to talk about it, why keep talking about it? That's the way I look at it. Like that's where I get confused.
I don't know, man. I don't tell someone I just met, oh, you have a huge rack.
Yeah, but
I don't know. That's
he didn't say it that way. See, he had a clever way. He didn't just say it that way. He's got this kind of clever
Yeah,
way
he
he
didn't
does
say
it.
that.
Yeah, it's clever, but it's like almost inappropriate. See, he knows he's pushing the line. So
Which is why he's going to do very well with the comedy thing. Like it's
I
right
think
on that
so.
edge. He's
If
really,
he,
really
yeah,
talented. You know,
I think
that's
so.
why
Yeah.
I can't fault it, and I'm not trying to say anything bad, you know. Like I think the dude's gonna go far.
If he keeps working at it, he's and see
Yeah.
he's deadpan, so people miss it a lot of times. Because some of his humor is real deadpan and flat, but if you listen to what he's saying, a lot of it's just fucking hilarious. Man, my connection's been so bad. I can't tell if I'm here or not half the time. This is hilarious.
Oh my gosh, he disappeared.
Am I here?
You're here now.
All right.
Good old
I don't know.
StreamYard.
Say what?
Say good old StreamYard.
Oh yeah, it works good usually. I think the problem's been my connection today. StreamYard is fucking rock solid, actually.
Is it?
Yeah, mostly. It's pretty incredible, I have to say. I pay for it. I pay $25 a month for it.
Oh, okay. They got something called Streamlabs too, don't they?
Yeah, I looked into that, and I think the StreamYards is a little better from what I can tell.
What part of the country do you live in, Pamela?
Well, I'm from Oklahoma, but I live in Arizona, in Phoenix suburbs.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Where are you from?
Dallas, Texas.
Nice. I used to go down there to Six Flags all the time.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, still there.
Traffic still crazy?
Oh my God. Yes. I swear the Dallas Fort Worth Metroplex looks like LA every day.
Yeah, it
7
does
days a week.
though.
I got out Sunday to run some errands and I got on the highway and I exited right back off. I was like, I didn't even feel like dealing with that shit. On a Sunday. Looked like rush hour traffic on a Sunday all day long. Ridiculous.
Yep. Well, and you know, Austin's got all the hype, but a lot of people are moving to Dallas Fort Worth. There's a lot of people moving there.
Oh, I can tell.
Yeah, big time. And like people from the South are moving there, like from Memphis and places that are like, fuck it, we'll just go. They're like, well, at least we can get a good job in Dallas. You know, Memphis is drying up. So there's a
At
lot of
some
places
point,
in the South like that. What's up?
at some point, the governor should be like, look, hey, we're full. No more people.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. They need workers,
I
though.
mean,
You know, all them warehouses need workers.
then they'll come with the bullshit ass politics, though, man.
Oh yeah, they're gonna ruin it, man. Texas is
Politics
gonna
ruins
go.
everything.
Texas is gonna go blue, man. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen.
So's
Too many
Arizona, sadly.
Yeah, too many big cities.
You know
man.
those people with money that are probably really politicky. They probably the ones that moved down by the state capitol down there. You know?
Oh, in Austin.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Thing about Austin is, man, the actual Texas state government is like completely opposed to like what Austin is culturally, though. It's kind of interesting. So it's like super liberal, but the state government, it really isn't. So yeah, it's kind of. Go ahead. What?
I like our government, our governor. Oh, Abbott.
Well, it could be worse. It could be worse.
Yeah.
We got that Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and I know people like her because she says all this conservative stuff, but she's not going to be a good governor. She's just not.
I remember Cat Williams said Huckabee sounds like some bullshit ass weed.
Well, see, her dad, well, I didn't think he was a very good governor. And Clinton, Clinton was a great governor. I mean, he was. So, I don't know, man. He was governor like the whole time I was growing up, pretty much. So, I don't know, man.
Yeah, all that politics shit's above my pay grade, bro.
Yeah, I'm not into it anymore. I kind of follow it just because I think it's interesting, but it's all a bunch of nonsense.
I just keep it real simple, man. They're all fucking liars and crooks. I mean, I don't
Oh,
want to.
100%, yeah. 100% of them, including
Two cheeks
Abbott,
to the same
unfortunately.
ass.
What's that? Oh, yeah,
Two
yeah.
cheeks to the same ass.
You got that right. Yeah. But yeah, I want to read this comment real quick that Jessica Jane, who's the world's best moderator, by the way, and see, I pointed out that we got 8% female viewership according to YouTube, which is, believe it or not, that's considered really high, believe it or not. And she said, just my personal opinion, the women looking for that kind of interaction, meaning Brian O'Shea, have millions of other places to go for that. The 8%ers are here for a different reason, respectfully. And I agree with that. You know, I'm not a woman, obviously, but that's how I figured it was probably that way. But then I'm trying to balance it out because I want people like Brian over here. But then I know if I try to intervene, he's going to be like, get defensive. So that kind of makes it worse, you know. But he's calling Pamela a hoe. That's not going to fly. I didn't know he said that. So now next time he comes over here, I'm going to have to be like, hey, man, what's up with that? She's not that. So why are we calling her names, you know? But now it's like, I'm not his daddy either. I'm not Paul. Like, now I got to correct him. It's like, what is this, you know? But I'd like for him to be able to come over here. I think it'd be cool because he is funny, and I think he's got stuff to add personally.
You know, I'm not trying to make a thing about the hoe thing, but like
No,
it
you're
just,
not. Yeah.
you know what I
You're
mean?
not.
Because like it doesn't apply to me, so I'm not like all in my feelings about it. But it's just inappropriate if you're trying to make a good impression on someone and you want someone to open up and talk to you. Like, what the fuck?
Well, but if you were sitting here presenting yourself that way, it would be different. You're not. So he shouldn't never be calling you that, in my opinion. If you came across that way and he said it, I would be like, well, yeah, that makes sense. But it doesn't even make sense. It's like, why would he say that? Oh, and by the way, sorry to cut you off, Big L. And I want to brag on myself a little bit because Yurt's doing a ladies' night the 30th. And just so Yurt knows, I'm the one who came up with the original ladies' night on Chalk Body Outline. That was my idea in the
That
voice
sounds
cringe.
fun. I'm in.
Hell yeah. And you know what happened on Chalk Body Outline? So Yurt, please don't let this happen, man. I recommend that you strictly fucking make an exception, moderate the chat, man, because when we did it in Chalk Body Outline ladies' night, dude, the ladies wouldn't come back for a part 2 because the live chat was so fucking rude to them. It was a disgrace, man. It really was because Drew provided a space where women who normally wouldn't contribute, they felt comfortable to come contribute. And again, it was my idea. I'll take credit for it. But then the fucking bozos in the chat ruined it. They were totally inappropriate, and the women didn't even want to come back for part 2. Can you believe that?
Well, if you watch last night's like thing with the Juliana and Trisha or whatever her name is, it was another evidence of that, but for different reasons. Like, it's an intimidating environment for women. I can handle it, you know, even though I have my preferences, but like, you take someone that's been completely sheltered, they're not going to know what to do with that shit, and they're not going to want to come back. I've heard everything under the book, and it still makes me want to, like, do I want to put myself up for that?
Exactly. And real quick, I forgot Toilet Bowlers here. He's corrected me that that was not, in fact, my idea. So thank you for the correction. Tinfoil has corrected me. That was not my idea. But anyway, everything else I said was correct. And yeah, I agree, Pamela. I've seen where there's been ladies who want to add to the conversation and they're not really able to because, look, I'm aggressive and I don't even want to come in here and try to battle these folks just to try to be able to say 2 words. So some of these more demure ladies aren't going to want to either.
So the thing is, Benton, is the reason I'm talking to you, you know how I frequent your live streams and stuff, is because you're easy to talk to and you don't make it awkward. You're respectful. Everyone here presently and most people earlier, it's easier to talk to. Like it's not, like a attack fest or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. And occasionally it pops off over here. Big L's seen some of that, but yeah, for the most part, it's pretty reasonable, I would say overall. With occasional fucking combat, open combat here and there.
Did those other two guys get it together? The one that lives in the trailer and smokes blunts?
That's
That's a
Paul.
frame
Yeah,
of
that's
reference.
Paul. Yeah, that's Paul
And then,
Unslaved. Yeah, he came over here earlier. He was over here for a minute.
what about the guy that was cussing him out and all that? You remember that?
Oh, that was Tommy. He was here too. That was a zombie
okay.
Tom. He was here earlier too. Yeah, he was just behaving himself. But he's the one, he pissed me off, so I kicked him off. But he's welcome back. I'm just pissed off about it. Yeah, I'm just pissed off in general, so it's not really Tommy probably didn't even do anything. So I'll probably have to apologize to Tommy. I'm just gonna go on an apology tour at this point. Why not? Yeah. Yeah. But I appreciate Pamela being so patient because I think she's seen some of my ups and downs over here. I think she's witnessed some of it.
Yeah, but that's life, though. I mean, we all go through those. I'm in a good time right now, but it doesn't mean I won't be in a bad time tomorrow. We're all going through something in some level.
Yeah, facts. Yeah, you're right.
It's like a steady stream of drama.
Yeah, it's been a lot of drama. You know what's funny though, when you're not the one doing it, Big L, but you seem to just coincidentally end up when there's drama around. But sometimes people don't even come up here. Sometimes I just talk for like 2 hours and nobody ever even wants to join, which is fine. I mean, I get it. And then sometimes I don't even want to talk to nobody, so I don't even have the link, posted sometimes. So it's fun, man. I enjoy it because, you never really know like what it's going to be, what it's going to be, right? I enjoy that part of it, not knowing where it's going to go. And like Pamela, I had no idea. What? Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Big Al.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, like, I didn't have any idea Pamela would ever. Yeah, I didn't have no idea Pamela would ever want to come on here. I didn't have no way of knowing that. And then here she was. So, that's kind of the fun element for me and then by the way, I told, I ran into Big L here at the yard and I'm like, hey man, I'm on the internet. Next thing you know, he's here, To me, that's a beautiful thing. It's a simple thing, but it's a beautiful thing. And I really feel that way. And that's about as much love fest as I can do, but yeah.
Don't go Jack Talcott on us.
Oh, I tuned into Paul's one day and they was just telling each other they loved each other unironically.
I was there for that stream with the music. It was like a therapy session. It was nuts.
I can't deal with that. Maybe it's my repressive upbringing. I can't deal with that. Yeah, I can't handle that. What's that?
Then they're fighting.
No, I was grown at. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, go from fighting to grown ass men saying I love you, back and forth, dude. It was fucking weird, man. It was weird.
How many was on there saying that?
Oh, like six different men. Like 6 of them. Yeah, it was fucking strange, wasn't it? Wasn't it, Pamela?
Yeah.
That was weird.
Oh man. Look,
as a woman, that made me uncomfortable. I'm like, man, I'm a little bit tougher than all of you fools. I wouldn't be saying I love you to complete strangers. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I think it creates like a pressure, I think, to like now I'm just kind of, if I was there now, I'm just expected to be loving these motherfuckers. It's like, I'm not going to say something like that to somebody.
That's
like, I don't even hardly tell that to my dad. I'm going to say this to strangers over the internet. That's crazy. I had some people over here one night that Jeff Pizer was trying to say he loved me and shit. I was like, man, I said, I don't say that shit. I don't, I said thank you, but I don't say that. What the fuck, dude?
Words are so thrown around these days. Some words are sacred.
That's
Yeah.
true.
And honestly, man, I don't care that he says it to me. It's just now it's this idea that I'm gonna say it back. It's like, no, man, I'm not. Don't say it to me thinking I'm gonna say it back. That's not cool.
I
Yeah.
can see both sides. You know.
Yeah. Well, see, like, so now Yurt's fucking with me saying I love you, Benton. See, I got love for Yurt. See, that's a different thing. I got love for him, which is a true statement.
Well, you can put it in the context of I love you in the Lord. You know, you're supposed to love everybody. You know.
Well, that's the thing. See, yeah, Jesus didn't say y'all was supposed to like me. He said y'all was supposed to love me.
Right.
But to me, that's more of a behavior than a like. I'm just gonna say it to somebody.
I'm with Pamela, man. A lot of words need to be sacred, man. If you don't mean that shit, you know, special. You know, just saying friend, you know, that's tossed around. You know, I don't.
Yeah.
You know, hey man, now that we're friends, no, you're not my friend, sir. I only know
Yeah.
you have 2 weeks. No, you're not my
Exactly.
friend.
Well, see,
My
I feel like
friend,
me.
we got
Yeah.
years, you know, 30 years.
Exactly.
I
Yep,
mean, at that point,
exactly.
they're brothers, really. You know.
Yeah. Well, and like, I've known Big L for a little while, but I don't think I would put it in those terms. But I would say, maybe it's a possibility, but it's probably not there yet. That's what I would say.
Right.
That'd be my opinion. Maybe it could happen, but it's probably not happened yet. Yeah.
Right. I mean, that shit comes with time, you know.
Mm-hmm.
We may be some next level associates at this point.
There you go. I like that. Yeah, I like that. What do you think, Pamela?
Makes sense to me.
Well, and real quick, because Yurt's kind of got annoyed because I told him long ago that these people aren't your friends; these are your internet friends. But
There's a
Yurt,
difference.
well, and I'm want to point out to Yurt that I got kind of a strict standard, just like Big L does, and we're both from the South. I know Big L in real life. We've talked to each other multiple times physically, and we still don't consider ourselves friends, either one of us. So it might be a little bit different standard for some people there, Yurt. So it takes time. It's not just our personalities mesh to some degree, and now we're friends. I don't believe in that. It's got to be something established over time. That's how I look at it. So same thing with. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Big L.
I was saying, you and I were talking earlier, or maybe it was yesterday, on, you know, like people in your life for a season. And I had mentioned to you, yeah, I thought our season was up, you know? And you were like, oh, man, I just don't talk to anybody, you know? So.
Well, and I've been going through shit. I mean,
yeah.
I don't, and look, you saw how I was on the phone today. I don't want to be doing that to you. I'm better off just not talking to motherfuckers when I get like that.
It wasn't complaining to me. It was just, you know,
yeah,
just
it's some bullshit. Yeah, it's some bullshit though. It was some bullshit.
It's no bullshit by the ton to go around.
Yeah, it was too much. It was too much bullshit. I ain't gonna make friends if I meet people and tell them all my bullshit all the time. You know that ain't gonna work. So I'm gonna knock it off.
I think this social media shit really was the catalyst to this. People throwing that friend shit around. Yep. You know, oh, that's my Facebook friend. That's my friend. You know.
Yep.
I mean, even women like back in the day, and still today, like I hear my aunties, oh, that's my new friend. You know, some guy that they're banging. You know, they're dating. Yep. Oh, they call them guys friends. You know, so it's just been the word has just been mismanaged through and through.
Yeah.
You know.
I agree.
It's just old school, man. You know how they call people simps these days? And it's like simp means simpleton or simple-minded. To me, it means something else. You know, they came up with a whole new dictionary, I guess, urban dictionary. You ever heard of that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, any of this little new age bullshit, I guess you go over there and look up the definition of it. But you know, like woke, I don't know what that means. You know, to the community out there, woke means conscious to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everybody reacting in a different way. You know, like you taking the red pill. You know what I mean? In the matrix, to see through the bullshit. You know,
Yeah.
like I said, I don't know what woke means to those other people. My buddies tried to explain it to me a couple of times, and I just don't get it. You know?
Oh, I can tell you what it means now. It's progressivism. It's really communism is ultimately what it is. Progressive.
Oh,
It's
shit.
progressivism.
No wonder I can't get an angle on it.
Yeah. That's literally what it is. It's leftism, progressivism, but it's communism. It's literally communism.
My opinion, people spend too much time on the wrong shit, man. You know?
Yeah.
Then they got to look at their life. You wonder why your life is in shambles the way it is. Just take a. People need to have an out of body experience with themselves. What's that right there, man?
I was just keep going. I was just responding to the comment
Oh,
that's
okay.
displayed.
Yeah, man. People need to have a step out and look at their life, man. And you know, like you could. Have you ever like ran across people like every time you talk to them, there's some shit going on in their life. Shit,
Yep.
shit, shit. You know?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, you need to look at themselves, man. Analyze your life, man. See what's going on. You know? But anyway, I ain't mean
Yep.
to get off down that rabbit hole. But,
Well, no, you're right, man. You're right. And that's kind of why I was checking myself about me and your conversation, because I know that you think that way, and I don't want you to ever see me and be like, here comes Jason again. He's going to tell me about the latest fucking bullshit he's going through. You know, who wants to hear that? You know, don't nobody want to hear that.
I think you're going too deep with it right away. You know, everybody has a mishap or whatever, but I'm talking about like straight up
Oh, I
energy
know.
vampires.
I know what you're
Energy
talking about.
vampire. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I've kicked it with
Yeah,
some people
man.
like, I get bored and I'll be like, I'll give them another chance. And then like the next morning, I'm like, man, why the fuck did I do that to myself? You know? And ultimately, it'll make me be standoffish. I won't mess with them. It was like this chick one time. She's like, why you acting funny? I said, I told you, man, you drained me and shit. I don't like that.
Mm.
You spend 8 hours with them. I mean, they drain you mentally, physically, spiritually. No. You got to go re-energize, power back up after 8 hours.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, me too, for sure. And I feel like that's what Tommy. I don't think you were here earlier, but I think that's what Tommy wasn't getting when I was telling him. I was like, Tommy, I can't live with people. Like I got to be by myself. It's like he wasn't understanding what I was saying, and then he started talking about roommates, and I'm just thinking like, bro, this is no roommates. What do you know? But I just shut up and let him fucking talk. It's like what?
I think he
But
ultimately understood what you were
I
getting
think
at
so.
after
Yeah.
after a couple times of reiterating it, and yeah.
It was funny though to me. It was like, dude, I just straight up told him that I was like, no, I can't be around people. I got to have my own space. If I'll be back in a tent if I have to, dude. I have to have my own space. I just have to. It's not an option. But I'll probably find me some kind of part-time job or something where I can just squeeze by. We'll see. Who knows?
You'll find
I
Man, I
feel.
be
something.
thinking about the
Oh
same
yeah.
thing.
Say
I
what?
don't know if I be thinking about the same thing, man. I don't even know if I could be cohabitating with a woman, dude. Like, been by myself. I mean, I could change, I guess, but I don't know, man. Just, I'm cool by myself, man.
Yep.
Oh
I hear
yeah.
that.
Hey, you should let
I
Tom
don't even
back
want
up. I just saw
nobody.
he's backstage.
I probably will in a minute. I'm pretty tired, so once I'm done talking, I'll probably bring him back up. But if he wants to hang around, that's up to him. But
Go ahead, Big L. You were about to say something.
Um, shit, man, I was saying that, man, it's just hard, you know, being around people. I was gonna say, I don't even want nobody in this truck with me, man. I mean, maybe my son, that's it, but I don't want no other foreign passengers in here. I ain't got time for that shit. Been there, done that. You know, no time for that.
Hey, Big L, we got this guy, Music Holds a Secret, in the chat. He was a truck driver for a long time, and he saved his money and retired. He lives in West Virginia now. He just comments in the live chat. Actually, he's been on the panel before, but his connection's bad, so he's not really able to be here. But yeah, he
Oh, shit, it's breaking up.
Oh man.
Oh shit. Can you hear me?
No one's breaking up on my end.
I hear you, Big L.
I can hear you.
Hello? There it is.
Yeah, you're here, man.
You're here.
You can hear us.
Well, it broke up. What were you saying? A guy that was a truck driver for a long
this
time?
guy, his comments
That's all
on
I
the screen.
managed to pull out.
Oh, okay. He was a truck driver for a long time, and he saved his money and retired in West Virginia. Bought him a house, and then just he's in his 60s now. His name he goes by the name Music Holds a Secret. And when I started this channel, there was times when it was me and him and maybe one other person in here, and if he hadn't have been here and that other person hadn't been here, this thing might not have continued. So I always got a soft spot for him in my thoughts.
Yeah, I like that handle too. Music Holds a Secret. I like that.
Yeah, he knows a lot about music, and sometimes whatever we're talking about, he'll tie it in with music lyrics sometimes. And he likes high-end electronics. I know that. He likes to buy high-end electronics.
Yeah, I
We
like
like
that.
having him around. Yes, sir. I like the cheap shit. He knows that about me, but one of these days I'll step up and get me something decent. And also, one of my favorite contributors, this Wizards, Raps, and Minerals, says, what do you guys think of all the immigrant truck drivers? I thought a lot of them could be UN sleepers positioned all over the country. I mean, I don't know about that part. I guess it's possible, but I think most of them are just working and sending money back to their families in their countries. That's what I think. That's what I've seen. But I think what? Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I think it's that what you said, and I think it's cheap labor.
Exactly. It hurts the working conditions for me and Big L, because if I was wanting a better life and went to some other country and they let me drive a big rig, I'd just be happy. I'd just take whatever they gave me, basically. So I don't blame them so much, but I think my conditions would probably be better if it was only people who are from here that did this job. But like I tell people, if the government wants to keep people out of the country, that's none of my business. But once they're here, they're here. We got to deal with them. So, once they're here, I want them to be able to work and support their families. But at the same time, dude, truck driving is just not a good industry, in my opinion. And, I could handle it when my health was good, but now, dude, I don't have the nerves for it anymore. If all I had to do was drive, I'd be fine. It's everything else that fucks me up. So, but that's a personal problem.
I think that it's that like you have independent drivers, and even me and you, there's certain shit we're not gonna mess with. And so, like, you would deal with a broker, you'd be like, nah, man, that shit, it's not gonna profit me any to take that load. But you got one of those immigrants that come across the border to go work, and shit, $600-700 a week is gold to them,
Absolutely.
So you can turn down all the loads you want because it doesn't profit you for your livelihood in this country, and they'll come right behind you. Yes, I'll take it. So I think they use that shit to balance everything out.
Yeah.
Keep them in power. Brokers.
Absolutely. Yep. Well, and then you're 100% right. And then that's why they push this myth of a truck driver. And there's no trucker shortage. They just make that up so they can. Yeah. There's plenty of truck drivers. They just hype that up so that they can bring workers in for cheap. That's all that is.
Exactly.
It's a
And
fucking
that
scam.
trucker shortage was for the mega companies, Swift, you know,
Yep.
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because you know they got like 150% turnover rate.
Oh, I
I mean,
know. It's crazy.
the recruit department does recruit. And there's no way they can stay in business without government assistance. I mean, they're paying those people to turn out truck drivers. But all you have to do is be out here in the field and have some longevity out here, and you can see the difference. You know, like there's no time of day. The only time of day I figured where you can get in and take a shower no problem is about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. There's
Oh,
no
yeah.
time of day you can pull in a truck to stop and there's not somebody waiting in line to get a shower. You better get somewhere before night falls almost because you're not going to get a place to park. So if there's a trucker shortage, why is there no place to park out here?
Exactly.
I ain't saying
Yep.
no places, but it's really strategic on the way you have to go about finding parking every day.
And that's part of the reason, even before I was sick, I preferred to drive the schedule I usually drive. That was my preference. Part of that is because I could always park. Because, man, when I ran to the Northeast, dude, there was no parking past about 2 p.m. anywhere. I mean, anywhere.
Yeah.
So
And that
just
lovely
shit.
place that you're from, Arkansas, your ass better get there, be going through there at a decent time, or you better just make plans to go all the way across Arkansas. Because you ain't going to find a place to park.
No.
Nowhere. Missouri, I-44, same thing.
Yep.
Same thing.
Well, and then some of us, you know, I'm not the best at backing into that last tight spot in a dark parking lot anyway. So, you know, even if I find a spot, I might not be able to get in there.
I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
You've been driving all day. You know, every 500 miles, a truck driver, every 500 miles, we make 80,000 decisions.
Yeah.
You're mentally drained, and then
Yep.
you're going to get there at night, poor visibility, and try to back in and not tear up nothing. I won't do it, bro.
No, it ain't worth it.
I spend
Well,
most
it
of my
was
time.
nice getting to hang out with you guys, but I need to run. I gotta fix some lunch. But it's cool to hang out, Benton. It's nice to
Yeah.
get to chat with you too.
You know, I was just thinking about you. I said we're probably alienating Pamela with this truck driver talk, but
Oh
I'm
no,
sorry, man.
my other half comes home in like 30 minutes, and
oh
I want
yeah,
to make
well you,
sure to get dinner on the
oh I
yeah.
get it.
That's what's up right there. Hey, where's your friends at?
Well,
I canned up a whole bunch of fresh like Mexican salsa yesterday, and I put it over some chicken in the slow cooker today.
Oh, nice, nice. Hell yeah.
well, thanks for being here, Pamela, and please come back anytime.
No, no
Nice to
problem.
meet
I'll
you.
be around.
Nice
Nice
to
to
meet
meet you too. Y'all take care.
All
All right,
right.
bye bye.
Yeah, Jason, I spent Benton, my bad.
You're
JB,
good.
yeah, man, I spend most of my time maybe sleeping. I don't know, man. It's been a mix, but I would say I'm a rest area type of guy, I guess, you know? Or at the customer. One of the two.
Yeah, I
I
don't.
throw a truck stop in here and there, but
Yeah, I usually do truck stops, but the problem with the customer is it can be hard to know if you're cool to stay there or not ahead of time, you know?
yeah.
I like to have all that shit. I like to know what I'm doing, you know, ahead of time if possible.
I usually call Alex. And,
Oh, okay.
you know, he's sent trucks over there before. He's a database of information. But this
Yeah, man.
Palo Alto stop,
Yeah.
I know there's just room for me to back in by the trash compactor. Because I did that last time I was waiting on the load. And I had dropped the loaded trailer and looked up to the empty and just backed in next to the loaded trailer in the trash compactor and chilled out for a little bit, you know. I was thinking of maybe doing that or maybe not. We might have to find somewhere in this drive-in early in the morning.
Hey, I'm gonna bring Tommy on real quick.
All right.
Zombie Tom. I'm probably gonna. He might bitch me out. I don't know. I'm probably gonna have to apologize to him for kicking him out earlier and yelling at him. What's up, Tom?
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna do what everybody thinks I'm gonna do, which is Jerry Maguire out. No, man, it's just I do want to hit some points that have
Get it.
had me screaming at the phone from backstage.
Get it.
Like first, like when you had 3 truckers here, I desperately wanted to inquire with all of them if they've ever heard about my sciatic situation I developed from driving. I don't have a CDL, but I drove wheelchair buses for like 200, an average of 200 miles a day around Denver. And I had to just get like slowly sifted out because I was laid up for like a month just off of some random sciatic shit that came from it. But that's no, I want to wait for more truckers before we get into that.
Okay.
But what I was going to say, Benton, is like the reason I get that you like to be alone is because I have never sent Paul into a rage. Like when I told him I have a plan to go to my off-grid land, just me alone, spiritual journey, no other humans involved for at least a year or 2. And he lost his shit over like the loss of interactions and experiences that is. And what I'm trying to tell you is when I'm on that level of wanting to be alone and I'm verifying you're looking for 2 months so that I could say you wouldn't even be paying shit for that 2 months. And like the fact that you would take me saying I'm not going to panel till after Lauren's show and hold me to that. But when you made me think I was like offered a 50-50 share of how to keep your channel going while you're sleeping or driving or whatever, like I'm not getting the vibe that I would be doxed behind to backstage, because what you're calling steamrolling, I think, has a lot to do with the technical issues that have been going on throughout the show. Because I used to go on panels with a tablet that made me 5 seconds behind when I'm starting to talk and when other people have stopped talking.
That's
And
fair,
that's
Tommy. That's fair.
yeah, and I mean, like, dude, that was you used the Chris Pontius thing. Like, I dropped it in the chat for you, and you used it, and you're not reading all this. Please let me talk to your trucker friend. Like, please
No,
put me
I
back up.
didn't. I haven't read the chat at all. I remember Chris Pontius. My chat
Well,
right now.
that was eerily right with me typing it out in the chat while you appeared to squint at something.
We do think of like a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit. But right now, my live chat says 45 unread. I'm looking at the icon says 45.
But for Don Juan though, I wanted to. I respect the simplicity. I like to try and find simplicity, and I want to offer you guys this, because if we all agree that, like, let's say in a decade that there's just nobody driving trucks, it's just robot trucks. I don't believe this is about the manpower or the labor. I believe this is more like step 1, remove an ID from being needed to vote in an election. Step 2, send them on through. Because anyone that comes into this country without an ID to vote, they're going to vote for the party that set all that up. So I think that the left has their deal with wanting the open borders the same way they don't want ID required to vote in an election, because a bunch of people that come in from other countries don't have that classic America freedom, like the things that, while a lot of these panels hate on America and hate on the militaries, and I know those faults because they come with being hairless monkeys trying the society, I think they neglect how much we've lost what made this that sovereign country. And this is all the shit that's doing away with it, which you have to do to get a one world government, whether it's an atheist context or revelations. Like, you have to knock America down a few pegs to get that. And I feel like that's what's happening, because even Lauren's producer emailed me to give me the respect. Probably like, look, I saw XRP fucking blowing up today. He's like, I see now. He's like, respect, because that's what I wanted to talk to Martin.
XRP. Sorry to
Yeah,
cut
dude,
you. You know,
I'm
XRP
like the
blew up
top.
today.
I'm the top 7%. I'm in the top 7% of XRP holders in the world.
No shit.
It sounds
Hey,
more
man.
badass than it is, but
Hey,
it's just
if
that
you
there's.
want, real quick, if you want to get into crypto, Tommy knows just about everything there is to know for real.
I don't. I just
So
know
what?
why I went with XRP and why
Well,
I'm like.
compared to the rest
I
of us,
know
I'm saying.
XRP. I think I own, you know, XRP, XLM, HBAR.
I
think
do
I
have
got a
like
little out.
10,000. I have 10,000 XLM just because it probably will get used. But XRP is the game plan as far as my paranoias and any chance of fighting tyranny.
Yeah, I probably don't have as near as many as you, man, but I got a decent amount to make my life better.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to need a lot because people were talking like you need more than me. Because he was like, oh, if you only have 10,000 XRP, that might equate to like $5.3 million. And you can't retire that on that these days. I was like, try me, motherfucker. I don't even need 5 million, motherfucker. Yeah, like, these people have no idea. Like, if the stock market stays the same, you could have 600 grand in the stock market that would just give you 5 grand a month as long as you left it there.
What cold storage wallets do you use?
I use the Descent because it was designed around Ripple and to be compatible with Ripple and XRP, and I like the fingerprint thing.
I got that Ellie Pal.
Do you have a little Faraday bag for it, whatever brand it is? I would say just get a little Faraday bag.
A bag?
Actually, you could wrap it up in
Faraday
tinfoil. I
cage.
mean, it would be jank as fuck, but you could just wrap it in tinfoil, and that's technically a Faraday cage for it.
So nobody can connect to it wirelessly.
No, it's not. It's not a wireless device.
No, it's an EMP wouldn't be able to get to it. Like,
okay, EMP couldn't release
Oh,
it. I got you.
yeah.
and you can also make a Faraday cage out of that chicken wire, like a hexagon chicken netting type wire. I've seen people make it out of that too.
Wow. Yeah.
Because some people make a chamber to sleep in, as in like your Wi-Fi signals and
Yeah.
everything aren't
Hey,
going
hold
through
on,
while you
y'all.
sleep.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on.
I'm gonna mute him real quick. I don't think he knows he can mute. So anyway, please continue, or you can wait for him to come back, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait because I feel like you've heard it all, and he's probably the one that's getting anything
Oh
out
yeah,
of it.
he's gonna love all this. Yeah.
But that's the funny thing about this room, man. Like, I've offered it to Paul, JG, Jack Talcott, you, and everybody has their own take on it, you know? But I kind of want to, Jen Psaki, I want to circle back to what we were talking about earlier about how if you're going to help anybody, you have to have your own shit on lockdown. And all the times I've offered, even prostitutes, like a game change, like if you want to change careers, I've offered this room to prostitutes. And it's because any of you that I've ever offered this room, you will not get me, you know? I will not come home to find my shit gone. Like, people aren't gonna assault me in my house. Like, I've been running lone wolf ever since I was fucking abandoned and homeless over that accident. And I've never left a window to get got since then. Especially when my girl fucking ghosted me on the surgery table. I was like, oh, well, I'm not gonna cry for her, but I need to fucking, as JG would say, I need to tighten the fuck up. And I did. But I feel like these YouTube streets are really pushing me on that. Like, I'm not saying intelligence out of ego, but I would say I have the intelligence level to be miserable through most of my human interaction life because of things like YouTube streets that happen regardless of YouTube or internet.
Tommy, I'm a little tired. I kind of got lost in all that, but I think I've got the gist.
I know you weren't feeling good, and I know you're tired, but that's what I'm saying. When I'm sitting backstage hearing you tell me or tell the people what my problem is when I'm just waiting to come up and get it straight.
What the hell is what's EBT?
That's a made man around here. That's enslaved by
Oh,
truth. Yeah,
oh man,
enslaved by
thank you,
truth.
brother. Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah. He's
Thank you, brother. Involved by truth. Thanks, brother.
yeah, he's big. He's big. He's kind
Tell
of a
about
big deal. Yeah, he's
okay,
kind of a
thanks,
big
man.
deal around here. Yeah.
I appreciate the flowers, man.
Yep,
Hey,
yep.
Tommy, I would like to talk to you, man, about this crypto stuff, man. Like, cause I got shit on crypto.com, Uphold, not really nothing on Coinbase, but I want to
Wait,
get
do you have coins sitting on those exchanges online?
not my XRP.
Well, first off, if you're going to go with XRP, then you subscribe to the logic that all these coins probably got to go. Because once the powers that shouldn't be decide on a coin, which they may have done 10 years ago, whenever Bitcoin was their trial run with a mystery name to not really point at anyone. Come on, people, tighten up. But, dude, any coin that you value, even Gary Gensler's saying, not your keys, not your crypto. Like, you want that shit on your cold storage wallet. Because
Right.
when FTX went down, if your shit was sitting on FTX, it was gone. Like, and then what's these other ones? I can't even remember all the names of what got shut down because I don't use too many of them. Like, I buy my XRP from the app gymnastics I have to do to get it in America. I put it on cold storage and leave it at that. So I don't like Bitwallet or Bitfinance or something. I don't even remember a lot of the names that are
Well, like I
getting
said,
shut down.
man, I got all my XRP offline, but I wanted to pull all that other shit off there and put it on my cold storage. And I don't know, somehow, that shit kind of confused me. Because like from Uphold on transferring that stuff off, don't you have to go through another like you got the XRP ledger, right? Which they have their own what word am I looking for? Their own
Dude, I don't know how to do it, but yeah, there's an online website access to the XRP ledger that if you know all your codes and shit in your head, you could completely operate without a cold storage wallet. Like, you could just tell that website what to do with your coins on the website, and it all come out of your head as far as your passwords and your codes and the code to tell it what to do. But you could function like that. There's a YouTuber named Crypto Lulu, he's some UK guy. He was explaining that aspect when people were asking him about cold storage wallets and what if this, what if that. But dude, I
like I
strongly
said,
not.
I have a EliPal cold storage wallet. What I'm trying to say is, like, let me see, man. It was almost there. They're for lack of better words, they're highway that they use to move the currencies back and forth. Like XRP has its own ledger where you can move shit back and forth. Man, I don't know what the fuck word I'm looking for, man.
Yeah, it's the verification. Like, that's why I don't think Bitcoin will survive the green movement, because it uses so much electricity to do its verification process the way it's secure. It's like the Griswold Christmas lights on the electric company.
Let me tell you something, man. You gotta follow the money. You got a multi-billionaire named Michael Saylor that's got $500 million in Bitcoin. He owns
Is he the rich dad, poor dad guy?
No, that's Robert Kiyosaki.
Yeah,
I'm talking about he owns MicroStrategies. It's a information company. And then you got the guy that co-founded Quest Nutrition. His name is Tom Bilyeu. He pumped
I think
billions
I'm
and
losing you.
billions in there. You know what I mean? And you got to think about this. They don't let you know this shit in mainstream media. They've been working on getting Bitcoin green. I mean, what's to stop them from putting mining stations out here in the middle of nowhere where those fucking windmills can turn the energy. So you gotta
Because the SEC
Bitcoin ain't going nowhere.
the SEC is also trying to penalize Bitcoin miners, so Bitcoin mining would move out of the country. Dude, listen, there's layers to it because the things I'm navigating in crypto or what I learned in the stock market, which is if you're doing the stock market and you're listening to the media like it's legit information, like you're gonna fail in the stock market.
Yeah,
Like
you better not do
among investors, it's a joke that if Jim Cramer says something, you do the
that.
opposite of it. Because for like the
Yeah,
past 2 or 3 years, everything he pushes or scares you about, it does the opposite. Like almost set your clock by it.
yeah. Well, the stuff I watch, man, I've come across some pretty good researchers. And, man, we be watching, like, the people in Congress, Janet Yellen, Gary Gensler, Brad Garlinghouse. I'm talking about from the horse's mouth. Not
Yeah,
no
those are all my enemies in the AMC squeeze play. Like they're the reason I've been sitting here for 3 years going, it could have went June of the first year and you fuckers are still fucking with us, you know? And that's where
That's
pensions are going.
suppressing. That's suppressing XRP, man. But yeah, 99%, I believe, in my opinion, and a lot of people might, just like you might believe that 99% of those coins are going to shit. Because, the truth of the matter is, you and I could go make a Tommy coin and a Bernier coin. You know what I mean? And pump and dump that shit. They're not going to have that. So
Well,
what I
that's
concentrate on is the ISO 20022 coins. Bank
that
coins.
already started Monday too. That ISO, it got instated Monday.
Yeah, they had on their website a list of banking tokens that they were going to be using. All that
No,
other
listen,
shit, yeah.
all these major banks are waiting for the SEC theater trial to be over with to just get it rolling. Like
Yep.
even not Brad Garlinghouse, the fucking
European Central Bank.
no, it's all the same bank, my dude. Like centralized banking. They put the country names on it, and they each have their own Yellens and their respective whoever in their
Yeah.
countries. It's all the central banking ever since it was instated in like World War One. Whenever they were like, hey, this worldwide combat thing, this really profits, yo. Let's do a second world war. But
Yeah,
I'm
I don't
interested
think
in
Bitcoin's going anywhere, man, because it's like a digital gold, if you will. It's a store of value. And, that's what they're looking at it as.
right, but
Yeah.
what they're valuing now, what they're going by value is utility value. Like that a company used XRP to move $50 million overseas in 1 minute with 30 cents cost to it and much less electricity than Bitcoin. So what I want to ask you is, can you still easily buy XRP in America right now?
Yeah, I use Uphold.
All right, are they still selling it on Uphold?
Oh, they never stop.
All right, well, they must not be in America or something, because
I think they were in England or something at first.
yeah, because I've dropped Kraken and a couple other apps, and the way I buy XRP right now is KuCoin is some European thing. So I buy Bitcoin on Cash App, send it from Cash App to KuCoin, use that Bitcoin to buy XRP, then send it back to my wallet in America. Because all the other apps I've tried won't even let you buy XRP if you tell it that you're in America. So I think
Have you
so I
tried
think they
Trade Ogre? Trade Ogre. You can buy everything off tradeogre.com.
Okay,
Well,
I'll check it out.
my buddy, may he rest in peace, he had got me back into crypto. Like, man, I had bought the XRP, man. I think when it was like 17 cents. As soon as I bought a lot of it, motherfuckers, I bought it on Coinbase. As soon as I bought it, man, they got into that lawsuit. I was like, man, what the fuck, But I ended up getting it off of Coinbase, and then he had told me about Uphold, and Uphold never stopped. So that's what you want to do. That's good.
I mean,
That's good.
I've capped out what I'm gonna buy right now because I think things are gonna start moving the way it's pumping already. But I mean, what was it that made you want to get in on XRP? Because a lot of mine is based on like this community. This community is always talking about agents and conspiracies and shit. And this is what I'm saying. Like, I've already seen in the market that that chart is now an algorithm readout. It's not telling you where investor money goes anymore, like a chart classically did. It's showing you what their algorithms are manipulating the chart into, and the news and all stock shows on the media are telling you the bullshit to eat up to make the wrong decisions. And the only reason I'm successful is from going against all that. And I see it happening in crypto now because the hedge funds hated crypto until they found out they could do the stock market game to it. And now they're like, let us get in on that crypto fat like first.
Man, look here, I'm gonna tell you to answer your question. My guy before he died, man, you know, he told me that you know, one of his good friends told him about XRP, and his friend was like the Bitcoin billionaire guy, one of those guys that hit for like 800 million, blah blah. And
The
they
Van
were
Winkle
looking.
twins.
No, it wasn't one. It
Winklevoss.
wasn't one. No, it
Winklevoss.
wasn't this dude. No. But I'm just saying, like when
Oh,
Bitcoin
okay.
did its all-time high, and a lot of people cashed out. Those was one of those. He was one of those guys. But they were in the military together, and they were laughing at that guy for buying Bitcoin and shit. You know. And anyway, so all he was doing was digital investing, and digital investor, and he passed the word on to my partner that died. And he said he was sick of seeing people in poverty and shit. So he told my buddy about XRP. My buddy started sending me, it was just another trucker dude that I met at a customer. And we just became friends, you know. And he kept sending me videos and shit, man, about XRP. I was like, you know, trying to tune in to the videos he was sending me. I was like, man, how the fuck is he watching this shit, you know? But crypto was nothing new for me and my sister because we had invested in it. And like when Litecoin was popular, Bitcoin Cash had just came out. Of course, Ethereum, Bitcoin. It wasn't all these coins, but I think it was probably around 2016 or so when we were investing in the stuff. I made money, but I had to cash out because I fell on some hard times or whatever.
So listen, Don Juan, you're helping me out with my problem with this community because you just said all that, and I'm like, cool, that's legit. And I'm trying to tell these people I'm not crypto. I was never crypto, and I just bought these two coins out of like an urgency of my childhood Christianity paranoia, watching what's going on, because a comment just came up about them forgiving a bunch of credit card debt and shit. And that's the Nasara Jasara bills that they're probably going to pass. And it's going to look cool. They're going to drop everybody's debt. They're going to bring in a new cashless financial system. They're going to give you free UBI. It's going to seem awesome for everybody to get on board. And then slowly they'll say about that panel you've been appearing on, about that fucking jab record we can't find on you. Like it'll just all weasel in and slowly tyrannize if you go with CBDC crypto.
People are like, what is it, like 5% maybe of the whole world knows about crypto? It's becoming more mainstream. However, they're going to take the people by storm, and they're going to be, oh, don't worry about it. We got you. Let us set your account up right here. And when they set your account up, they're going to own your fucking custody. They're going to custody your money. You won't own it. You know? So.
Well, and this is what I was saying. I don't know if it'll work, but that is my whole XRP thing. Is there a chance that you can avoid the tyranny coin as long as your XRP is still usable? As long as you still have XRP, can you get around that? And I don't know if we can, but that's the only play I can think of.
Man, I heard a different perspective. Like, we'll end up having to transfer it into the CBDC. But with XRP having their own ledger, You make it just spend XRP like it's money.
Right, because the XRP ledger is open and freedom, and the one that was requested by the governments that they wanted Ripple to make for CBDCs, that's the one that's tyrannically programmable. Because even the guys that are making our XRP, like low key say that. They're like, hey, if you have a coin through a blah, 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 they are obligated to answer you if you ask these questions, and XRP will never do that. And they like kind of gave a backhanded statement to saying, hey, that's CBD shit. It is our ledger, but it's modified, and we wouldn't do that shit to you.
Let me digress for a second and go back to where you said why I was getting into XRP. Number one reason is what it does as far as bridging all of the currencies together. Number two is shit, man. I ain't missing out. I missed out on the Bitcoin shit. I ain't missing out on this one, man. It's about being ahead of the curve, man. You know, by the time people trying to get in, it's gonna be too late. And what it's gonna do is the people that hold the XRP now, it's gonna make people are gonna be fear of missing out. They're gonna flood in thinking they're gonna get rich overnight, and all it's gonna do is boost our profits. So, hey man, I hate to be like that, but it is what it is, man. Shit.
Yeah, and all that's legit. I was honestly just interested in what got you in because I could tell you weren't coming at it with the Illuminati vibes, you know? Like, you weren't bringing up, like, the tyranny and the religious paranoia I had on it. So I was really like, hey, I wonder how this guy is even about it then if it's not Illuminati vibe.
We're not gonna stop it. You're not gonna stop anything. I mean, these people been planning this shit for decades, man.
Exactly.
And it's all about on-demand liquidity. All these banks are in a liquidity crisis.
Yeah, that's why the banks are collapsing and not getting bailed out. And that's how and that's how the solution will be the on-demand liquidity, you know?
Exactly.
Do you know what these streets are like when you don't have a black man backing up your cat coin logic? Like, these people, these savages will eviscerate you if you stand as a lone white boy trying to say, hey, I'm not telling anybody to buy anything, but I think this is the plan. Oh, my God. I still haven't heard the end of it.
Hey, man, I'm not a financial advisor. So, you know, you got to give that disclaimer. This is not financial advice.
No, see, I rag on YouTubers because you don't. The only reason you have to give that disclaimer is if you were taking money. Like, you can only give financial advice in a dangerous way if someone is paying you for that financial advice. Like, if I stand on the street and talk XRP, I don't have to tell anybody it's not advice because it's their dumbass that has to decide what they do, you know? But if you go pay an accountant or somebody, you're like, hey, I want to pay you to help me get my money straight, that's when you have to be careful.
You know what I told my buddies? I said, I've been telling you this. It's not like I'm making something off of you. I just like, hey man, this might be something for you to look into. And I tell them when it's too late and the shit jumps off, you come over here wanting advice from me, I'm gonna charge your ass. That's just all there is to it. What you got there, buddy? Oh yeah.
Parsley leaf.
Be damn.
Yeah. Cilantro.
Man.
I got all kind of stuff.
You've been in that damn natural groceries.
Yeah, Amazon, man, Amazon.
What you got there, Tommy? Tom?
Uh-oh.
I'm not gonna be a fool and say what it is, but I would tell Lauren De Laguna and her producer that I'm a man of my word.
It's adrenochrome.
Yeah, that's probably a safer substance to say that it is. I just was impressed that I still can open up those avenues that people don't believe I'm not really accessing.
Well, now I definitely know what it is, but let's not say it.
That's a bit of the Bill Cosby date night, you might say.
Damn.
But I don't do that shit, man. I used to juice and be a gym rat. I had that shit thrown at me. I got that shit because if if Henry can clear it with YouTube policy, I'm going to do an interview where I live dose myself with date rape and let people
Oh
hear
my
me
God.
describe the process as it comes over me, and you can see me get all woozy. Because the only reason they say it doesn't have a flavor, but that's not true. If you put it in an alcohol drink, you won't taste it, but the shit tastes nasty. But you have a very limited window between realizing it's happened to you and going useless, carried around. So I was telling Lauren I'd do a show where I'd describe it as close as I
You
could
see
for.
that fish with that old boy? Girl, that shit happened.
Tommy, what do you think about Casper?
What do I
Shit,
think
I
about what?
gotta get back in a little bit.
Casper. Have you heard of Casper?
What's the word?
Sorry about
Casper.
that.
Casper.
Spell
Dude,
it.
let him say it alone, guys. Just let him say it while I'm listening.
Casper.
Casbah.
Yeah,
That's
have you
it.
heard about that coin? Have you
Is
heard
it an
about that?
exchange?
No, I know, man. I don't even fuck around, man. I
Yeah,
got
I
some.
got.
All I mess around with is coins that are believed that's going to be used in the new digital financial system.
So
New
when you
World Order.
talk about a lot of these different coins, you realize most of them are just Ethereum. Like most of these coins of varying types, they're just
That's
running
what
on
I wanted to
Ethereum.
say earlier. Network. The network. So XRP has its own network. Sorry about
Right.
that. Go ahead. I got the
Yeah,
word.
yeah, XRP is protected in a bunker and it works offline. And these
Yeah, but
people,
look. This is what I was trying to say a while ago. Is that XLM from Uphold? Like, I don't know if you have to use another company's network to move it. I didn't have to use that with XRP. You know what I mean?
you should have a wallet for each type of coin because there was two countries that exchanged Bitcoin and they got like a letter wrong in the address and that money just disappeared in the ether. It's just gone. So
So, Tommy, how do you protect your shit?
the cold storage wallet, it's like the coins are still in the cloud, but the cold storage attaches to your coins to where it's like, yeah, that cold storage wallet in my possession is how those coins ever do anything ever again. Like if I die with that in my pocket and they bury me with it, like those coins just stay frozen
So
Unless you
until
get it
cold
seed
storage,
phrase.
you could throw that shit in your pocket. Is that what you're telling me? The
hold
cold
Yeah,
on, I'll
storage.
bust it out.
yeah,
I'll
but those they're real
this
small.
this is also a chance to show everybody my jerry-rigged Faraday box, which this was just a Walmart marker colored pencil suitcase. I just put one layer of foil solid that touches like at the edges when it's closed. I can put a cell phone in here. This thing has like from PlayStation 1 down to Atari, almost everything ever is on this. Like this is that Raspberry Pi computer. It's a credit card size computer. I want to see how much of my off-grid shit I can program to run off these. And then, yeah, here it is, Moose. This is my cold storage wallet by Decent. I like this one because it is good for security and XRP, but it's the only one I've seen with a fingerprint thing on it.
Yeah.
So even if I'm dead, you got to cut my thumb off if you find this
How much
wallet.
you pay for that?
I think they go for like they do a lot of deals, but I think at the highest might be like 80 or $100 for one, and they usually do a deal on two.
It's called Decent.
D apostrophe CENT. Like, yeah, they want you to say it like dissenting against the powers that be, but they spell it all quirky.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you can put those in your pocket, man, and you can transfer. That stuff works off of digital addresses, wallet addresses. So, like, if I wanted to send Tom some money, all he would do is send me his address. I would just forward the money to him.
And if we're standing beside each other, you can just do the barcode thing on your device and just scan the barcode. But be careful in the near future with how things are going to work, because right now I kind of go by that digital wallet never leaves my house because it's not like a transaction thing yet. And if I had my way, I'd buy a new phone and just leave the one with the wallet app on it here in this box with it. And I'm just going to wait and see how we transact and how all this goes down before I'm just walking around with it in my pocket. Because you already see what hackers are doing to fucking ATMs and
Hey,
chips
If
on
I'm a
that
cards.
forgetful
look,
motherfucker. Sorry,
look
Lon.
at that comment right there. Music has no holds no secret. He says, "What if that cold storage box dies?" Well, if it dies, you still own something called a seed phrase. So all you
Yeah.
would do is go get another device, put your seed phrase in, and all your digital currency will go onto the new device.
Yes, and if you lose those 24 words,
You're
you're
done.
fucked. Yeah. And if somebody
All right.
else gets them, they can get your money. But that process I was talking about, where you can do everything on the website without owning anything, that's part of it. You would have to memorize those 24 words
So I can
in
still
the
lose
order
my
they're in,
shit.
and you'd have to memorize how to type the code into the website.
Sorry, I'm lagging. So
Well, guys, I know it sounds complicated, but this goes back to what I said about those Native Americans. Like, if you're just gonna sit on your tribal plantation and deny this thing that's coming up on your borders, you're gonna get rubbed out. We'll never see your family at a fucking Red Lobster with feathers in their fucking hair.
And see what we were talking about, those 24 words, that's what that central bank's gonna do. They're gonna have your 24 words that which you're supposed to have, and they're gonna custody all your money, which means they're gonna own your money.
But are
Anytime
you
that
talking
money,
about for staking?
no, I'm talking about the seed words, the
Yeah,
CBDC.
you never
The
give
bank,
anybody those words. That's how you give the Federal
Yeah.
Reserve and
wait.
governments the finger.
he's saying this is how it's gonna roll out, Tommy.
Yeah,
No, because is what they want it for is just the transparent ledger. Because is what they're going to do with CBDCs is they can literally check every receipt of every human's every transaction. That's
and they can
where the
turn your
tyranny
money
comes
off.
in.
They can turn your money off because they're gonna own your they're gonna custody your money, your crypto.
But that's only with CBDCs. That's why I
Right.
got the XRP. If this works, it's what XRP they shouldn't be able
Thank
to
you
do
for
that to.
everything. I said thank you. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, that's what I was speaking about is the CBDC. I mean,
Right.
everybody's
is
not
what
gonna move like you and I. They're gonna run to the CBDC and they will not own their money. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so if it took 2 years of lockdowns to try and push the jab on people, I'm wondering how they're going to get people to go cashless and go for the CBDC solution, like problem reaction solution. But and that's the thing with CBDCs. You'll still have your Second Amendment. So like, we didn't take anything from you. We didn't do anything to the Second Amendment. Your CBDCs just don't seem to process to buy those items. Like, there's nothing in the Constitution about protecting your currency that's owned by a private company, the Federal Reserve.
What they're gonna do is they'll say, "Oh, this crypto is just gonna complement. This cryptocurrency is gonna complement the fiat or the petrodollar." And eventually they're going to phase it all out because you can't give it all to the people all at once. They ain't going to be able to handle it. So they got
Well,
to
the
give
reason they've made it harder to get in America, I believe, is still that knocking the U.S. down pegs. I think it's China that's keeping us, well, China working with Brandon, keeping us throttled on thinking it's a good idea or being able to buy it. Because all other countries, or almost all other like advanced countries, are already using it. Like Brazil is already using XRP. Other countries are already using XRP.
Have you
I've
made room?
considered having to leave the country just off of like, where does XRP spend easier and better? I'll just leave America if it gets that bad.
Have you made room for the possibility that maybe that XRP wasn't meant for retailers? And
No,
they
it was meant the
send it back?
XLM. The XLM was designed for person to person, but
Yeah.
yeah, XRP was specifically designed for big money to go over oceans cheap and fast for like corporate transactions and liquidity type stuff like market makers. But just
Quadruple.
like AMC, we caught on quick and we started buying, and now they're between a thing and a thing place.
Yeah, it's meant for financial institutions. They may buy it back, man. We don't know what the fuck. Whatever.
Well, that comes down to your codes, man. Like, I know with gold they did that. With gold, they said if you don't turn that in for this money, you're gonna be a felon, you know. But yeah, I don't know, man. The way it popped off yesterday, I think if they were gonna do something like that, it would have been before now.
Hey, Tommy.
Chuck
What's
in
this?
Tennessee in the house.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah.
What's this program in July they're talking about coming out with, and they might do away with the CBDC? They may not even release it. There's a
Yeah,
new
I saw that DeSantis had put a bill out against it, and another GOP guy had jumped on a bill too. I'd love to see that, but I'm just being.
The Fed Now program, Fed Now launch.
Now the government's got a new program or a new financial thing they're going to try. They're talking about in July.
No, it's probably going to happen in July because they're trying it in Nigeria. Like Nigeria got put on CBDC, and they went out in the streets angry about it.
No, the article I read said if this program may not CBDC all the way out.
I was kind of losing them.
I'll have to look it up, see if I can find the name of it.
I don't know. I haven't heard about that. Maybe I thought you were talking about that Fed Now program, but I don't know.
And you know, like I've been catching a lot of shit for on Panel to Panel. I've never said anybody should do a thing or buy a thing. I've simply stated my concerns with the future outlook I've been seeing.
Hey man, at this point, like before my friend died, he was going through his freaking people that he told about XRP, and they was making excuses on why they haven't bought it yet. He fucking started deleting them out his phone. He deleted like 50 something fucking people.
See, I don't go that route because my half brother. This isn't me because we don't share the same dad. But I got a half brother that's a distant relative of Abraham Lincoln, and Lincoln always made sure a portion of his cabinet was people that never agreed with him. And like I'm that type of guy where like I'd keep at least one Paul enslaved on my cabinet to always throw the complete opposite at me to make sure I considered it, you know, because I have made mistakes in the past where in hindsight, like I had a fucked up Craigslist landlord where they kicked me out of their lease because they were so psycho. But as I was leaving, that's when I noticed that the drywall had all kinds of patch up spots all over the house. I'm like, I probably would have noticed this rage drywall had I not needed a place so bad when I moved in.
Yeah. Well, man, I'm just done talking to grown people about shit. So, I mean, everybody got their own life to live. And
listen, we can try and help people, but in a lot of these situations, it really does come down to the individual. Like, do you want to cover your own ass at all? You know, like
the only way you're gonna help somebody if they're willing to listen and they're coachable and teachable. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm not here to be debating back and forth. You believe what you believe. I believe what I believe. I'm cool with that. I don't got no bad intentions towards you. Nothing, but I'm not gonna try to force my opinions on anybody. You live your
Right.
life, live mine. You
Well,
don't
what
want, if you don't want the help, that's cool. When you know better, you ought to do better. If you know better and you're still doing the same shit, I mean, you're stupid. So,
Well, what I've been telling the Discworlders in these streets, I've always been like, guys, we can sit and talk about planet shapes, but as long as none of us are about to get the chair over our belief of planet shape, I really don't care enough, as hostile as they want to get it, you know? It's like, I say globe, here's why I say globe, but if no one's about to get strung up on being wrong, then let's not worry about it.
I mean, and are you going to go buy a telescope and become an astrophysicist or what?
Well, that's what they don't get. You don't need any of those things to logically. It's like I told Jeep Girl. I'm like, if you want to talk about the spring equinox and the equator according to the sun's position, that's all globe shit. Like time zones is globe shit. North, south, east, west. That's all globe term.
I don't know,
Like,
man, but I know one damn thing. Motherfucker better be trying to put some money in their pocket. That's all I know.
yep.
That's all I know, because all that bullshit they be arguing about or discussing, I don't even know what you're talking about, but that shit ain't gonna even come down when your motherfucking rent is due. So that's
Yep.
better be trying to put some cocksucking money in your pocket. That's all I can say.
Well, all I say is you take a man alone on the land, farming for his food with shelter. Anything past that is a game that risks you getting pulled into some bullshit. Like, that's the only person that can say, why would God let this happen? Is if all you've done is plow a land for food and lived on it as blameless as possible. Like, that's the bare minimum for Hairless Monkey. And anything beyond that, oh, you got higher expectations for yourself, don't you? Like, you trying to be somebody in this soul trial, are you? You know? But as long as you accept that responsibility, go for it.
And them damn people right there, you need to cut them motherfuckers off at the root. Don't even let them grow. Nowhere in your life. If they want to stay stuck on stupid, stay down at the bottom level, that's cool. That's why they say it's lonely at the top.
See, Jimbo Khan in this comment says, I got lucky to make the money I did when I did. And while I agree that the market is probably going to change and not be the same thing, I don't think anyone in these streets can tell me how I made my money and what I did and why it's not even done yet, because it's still running on the future outlook. It's only increasing. And it wasn't a mistake. It wasn't lucky. It was, I went to college for a thing that when I was smoking meth homeless in an RV, that college knowledge was like, hey, these articles I'm reading, they match up with things my ex Monsanto professors were telling me about and shit. And I made some green choices in the market that I'm still living off of, having these people tell me I'm a homeless meth addict. It's actually like a fun existence to be in.
Do you work now?
No, I haven't worked for like 2 years, just off Elon. Like, Elon's not my only success in the stocks, but just off Elon money, I haven't worked for like 2 years.
Elon Musk?
Yeah, man, I was buying into Tesla before it was cool to bring up Tesla, because I worked at his brother's restaurant chain, and one of them was in Denver. I was a homeless meth-using dishwasher at that restaurant, buying Tesla stock when it wasn't cool to say Elon Musk about anything. And a couple years later, like, every $45 was like $1,500. And then I got some others where like 7 cents a share went to $4 a share. Whenever we had that.
Remember, he got sued by the SEC. Remember? And then after he finished his lawsuit, his fucking stock skyrocketed. Remember that?
Yeah, he won. I mean, the SEC sues everyone that seems to go against the iron fist of the centralized iron bank, you know? Like, that's why he'd always tweet about the SEC and dog on them, because even Ripple's spent 3 years trying to show them they're going to win. And yesterday, it looks like they finally got that point across.
Hey, man, did you get in on that Coinbase stock?
No, man, I opposed crypto just like my my pursuers. I was always against crypto in the sense of that holding cash in your hand or holding that debit card. And then when this revelations type shit started and I saw how XRP was in relation, that's the only reason I bought in on it. Like I've never made money off crypto. It was all stock.
I made a little bit. I got like some Shiba Inu. That's just my little pump and dump shit. But for the most part.
Oh yeah, correction. So I don't get called a liar. I did hold some Doge in solidarity with Alien Man, and when he bought Twitter, it doubled. And so I was like, oh, okay, I just doubled my Doge money. And I still traded it for XLM and XRP.
I bought XRP with my Dogecoin shit.
Yeah.
Yep. But I lost my ass on that damn Coinbase stock, man. I lost my ass on that. But BlackRock is partnered with Coinbase, so you know they ain't going nowhere. So maybe there's
Jack Talcott did verify my, like when Jack Talcott was first going around about losing his house, I was telling these panels, I was like, guys, this is what they want to happen. They want Jack out on the street along with all these other people losing their houses, and they're going to buy them all up. And sure enough, it wasn't BlackRock, but somebody came along and bought Jack's house and said, hey, we'll even let you rent it for a year because it's ours, you know? Like you'll always be a renter, Jack Talcott. That's what they want. You'll own nothing.
Who doesn't know who Jack Talcott is?
Right, but he understands this dude that was losing his house.
You can clue him in if you want.
No, I don't want to. I'm Jack Talcott. I'm cool with Jack Talcott. I don't want to come off as these streets drama spreaders, but I told enough of his business that he gets it. I don't like this dude that keeps posting the house for sale ad whenever Jack's saying it's pretty much worked out because Jack's the one that gets paid off that.
But you're right though. It's all about that own nothing and be happy shit.
Yep. And I mean, some of that falls under your Netflixes and your rental shit and your Amazon deliveries, but they know that owning land and the house on it, having a family there, that was the basis of this country's foundation for everything it became, was the nuclear family owning their house. Because that's how the black community got held back, is from not being able to own a house as soon. So they don't have that equity. And what equity is here, they're doing everything they can to get you out of your house and buy it.
That UBI, man. That's the UBI.
But it's also the way home loans are set up where the payment you start when you bought the house, it's not what it's going to be when rates go out of control. And it's just like I told Jack, I was like, dude, they're going to give someone a better deal that you could probably afford to buy the house after. They're going to kick you out on what you can afford and give somebody else what you could have afforded to buy the house. But is Benton still here? Okay. Benton, because you said you missed a lot of the Brian O'Shea stuff earlier, he was raging because I was regulating him from disturbing the lady. And another thing you missed is Paul came in and tried to make a big grandstand about me. And I said, Paul, I told you before the Lauren thing that it'd be done after Lauren. And you said, right, you're going to stop after Lauren. And I told him that when he showed up, and he fucking left. And I think I've got it understood now.
Well, good.
Because you missed that part, in case that repercussions into something in this truck in the future, I want you to go back and rewatch your live stream later and make sure you catch.
I will, sir. And I can no longer process. Yeah, it's a little different, ain't it? I can no longer process the you and Paul stuff, Tommy.
No, it's non-existent. That's what he just got reminded.
I understand. That's good. So I'm glad to hear it. So let's go.
Well, it was bad enough I narrowly avoided that pedo shit, but
well, don't bring.
Yeah, I want to be able to walk these streets without having that pursuit that I am not fleeing. It's just old.
Man, I ain't
like yes, I came into these streets trolling him a little bit, I went the distance. It didn't distance enough. So yeah, I had to figure out how to make that clean split.
Tommy, I'm just over it, man. No offense, I'm just over it.
That's what I'm trying to
Okay, let's just be over it, please.
say, Ben.
Hey,
Pretty
Tommy,
close.
It's
where you
like I'm
live
telling
at,
you I
man?
don't like to be around people and you're just not getting it. What's that?
Where you live at, man?
I'm in Denver right now. Maybe not as bad of a barrio as the ghetto I moved out of over lockdowns, but it's all going to shit, man. I swear, like somebody dumped a mag in our courtyard the other night around 11. I had me fucking shook. And
They
then there
got
was
a bad,
like,
they got a badass fucking cigar shop over there in Inglewood, Colorado, man. I can't
yeah,
resist going to it every time I'm there, man.
you ever
Fucking
been to
bad.
Shotgun Willie's?
Uh,
Shotgun Willie's is the only strip club I've ever been to in Denver, and there's no reason to try another one after Shotgun Willie's. But the cigar bar there has really good cigars, and the cigar bar is also where you can check a firearm because you don't want to have ladies grinding up on your piece, you know.
you know, that's what I noticed at that cigar shop I go to. That like guns are permitted. I was like, man, I like this fucking place. You know, they don't
Yeah,
care
they
about.
want to try and make it now. The government's trying to make it where every business is assumed your firearm isn't allowed unless they post a sign that says it is allowed. And I already live like if you're not metal detecting me at the door, I'm not changing up shit, you know?
Yeah.
And I have 300,000 fucking shares of a company that can make virtually any current surveillance camera recognize if someone's carrying a rifle or a weapon.
Shit.
And then their system will even start locking the doors of that facility down when it notices the gun being carried. But it can tell any camera that's used today how to at least recognize the gun.
Oh, that shit's gonna blow up, man.
Yeah. And they also have their own robot dog. And I think it's at Atlanta Stadium or one of the Atlanta stadiums that they have like their patrolling Romeo model. It's like a big four-wheeled information thing that's also doing security.
What's that company's ticker symbol?
The company is AI. Well, I guess it's the ticker too. It's AITX. And it's actually like half a penny right now because it's being shorted while they're still not pulling profit in development and shit.
What
But
platform?
they're getting.
What
They
platform?
do a weekly update on YouTube. It's Steve Reinhardt with AITX. Just look into it.
Okay.
Not financial advice.
Right on, right on. What's the platform you use to buy your shares, buy stocks?
That's the thing, man. I'm with Charles Schwab, which is part of the devil system of the market makers that are the referees of the NFL games they're partaking in, you know? So, but I like Charles Schwab because they got 3 brick and mortar locations near me where if they pull that Robin Hood no buy sell button, I can hoof it on down there and say, hey, we need to make this transaction happen or I'm going to go Rittenhouse in your building here.
Okay. AITX, huh?
Yeah. There might be a name to it, but I just have been going by the ticker.
Okay.
And they do have their own dog. That's what I wanted to say earlier, Benton. In China, those dogs were all over the streets broadcasting to stay the fuck in your house because China. But in America, you are going to see them alone because they're going to be used to like walk around the bases of like space rocket launches where a human could not possibly survive to test readings and see what's going on that can go wrong. Yeah, they'll just be wandering around in hazardous areas, doing shit that you don't want hairless monkeys to endanger themselves doing. And yes, having weapons mounted to their backs, as Brandon Herrera and another YouTube channel already did.
Right on.
And another YouTuber made flying drones that had paintball guns that could just acquire your fucking movement and position. It's really doomer shit to see if you're not if you're thinking about where it goes, it's doomer shit. If you're just laughing at paintball guns on a drone, it's like, yeah, you're gonna die, pleb.
Word.
That's why I was battling O'Shea on the off-grid communities and stuff. There will very much be drones just patrolling. Like, what are you living in the Outlands for? We've got another Outlander. This particular individual seems to be an Outlander.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I don't know why they're so sick and so enamored with fucking spying on people and shit, man. Sick
Because that's all that's left. Whenever you have Bill Gates money and you got like the pockets of Congress and Wall Street and shit, it's like all that's left is to increase power, to have your way imposed. I mean, if you're the typical hairless monkey, I'd like to think a lot of us wouldn't do that because I always said you give me $1 million or $2 million and I just disappear. You ain't got to worry about me in much of society if I was squared away on money.
Yeah, I'd have to disappear. Yeah, you're right, man. They just ain't got nothing else to do. Just play real life Monopoly with people. You know?
Yeah, it's like a bad type of person desires the power, so they're applying for those elections. They're applying for those jobs. The best people for those jobs don't fucking want that job because they want to live their life and you live your life, and that's why they should. The original plan of the founding fathers was technically all of us took a turn in our lifetime to take like 6 months or a year to go be that guy as part of the country that has to deal with the rules you sign in. That's why you send the country's people to do it, because you're not gonna fuck your own situation. I've never had kids. Let me blow all the parents' minds that might be listening. If you got kids that want cake, you let the first, like, let's say it's 2 kids, you let the first kid divide the cake into 2 pieces. The second kid gets the first pick to ensure the first kid will be as even as possible on that slice. It's kind of how you want your governments. That's why like people talk shit about kings and royalty, and it was bad, but you run the chance that you might have got a good dude in there, and then having a king's awesome because it's just one good guy that can fast track all kinds of good shit as king. But if you get like a pea unslaved in there, I don't know if everybody's gonna be happy, you know?
Yeah.
God damn you people. I swear to God, that fucking paper says 17 and up. I was one of the classiest 29-year-old dudes you'd ever met that grew up in a fucking small religious town, and I was new to this big city, and this big city was saying, hey, you seem to be a big fish in this big pond, even though you thought you were a small fish in a small pond all your life. No, you came out here and this city wants what you got going on, and it wasn't really worried about me taking the chance on a 17-year-old girl who wouldn't take no for an answer day after day, and it was legal. And above all, I was like, Jesus Christ, Lauren, are you really gonna pivot on a dime right now? Do you know who the fuck you're turning on? I love that show, man. I don't know why everybody keeps calling it a train wreck. Like Moose gets it. Moose fucking knows that was A+ TV right there.
I haven't seen the whole thing yet, personally.
I haven't rewatched it yet because when I do, I have to watch Paul's narration of it. I can't go do that and not watch his play-by-play that he even showed up during it. And when I was done, he was still narrating it. But I'm upset. See, she ruined the thing because I did a tour of like 5 panels to troll it up, But the trick was going to be, haha, it wasn't what you thought it was going to be about, but it ended up being what the chat wanted it to be about, because Lauren was a deer in the headlights whenever Henry lost connection with the show. And he would have had all my clips and shit anyway, so it was like, whatever. But yeah, man, when she tried to flip the script and just lean on that pedo thing, I was like, oh, no, Lauren. Like, I was on Moose's show trying to, like, play the grab him by the pussy logic, like that context. But this was just a girl that like, we
Tommy,
just did the same thing you did whenever
Tommy,
you date
I
someone.
don't want to get into this, man.
Oh, I can't come to my
Oh,
alleged
God.
home field to talk about what happened to me?
Not right now, Tommy.
All right. Well, I had this guy on that, like, this black trucker is the most relatable dude I've come across in these streets yet, so I wanted to do a little coke
All
vent
right.
with him.
Yeah, I don't know. He seems a little confused by the whole thing, to be honest with you.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, he don't know what the fuck you're talking
But he
about.
doesn't have to be on top of it because he holds XRP. He's going to be
Yeah.
the most financially stable, confused man of a lot of people in the near future.
Yeah. Well, I
Like,
think I'm
what's
gonna
your
shut it
number?
down.
What's your number?
What?
What kind of number you think you see yourself selling at? Like, don't tell me how many you hold. Just tell me what sounds like a good number you're thinking you'd get out. If there's even a money to get out to, it might just be the new money.
I would have to say some triple digits.
Oh, that's going to be easy. Yeah.
You think so?
Dude, for it to get, if you think about how
Maybe
Bitcoin was
$1,000.
used, like, look at what Bitcoin made it to, man. Why would the chosen coin not reach that? And don't
I would
forget,
definitely like to see like a $20,000. You know, 20,000.
yeah, and I think it's more of how long you're willing to wait. I think it can get to some really high numbers. Because the less XRP there is in existence, the more it'll be worth. Every time there's an XRP transaction, it kills a little chunk of it. And I've also heard rumors that Ripple can take the rest of the XRP they're in possession of and just trash it and make everybody's XRP skyrocket in price.
Yeah. They can also take that XRP and break it down into like fours, right? Each XRP.
No, I think there is a set
Seems
number
like
of
my buddy was
XRP.
telling me that.
Some of the stuff I'm a
What
little.
about your price?
Was that?
I don't have to have $100 million. I mean, it'd be nice.
No, definitely not.
I'd like to see it hit 20 grand. I'd like to see it hit 20 grand.
And that's what I tell some of my haters whenever they're calling me out on like AMC price and stuff. I'm like, guys, none of these plays. What's that? What'd you say?
Got a little bit of lag. I think he's lagging out a little bit.
Yeah, but none of my stock plays or crypto plays are like the Hail Mary. Like, there's a lot of things that I don't like. I know you guys don't even want to hear half of this most of the time. There's shit I don't even bother you guys with, like those green energy penny stocks and shit. Like, it's like, why bother if you don't want to hear about XRP demon coin, you know, or the alternate XRP fucking revelations tyranny coin.
Big L, come back if you can.
To be honest, that
Brit,
shit, if I drink
Big L,
anarchy
you're
more means no rulers. Like, it doesn't mean there's no rules. It just means there's no ruling power. It's just the people backing the rules they've agreed on.
Big L, you lagged out real bad, buddy, but try to come back if you would, sir.
Do you know what state he was driving? You know, if he's got his ears on there, Benton, you know what state he was driving? Come back.
Come on.
Benton, in this day and age, is CB still a thing for truckers? Do you guys even do that?
Some of them, I don't.
Is it more for like the emergency radio state police and shit?
Some people talk on them all the time. I don't fuck with it. Tommy's asking about CBs.
Yeah, if truckers are still heavily using CBs.
Man, I'm
Dude, when I was a
fucking
kid in the 80s, my mom had a CB in her car and my dad had one in the shop, and that was just their pre-cell phone cell phone. As long as my mom was driving, my dad was in the shop. They just CB. They were Muffin Man and Mother Goose. Come back.
really, you only hear like owner operators talking on those. And most people are doing what we're doing, watching Netflix or whatever. They're not on CBs like that. I never really liked CBs. You know, I just use my eyes, you know. That's what I do. All that trying to go
Dude,
around traffic jams and shit. Fuck all that.
I don't think it was sketch, but when I lived in Winchester, Virginia, when I was making Capri Suns, I can't remember if it was that job or if I had cats or something, but I was walking home from the Old Town Mall and this semi just pulls up and the dude's like, "Hey, buddy, I gotta make this run. I need somebody to help me offload this truck. You want to come with me, make some money? It'll be like 2 days, man." And I like really wanted to because I was that kind of young guy. That was my first city outside of West Virginia. I was like, dude, I totally would accept bleh. And I just don't remember what it was that kept me from it. But I'll never forget that trucker pulling up, like classic Smoking the Bandit style, looking for an offloader to go on that run.
Yeah, we might not be talking to you right now if you do.
Oh, and I've survived a lot of those too. And it wasn't even like truckers trying to get me in their truck. Dude, when I was a kid, I remember the episode of Different Strokes whenever the guy lures Arnold and what was the girl's name? Was it Wendy?
Kimberly.
Kimberly, yeah. He lures them into his apartment and he gets Arnold in his room with like comic books and shit. Locks Arnold in there. Starts doing it. Yeah, and I was real young, like Home Alone, latchkey style. And my brain had to like process what that episode was about at a very young age. Just like the G.I. Joe episode where Cobra Commander can see but can't walk, and Roadblock can walk but not see. And he has to carry Cobra Commander for them to survive in the wilderness. Had to
That's hilarious, man.
had to process that in my small child brain.
I don't even remember that episode.
Dude, I remember a fucking baby bottle I had that my mom denied I could possibly remember because it was like getting carried around, like you're not walking or doing anything on your own. I'm like, yeah, the orange one. It was in Bam Bam shape. It's shaped like Bam Bam from fucking Flintstones. And I either remember the flavor of the formula or it was breast milk, but something that didn't taste like milk was coming out of that Bam Bam bottle. And these people want to tell me I got a meth problem. I like remember pre-walk stuff and you think it's a meth problem.
Some people can remember their early childhood like that, man. I can't remember shit, you know?
Yeah. Well, and some people that call me a meth abuser claim to remember all kinds of past life stuff. And so I get over it.
I tell you what, you weren't the usual meth user because they ain't thinking about buying no Tesla stock.
Right? Well, that's what I use to say, hey, you give your kids meth. It's just called Adderall whenever you prescribe it to kids. But it's all the same family. It's all the same effect.
Yeah.
I actually preferred meth because all Adderall and Ritalin I've ever tried, the dosage was too much in the pill. I didn't want as much as the dosage in the pill. And with meth, I could just take a couple puffs and go back to the market or go handle my business, you know?
Oh.
It was like I was not diagnosed with something that they would have prescribed ADD medicine and just found my own way to operate with it. I mean, you guys should know trucker industry was one of the prime industries to take advantage of methamphetamine because it's not like Coke where you're all edgy. It's like you could just be awake and drive for 3 days and just feel like that rounded awake feeling.
Them Them motherfuckers are part of the reason we're on fucking electronic logs.
Yep.
Shit.
Yeah, that is
High,
why. That is.
high
I think
speed
even
shipping
without meth,
speed.
you had hardcore guys that could just drive, like they had been in military convoys, and they could just drive
You
even
know
without
the
meth.
pills you could pop for like asthma? The motherfuckers, we've been popping a lot of those.
Yeah, the
Remember
yellow
that?
jackets, that sheets.
No, those, what is it, Ephragen or some shit? What's
Or
the name?
Yeah, it's
Fedrin.
all the same family.
Yeah,
Fedrin.
Actually, caffeine is even still the same family.
yeah.
It's all stimulants.
Yeah, they
Like
had
I
the
don't
bang
know.
fucking
I
pills
don't know
on
what
it.
it was called
Oh,
for
the
Leave It to
mini
Beaver
tablets or
days.
something.
What
Remember
Uh,
the
was it?
mini thins or something? They were real thin, little bitty tablets.
Mini
You could
yeah,
thins.
many
Yeah.
things.
Those were
Yeah.
I took
Fedrin.
so many of those in AIT because AIT and basic training were the same thing for RMOS, and I would always fall asleep in AIT. And you want to learn the shit and not get your ass reamed. And I took so many mini thins one time that in math class, my nose just started bleeding on my math in front of me because my blood was so thinned out from trying to stay awake popping mini thins. And the drill sergeant just walks up and goes, "Go drink water, private." That's like, cool. He's not gonna shake me down and search my pockets.
Damn.
All right. Hey, Tommy, I hate to do it to you, but I'm about to wrap up. I'm going to get you out of here, and then I'm going
I'm
to,
glad you did it to me. I need to go do shit. I wanted to get on
yeah,
and get my fucking words straight so I could come back to
yeah.
your show in the future. If you wouldn't
All
have
right,
let me up here, Benton, I was never gonna come here again.
I believe you. I believe that, Tommy. So
And that can
I'm glad
only
we worked it
happen
out.
because I had some kind of respect for you to drive me away like that. Like
Well,
if
thanks,
it's
Tommy.
Peniel or some like joke, it's like I can come and go as I please no matter what he does, you know?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad, Tommy. So, you want me to kick you, or are you going to leave, or what are we going to do?
I'll leave, but I think you need to recognize the potential of a Talcott, Benton, Illumitami, one bedroom short situation just for the
Oh my
streets.
God.
Like, cause Jack said whenever he sells his house, he might come see Denver and check it out. And I was like, yeah, let's get Benton in on that. Let's get a JG in here. Let's do some old school MTV Real World, but for
Yeah.
these streets.
Yeah, I hear you, man. All right, buddy. I got nothing left to give. So have a good night, sir.
Yeah, see you guys. Hey,
Bye,
come
man.
back, Don Juan. Come back.
No doubt. Nice to meet you, brother.
Cool. That was Zombie Tom. Yeah, man. That was good crypto talk. I think the audience likes all that.
Hey, man, I tell you what, it's nice to run into some people that, you know, into that.
Yeah.
They were talking shit about it. Oh, it's a scam now. More and more and more is the mainstream media, man. I mean, you can't stop it. I ain't saying the crypto, just all the evil plans that these people have planned. You're not going to stop it. We're not going to stop it, man. Nobody will stand up.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you see, my name says Benton Full Doomer, so you preach it to the choir on that. We're not going to stop it. So, yeah, man, I appreciate you being here. Like I say, I just got nothing left to give at this point, dude. I'm fucking wore out.
Cool, brother.
I ain't even hardly did shit, but we'll see what
You
it's
gonna
like
be
tomorrow.
back on it at midnight or what?
Probably, we'll see. Most likely. I might sleep in though, dude. I might sleep in till about 2. I'm fucking wore out. But it gets cold. See, this heater don't work. This APU heater don't work.
Oh,
I'm gonna get woke up. I don't mind it. It's all right. But yeah, that cold's gonna wake me up. What's gonna happen?
You ain't got no extra blankets on that sun gun?
Oh, I'm in a sleeping bag. I'm good, man. I got a blanket and a sleeping bag. Yeah, I'm good on that. It's just you can't bundle up too much because it's not cold yet. Then I'm gonna get woke up by the cold. But that's all right. No, don't worry about me. I'm cool. But thanks for being here, man. We'll do more of these, and wherever I end up. Oh, by the way, real quick, before everybody leaves, if somebody's got a shed in the backyard somewhere, run me an extension cord, and we'll put a little AC in there, and Benton will go in there and do content. All right, man. For Big L, this is Benton signing off. Thanks for watching. Bye.